everybody. Happy summer, happy Sunday, happy I don't know. I actually do you notice anything different about me? I guess that's the way to start the stream, right? Is to ask chat if you, my weasel watchers, notice anything different about me today than maybe previous times. Maybe a little hue shift, if you will. Anyone notice? Oh my god, somebody's noticing something. I hear that sound and I know what it means, even though I'm not currently looking at my OBS screen. It means it's time to get going. Buffy, thank you for the re-upping your subscription, 19 months in a row. Did you have a date? Do I look like I had a date? Do I look like I had a good day off? Do you notice anything different yet? Like, I'm seeing if who's gonna be the first to notice. I don't even want to know what. Oh wait, Jink. We're talking about Jink in chat. There is something. Yeah. Jink had a. Oh my god, there is so much stuff to cover, isn't there? We do have 2 days here. Hair is different. I mean, oh god, I should lighten my hair. But no, it's always been lightened on the tips, right? New background. I mean, that is true. That is objectively true. The background is new. Maybe like a really good date. Yeah. I mean, a date with the sun. I'm practically glowing. I mean, I'm glad that I don't look bad to anyone. I'm glad that people like, I mean, that tells me something, right? Because like the truth of the matter is I got a little too much sun yesterday, right? And I can tell. But the fact that you can't tell, at least, is encouraging. New glasses. I should get new glasses. New camera. I should get a new camera. Oh my god. We are working towards... I don't have a new camera up there right now, but I should promote my throne more. We are working towards a new microphone and interface. That's what... Does it work? Did I even make a chat command? I don't think I did. Right, there's all this throne stuff that I could be putting on there. But I do have a throne. You can find it in on my Twitch channel page. When you go to About, you should see the throne. I need to advertise it more, but we had people contributing towards a new interface, a new audio interface, and a new microphone, and that's going to do 2 things, right? A, that's going to make my sound quality much better, and B, that is going to allow me to hear my own voice when I speak, which is kind of important. I've been going without it, right? Because I broke my interface on my USB mic. So, you know, I don't really think that I want to buy another USB mic. These are fairly expensive in and of themselves, but the replacement, the XLR mic, it's a pretty penny. It's a little bit much, like it's a little bit expensive. So Jink had the worst take ever on the Marine unaliving in the subway. He is just leaning into the propaganda. Yeah, Jink, a bunch of people actually. There was a blow up, I don't know if you noticed, but there was a blow up between Ben Shapiro and Emma Vigeland. Ben went after Emma. Emma had a clip that went viral of her telling a story of her own experience on the subway when she was in a situation where, you know, not only was she there with a person who seemed like they might be dangerous, but she actually got kind of elbowed a couple of times. She actually got, you know, took a few blows, right? Nothing super serious, but, you know, it was a very, very scary situation. And she was saying that even in that situation, she never wanted somebody to, like, take that person out, right? She never wanted that person to get, like, put in a, you know, right, so she was just like saying, as the person that is the proverbial victim of subway, you know, of dangerous things that can, you know, happen on a subway. That's that she is not gonna endorse the solutions, the vigilante solutions that people like Ben Shapiro want. New headphones. I mean, they're they're the same headphones, right? but they're a new. I did have to replace my headphones recently. I mean, good call on that. If you notice that, you're very observant indeed. But yeah, so if anybody didn't get it, the difference is that I got some sun yesterday, and it was probably too much sun. It's not just like a nice, like I have a suntan. I got a little bit more than a suntan. Like that sun, like gave me a little like extra, right? It's extra, and it's more extra than I need. The Throne has built-in chat integration. I thought you had installed it. I should have installed it. I should be working on my term project, but I'm watching NCC and playing the new Zelda game. Oh, nice. That sounds like fun. I keep on seeing these ads for Switches that are $7. I'm pretty sure that's not actually how that works, but supposedly, according to YouTube, ads are wild, aren't they? Like, there's some deals that I just like. Talk about too good to be true. Yes, a Switch for $7. I'm sure. You can get a discounted Switch in some ways, right? But $7 is not gonna. That wouldn't cover shipping. What the heck? What about a Verse Switch? Oh, I've never tried that. YouTube ads are bizarre. Yeah, and I'm talking about not the ads that go, that you might see here. You'll see a few ads up if you're on YouTube. They're not too bad, right? The ads are bad on Twitch. The ones that I worry about are on Twitch, and the solution for that is gonna have to be a sub, right? It's gonna have to either be, if you have Amazon Prime, you can integrate that into Twitch, and you can use that to get a free sub to give it to the streamer of your choice. If that's me, that means a lot because you've only got one of those to give, right? But if you don't have Amazon Prime, it is only $5. You can pay $5, just no questions asked. Get out of the ads right now. Never have to worry about them for another month. It's like a monthly subscription. And that's one way you could do it too. Now, I understand, like, for some people, like I say, $5, like it's nothing. For me right now, actually, $5 is something. And for a lot of people too, it's too much. And I totally understand that too. I want you to stay around, even if you cannot afford to get a sub. Don't ever feel like, you're, not... Of course you're welcome, and just do your best, be an awesome chatter, contribute to the chat, contribute to the community, and you will get noticed by somebody with a really big heart that wants to get you out of that ad break, right? They can tell like if you don't have a sub, and you'll be likely chosen. The more you chat, the more likely you are to be chosen. So those are 3 ways to get out of the ad breaks, what happen at the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour, half as long as Hassan's ads, but twice as often. That's what Twitch does with me. I don't know if it's an associate thing or what. What 2 heads of White Forest Hydra are going at each other. That's true. And, I gotta say that Lance is not really typical. There's some, like Lance is one of these things that's not like the other in a good way, right? And now, not to say that I, stand by everything that Lance ever says, everything that Lance ever does. Lance has done some things that I've criticized him for. I hope it's been clear that criticism was meant in good faith, not in a unconditional condemnation of Lance for doing something that I thought was ill-advised, right? And that's mainly what my criticism of Lance going on the Tempool program is like, I think it's ill-advised. Obviously, he didn't think it was ill-advised, and he went on. I don't think that there's anything nefarious or irresponsible in what he's doing. I just think that his analysis is obviously not what my analysis is. So now we're going to give him a chance though, right? Because unbeknownst to me, there was a second half of that conversation, a second half of the conversation between Lance and Pim Tool. And Lance claims that one went pretty well. He said he got a Bud Light in his hand and he was just rocking, right? And I've seen some clips from it. I think we might have watched one of those clips on the Leftist Mafia. So that's when I became aware that there was a second half of this. And I feel bad for having analyzed Lance's debate without seeing both halves of that, what went on. Now, I'm sure that less people saw that, right? So the thing that Temple is trying to make clips out of and make content can't talk. make contact out of, turning Lance into like a wrestling heel, because that's how that works, right? Oh my god, Dragon Princess, thank you for the biddies. I like your butterfly, says Dragon Princess. Irene is beautiful. Oh my god, it's beautiful like me. Thank you so much. That's really sweet of you. That's really sweet of you to say. When he talked about being surprised by Timcast acting bad faith, seems naive to me. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, you gotta expect Timcast to be super bad faith, and also, you know, like having experience like with streamers in the White Leaf Network. I mean, you've seen bad faith up close, right? You know, so you should recognize that. But like I do hold Lance in a different regard than I do streamers like Xanderhal and Vosh, mainly for the reason that you don't see Lance punching down on marginalized people. Like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, if you've seen some things that I haven't seen. I haven't seen Lance punching down on marginalized people in the way that Xan and Vosh do, like, all the time. And I haven't seen... Hey, what's up, Clarity Echoes? So there's like a difference there, right? Between you don't have this like moral panic about woke scolds and tankies and wait, what is it? What are there? The woke scolds and tankies? Mainly it's woke scolds and tankies. Sometimes those are the same things, right? Oh my god, cat ears. Okay. So how do you like the background? This is kind of going to be a summer thing, right? Because at least during the day, right, streams are gonna have to be like, I mean, it feels good because, like, you know, I don't know, it's hot outside, maybe you're hot, maybe you've got your fan on, you're using like nature's air conditioning of an open window and trying to stay cool. I want to help you stay cool here, and I feel like the jellyfish do that. It's soothing. Yeah, it's definitely soothing for me, for sure. So it looks like YouTube chat is super excited about that. YouTube chat, if you can, give me a like. All right. It's more powerful than you think. It looks like a thumb, not very powerful. Actually, this thumb is like just incredibly powerful. It is the biggest tool, the only tool, one of the only tools you have as far as making me, your streamer, a bigger figure in content creation, getting me those guests that you want to see and those conversations that you want to hear, right? And really going places, right? If you want to make this stream more exciting, you do have the ability to do that. And every time you press that thumb, you're just piling on, and it builds up. Like one thumb, you know, might not be much, but it's all of our thumbs together, okay? And that's the real power that has on YouTube. The term woke scold makes me want to my head into a wall. They're the political versions of armchair doctors, yeah. Thumbs are extremely powerful. Yeah, and I mean, I guess I won't say that's the only thing. There's also a share button. Has anybody noticed the share button that you've got on YouTube? You've got a share button. In fact, I think you've got a share button on Twitch too. You could use that if you want to, right? You have my permission to share me in places that are appropriate. Like, don't go sharing me in a subreddit that doesn't like put, you know, videos or things like that. Like, right, if it's weird to do it, like, I'm not saying to share me in a place that's not wanting me, but if you've got a, you know, subreddit that you frequent that does share stuff like me, feel free to share me. Yes, share me. That came out weird. Did that sound weird? The vape ad was kind of... Oh, you got a vape ad? Oh my god. I mean, that's target audience, I guess. I don't know. I guess anyone out there vape? I'm not encouraging anything, okay? I'm not necessarily encouraging any sort of behavior, but I'm also not condemning any sort of behavior either. All right, that's the brave stance I'm going to take on that. My guess is that Xan's jealous of Lance because the Serfs have more listeners and followers. Well, yeah, and don't you think Xan would definitely, like he says in this video, okay, little spoiler, okay? He says that he would not normally or not normally, he would not go on Tim Pool's. Like, he doesn't think he's ready. He you know, doesn't think his debate acumen, his debate prowess is developed enough to go on Tim Pool. And it's like this, then why did you debate Lauren Southern? Lauren Southern is like 8 times smarter than Tim Pool. Like, right? That's like, it's wild. It's wild. I mean, maybe he's learned something, right? Maybe he realizes that the Lauren Southern debate was a bad deal. I think that Lance hopefully realizes that debating Lauren Southern was a bad idea. And hopefully people will not do it in the future, especially when they did it, right? Because Lauren's career was kind of dead. And like, as much as you don't think that a Xanderhal, you know, little nothing burger like Xanderhal can have much effect of getting her out of the mud and getting her moving again, or Lance or anybody else, right? It does more than you think, right? I was talking about earlier the idea of wrestling heels, right? Dylan Burns famously used the metaphor of wrestling, of kayfabe, as sort of, you know, to describe content creation, particularly like Twitch debate streaming and stuff like that. I think it actually does apply. I think it applies to a lot of stuff. I think that that is similar to the way that like content creation and personalities in content creation function, right? So Dylan was right. Dylan was right about that particular thing. And as a wrestler, you know, if you were starting a wrestling league, one of the first things that you do is, yeah, you get heroes, you'd get baby faces, they call them baby faces in the business, right? You know, the wrestlers that you are like, oh, that's a good person, they're doing the right thing, like that's a face, a baby face is what they call that, right? But they also have to have the heels. The heels are the nasty, mean wrestlers that take something out of their wrestling tights or wrestling speedos or whatever they wear. They've got the secret little foreign object there, and they're gonna beat the good guy with the secret object, and the referee is gonna turn around at just the right time, and you're like, no, referee, look, he's doing the thing, and the referee turns around and he's got it put back, right? That's the heel. That's the heel. You're supposed to hate them. A lot of times, like, you know, God, I wanted to do a video for prior to WrestleMania. We did talk to Kid Bandit, and, you know, there was a very interesting conversation. Still need to get that edited. This is there's a way in which, like, you know, wrestling themes, right? Everybody's got a theme. Like, I am the, you know, I don't know. What? Give me a wrestling theme. like the Undertaker. Somebody said Grim Reaper. Like the Undertaker, and he's supposed to be Undertaker, and he's big and intimidating and scary, and you might not survive that encounter. So, like, that's, you know, his theme. Right, but with the themes, like a lot of times the themes of the heels are like political, right? When there's like a war that the United States is involved in, a lot of times the heel that shows up during that time is going to be somebody that's rocking the colors in some way of the enemy country, right? So yeah, this is definitely a thing. Anyway, Lance is functioning, maybe unbeknownst to him, as a heel in the Tim Pool cinematic universe, right? Tim Pool's fans, they would get bored if they didn't have anybody to be a heel. Now, he's not going to run out of heels the way that some people are, right? The real time that we talk about this stuff is with, like, you know, far-right extremists that don't have many viewers at all, that are trying to expand their audience, right? That it's great. It is wonderful if you can starve them of that kind of engagement, of that kind of antagonism, because they feed off of it, right? And they don't really have the ability to reach to, like, you know, larger creators. So sometimes even if you're a small creator, like we talked about this with Ninetales, you know, the problem with Ninetales going on Cozy TV, maybe thinking that she was helping, and how that was, you know, the debate that I had with her, where I had to tell her, like, you're not helping. You're not helping. And then, you know, I don't want to talk about what happened after that, but yeah, she kind of doubled down and actually, you know, endorsed some racist sentiments that, yeah, we'll have to talk about that at one time, since I did promote her with my 2 videos of her debating Dylan. But yeah, things have changed. Things have changed. Anyway, speaking of drama, speaking of things that have changed, Lance and Xanderhal. Now, I don't think that 2 of these were actually, I don't think they were actually friends, like, ever. The first time I remember Lance and Xanderhal interacting was in a debate with a trans streamer. Xan was debating this trans streamer and was talking about, they were talking about, like, ableism and things like the R slur, right? I think that was what the debate was about. I mean, there was a bunch of different things. It was right around the time of the, you know, sex cult allegations. And it's, I don't know if they talked about that, because most people had the good sense to not, like, debate him on, you know, like somebody that the people were saying was like a victim of his, right? That's not really an appropriate debate to be having. But yeah, they talked about a whole bunch of things, and Xanderhal didn't lose the debate, but he didn't win the debate. And he held a lot of grudges against not only Lance, but actually Chud Logic. Chud Logic did the right thing and like kind of put up a kind of put up the warning tape, kind of put up the fence post and said, okay, we're not going to talk about this stuff, right? You're not going to talk about the, you know, the person that is making accusations against you right now, because that's just gross, right? Chud Logic hosted a debate between Xanderhal and Corvidae. Xanderhal never forgave Chud for that because he wanted to talk about the person. He wanted to talk about the person involved, right? And Chud at the time, very different than he is now, did not let that happen. So, you know, and then Lance, I don't know why, but I have the feeling that Xanderhal always held on to a grudge against Lance for that. Now, if you listen to him in this video, he's going to talk about how Lance is friends with people that he doesn't like. And we've heard it before, right? You've heard it before. Like being friends with Sophie from Mars, being friends with Thought Slime, being friends with Non-Compete, right? And any of the people that are on the hate list for Xanderhal and the White Leaf Network at large, right? It makes you a bad person. Like, you know, they have so many outstanding beefs with different people that I'm often surprised about. Like, you know, thinking that a beef is okay, I know the beef has been from this, right? And then somebody tells me, no, actually the beef came from way back years ago, and it was something, you know, it was something I wasn't even aware of. But yeah, they really do hold on to grudges over here. What is White Leaf? Good question. What is White Leaf? Okay, so White Leaf Network is a network of websites, streamer websites, right, that have the function of basically giving you the ability to support your streamer on their website rather than support the streamer on some platform like YouTube or Twitch. Now, I don't have one of these websites, right? We can look into it, right? But it's hard to do alone. The Vosh network has a sysadmin. Vosh has a sysadmin named White Nervosa. If you've been around for a while, you know about this sus White Nervosa, like extremely dodgy person, White Nervosa. The sysadmin for Vosh's website, you know, kind of as payment for, like, you know, keeping Vosh viable back during his big scandal, his SH scandal on Destiny's Discord, right? Like, White Nervosa was one of the people trying to cover Vosh's tracks on that, and, you know, she got caught, and it's a bad look. But yeah, as a reward, I guess, maybe, I don't know this for sure. My understanding is that as a reward, she was made sysop of Vosh's website, Vosh's chat, right? And she expanded. She was like, oh, hey, Xanderhal, Demon Mama, TGT, you know, like anybody on there in the Vosh network who wanted a website, they could just go to White Nervosa and have her do a website for them. So essentially what that does, right, is, you know, like the Twitch is a 50-50 cut, YouTube is like a 70-30 cut, but if you have a website, it's like a 99-1 cut, right? So the streamer gets almost everything that you're donating to them. So obviously it would double the streamer's income on the people that actually go to the website, right? Keffels has one of these, Demon Mama has one of these, Merrick has one of these. Like, you know, there's quite a few members of the White Leaf network, of the White Leaf family, if you will. I mean, I don't know, maybe it works at, like, I don't know how much of a family it is. It's like, you know, in the same sense that the mafia is a family, I guess, right? But that's Xanderhal is one of the beneficiaries of that. So and so is Lance. I forgot to, yeah, that's why it's so in general, if you think about it, if you've got a website from Vosh's sysadmin, how likely are you to go against the family? Are you going to go against the family? Or do you realize that just like Rose Wrist, you could get that website pulled right from out from under you, right? So there's a level of control that you know, first of all, White Nervosa, who is a very unpredictable, very capricious person, right? Very difficult to get along with, and not just, you know, from my perspective, from a lot of people's perspective, and, you know, like erratic. You don't know what she's going to do, right? She's threatened to take people's websites over, over people refusing to debate her, right? She's trying to use like her leverage as the giver, the administrator of people's websites in order to get people to debate her when they didn't want to, right? So you don't want to, you know, I mean, there's a good reason not to want to be a part of that. And then secondarily, you know, since White Nervosa is so closely connected with Vosh and with Xanderhal and with Demon Mama, you kind of got to play ball with all of these people. You might have a criticism for what they're doing. You might have a criticism for what they're saying, but in general, you're not going to make that criticism unless it's like somebody lower on the hierarchy chain in the pecking order, right? So, you know, the closer friends to Vosh and White Nervosa you are, the more maybe you can do something like what Xanderhal is doing right here, which is starting drama within the White Leaf network, right? That he might not be punished for that, right? It depends on White Nervosa. It depends on Vosh. You know, how do people react? Do people not like Xanderhal blowing up the serfs, or are people, you know, in agreement in some way? White Forest. White Leaf. Okay, so like if I can describe this correctly, yeah, I think you're right. The network, Lincoln, is called White Forest. White Leaf is White Leaf is also something, but it's all white, you know, forest kind of themed, right? It's like that's the unifying factor. White Leaf, White Forest. I think that maybe the logs are called white. Yeah, that's right. I think the logs, right, that are made from the. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. All the logs that are in anyone's chat that's on this network, right? Because she's administering mainly your website. What are you paying for? If you're paying for subscriptions, what do you get on YouTube? What do you get on Twitch, right? You get the ability to like use emotes. You get the ability to like maybe highlight something. You know, you could be in a subs only stream where only subs are allowed to talk, right? There's all these benefits, but they all have to do with chat. Your chatting experience is kind of like what you're paying for when you're subbing either on Twitch, YouTube, or if you have your own website. So with the, you know, White Forest website, they can do a lot more than YouTube or Twitch will do because they're sort of in the driver's seat. But also, right, those chat logs serve in some cases as a record for, you know, what happened, what went down, like, you know, what's the story, right? And those records have been known to be manipulated by the administrator, right? Allegedly, right? What a weird name. It's a weird place. It's a weird bunch of people. I wouldn't want to be held down by it. I will mention again, once again, that I was offered membership in the White Leaf Network by a friend of White Nervosa's, right? And I turned it down for that reason. I told this person that I didn't want to give Vosh that much like leverage over me. And they thought it was strange, right? They thought it was really strange. Like, really? You don't want to be made? No, I don't want to be in the family, right? I know how that works. I want to be able to say whatever I think and not have to worry about rustling anybody's Jimmy, least of all Vosh's, right? Which is a very rustleable Jimmy. If you know, that Jimmy rustles excessively. There's a lot of rustling, okay, is all I'm saying. Maybe the rustle of the White Leaf, I don't know. But yeah, I don't want to be subject to that rustle. Or any other. Isn't Vosh still friends with Shu Xan, at least admitted? Okay, so yeah, some people are pointing out that maybe there was like drama between Xan, Demon Mama, and Shu on Head. As far as we know, that Vosh is still somewhat okay with Shu on Head, although I have seen him criticize her over certain things. It's like having another streamer as a boss. Can you see how that would be, like, not in your interest? Can you see how that would be, like, you know, get in the way of you doing what you need to do as a streamer, of being true to yourself, being true to your audience, being authentic, being accountable, all that kind of stuff? It all falls by the wayside when you've got a streamer daddy, right? When you've got somebody to, you know, you're the subsidiary of some other, this is about TJ Mule. What? Private Huff, do you have tea for us? Because I'm edging these people a lot. They have had to wait for this. They have had to wait almost an hour, right? I'm ridiculous. Look at me here drinking my bee juice. Black Phillip is not a fan of parasocial streamer daddies. Yeah, well, I mean, it's one thing to be like a stan of somebody. It's one thing to be a chatter or be the consumer of their content and stan them, right? It's another thing altogether to be like another streamer where this is what we call an orbiter, right? Have you ever heard me talk about orbiters? Sometimes I don't take enough time to just stop, pull back and explain. Like, think about it from your perspective, being somebody that doesn't like live and breathe the internets the way that I do. What kind of juice is this? This is caffeinated and carbonated, which is exactly how I like it. But it's not soda. It's not exactly sody pop. Vosh still likes Shoe on Head, but does critique of some of her right-wing takes. Yeah. So people are saying that this has to do with DJ Mule. The whole DJ Mule brouhaha was just Xanderhal admitting that he can dish it out, but he can't take it. Being a stan is kind of gross too. Yeah, I would agree. I doubt that any of them have ever been out to do anything revolutionary. Well, yeah, I mean, like the way they treat FD Signifier is also telling. Yeah, now Destiny is going after FD Signifier. And I mean, I can't show you his content just because he's a banned streamer, right? And I'm not trying to join him in that ban. People need to start standing ideas instead of standing people. Wow, that sounds like your old NCC head, Private Huff. I saw one Vosh stream, and it felt like a waiting room. Wait, what? Really? Usually other people are the waiting room for him. I mean, that's what, when we're talking about orbiters, that's what we're talking about, right? Being an orbiter means, like, you share an audience, you share a substantial audience, and you'll sort of see that these streamers, like, don't often step on each other's toes. They'll try to avoid, for the most part, streaming at the same time because they know they've got the same audience, right? The reason that, Xanderhal's audience is as big as it is, or Demon Mamas, or any of the rest of them, is because there's no small number of Vosh fans that are there because they are Vosh's friend, right? So if you are counting on those kind of views, then you gotta kind of wait and maybe find a different streaming time. That's one aspect of it, is that you're sharing an audience. Obviously, sharing an audience also gives the bigger streamer leverage, right? If you are on the outs with that bigger streamer and they do a stream and they say, I don't like Xanderhal anymore, Xanderhal's bad, Xanderhal's going to lose a lot of views that way, right? So he is very much, I mean, you might see him disagree. I have seen Demon Mama disagree on one or two things with Vosh. I don't know if I've ever seen Xanderhal. I mean, I guess people say the shoe on head thing, right? So there might be a little divergence of opinion. But in general, there's every incentive. What I'm really talking about here is the incentive structure. And the incentive structure in this situation, especially with a website that helps you earn twice as much money as you would otherwise, compounding that, the incentive structure is not lending itself towards independence, right? This is a very opposite kind of deal as me, who can say whatever I want to. I literally never have to check in my mind, oh, is that going to reflect badly on so-and-so? Because I don't care. My introduction to Vosh was his trans rant a year and a half ago into the pandemic. Oh, no. It was amazing he wasn't canceled for it. I think we covered that. Yeah, Stepayan, I think we covered that, and that was ridiculous. This was where Vosh goes off about, like, trans people being mentally ill and stuff. It was really, yeah. It's hard to imagine, being one of the marginalized identities that he attacked in that stream and still being his stan. Like, they exist though. They exist. They will find ways to make excuses for him. I find it weird that people self-identify as being part of insert streamer Destiny Vosh community. You should have solidarity with a broad left and working class. Yeah, I mean, like that is true, right? That is true. I mean, I understand, like I'm not gonna bite the hand that feeds me here. I appreciate people that come, back to my stream time after time because they like me and they like what I have to say. But I assume it's taken for granted that if you saw me like, you know, take a payout from like Vosh and I totally like heel turned and I was like, now Vosh is good, now Xanderhal is good, right? I don't expect a lot of you would stay around, right? It's not just me that you're here for. It's, you know, who I am and what I believe in, and if that resonates with you, that's what I would hope that people would be, you know, kind of attached to, rather than just like this sort of ride or die thing that doesn't have to, you know, that doesn't care if I'm a heel or a face. I hate that there's all these people that have some good content but hate each other. Come on, I'm begging you to grow up. I mean, God, I have such complicated thoughts about that private Huff. I don't like meaningless drama. I don't like drama that's calculated. I don't like, you know, that kind of using other social media figures, you know, for content, just to have content. But at the same time, you gotta recognize that even if somebody has a lot of good takes, if what that does is function as a Trojan horse, right? In other words, the good takes are on the outside, and it embedded inside of the Trojan horse of good takes are a bunch of like misogyny, racism, you know, casual transphobia, then yeah, that's a Trojan horse and you shouldn't let it in. And you got to recognize that, like, at some basic level, if somebody doesn't have solidarity, then they are not a leftist. They are not on our team, right? Like, an injury to one is an injury to all. And when a streamer's like rhetoric targets marginalized groups, like you see with Vosh and Xanderhal, like I just can't I can't see them as an ally. And I'm not even talking about ally of a marginalized identity. I mean, like, ally of the left. I can't see them as being on the same team. I feel like they still have to wrestle with that question of which side are you on, because they haven't entirely decided. I had this conversation with Dat Katie the other night. Dat Katie, awesome streamer on Twitch, very, you know, that does a lot of debates. More. I don't always agree with Dat Katie, I guess is what I'm saying, but I felt like Dat Katie's debate against Vosh brought up some really good points that Vosh and his community are constantly ignoring. And I had a little conversation with Dat Katie. Dat Katie obviously has a similar outlook on these kind of streamers that I used to have, right? I used to handle these people with kid gloves, even when I disagreed with them. Vosh, Destiny, Xanderhal, like, I would obviously espouse viewpoints that are very different to what they espouse. But as far as talking about what was wrong with them and their viewpoints, and talking about harm that they did to marginalized groups by kind of occupying this left space and punching to the left, right? I always kept that on, you know, I kept that quiet, because I felt like being friends with them, being on friendly terms, on good terms with them, gave me access to maybe make them a little bit better, to give them an argument that they can't refuse. And I mean, you know how that turned out. That's what got me canceled. That's what got me on the outs with all of Twitch. That's what got me harassed for the better part of 2 years. And then that harassment blamed on me, right? Like, stop harassing yourself. Okay, God. Yeah, no, really toxic crap, right? Really toxic crap. And that's what happens when you stand up, when you take a stand that is in direct opposition to what some streamer daddy is doing, right? When you point out that Dylan Burns allowing a transphobe to gish gallop on his platform is bad for trans people. It shouldn't be that, it's not that profound of an observation. But even noticing that the emperor has no clothes is a crime in this system. It's almost like they've colonized the online leftist space. Yeah, you're not wrong, Lincoln Bio. Growth is uncomfortable by its very nature. Someone having good takes sometimes doesn't mean the person shouldn't ever be challenged. Exactly. And yeah, I get a very different reaction from Dat Katie when I challenge her viewpoints than I do from you know, Xan, Vosh, Dylan, or whoever. Like, these people will go to war with me, try to silence me, try to discredit me, try to attack my you know, my trustworthiness, like the idea that I'm a good person. Like, they will try to absolutely end you and silence you and chase you off the platform for just like a little bit of criticism that, you know, at the very least they could say, okay, I don't agree with you, but I see where you're coming from, right? I'll give it some thought, right? Not even that, not even that. Thank you, Peanut Butter Blondie. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. And also thank you, John T. and Deem Stars, for the re-upping your membership on YouTube. Membership has its privileges. Xanderhal came to the left, saying he wanted to be a drama streamer. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I'm new here. I don't know all of these people you're talking about, but it's clear that you are thoughtful, empathic, critical when you need to be. Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm trying to go for. And again, I don't hate anyone, all right? Please don't ever mistake, like, you know, my criticism for any of these people, even the people that I think are doing a lot of harm. Like, that's it. I think they're doing a lot of harm. I don't hate them because I don't have the luxury. As a marginalized person myself, I don't feel like I have the luxury to spend time like wallowing in the kind of hate that you're about to see from Xanderhal. That being said, let's get into it.
And accuse the clique of...
Oh god, this is his new intro. So no more throwing star hitting me in the head. That's I
Alright,
like that.
everybody. So, we're gonna do a little bit of lefty drama, okay?
We do, we love your integrity, NCC. We appreciate how principled you are. Thank you.
This is a little bit more of a segment that was spurred by questions from the chat. But I've been able to...
What's up, speaking of Dylan Burns, what's up, Dylan CIA Burns? BreadTube, bringing you back to liberal chauvinism since forever, right?
Basically accumulate some screenshots and some sources to what I have to say about this to help back up my reasoning here.
Thank you for mentioning that, Len. Yes, that's right. I need to change my now
thing. Give you guys a little bit of explanation to this, I suppose. So, for the last few days, I've noticed a lot of you guys in chat have been mentioning Lance from the Serfs. Some of you guys mention Lance positively, most of you guys mention Lance negatively if you're in my community, and when my fans were, like, you know, speak very negatively about Lance from the Serfs, people who like him in my chat typically get, like, really defensive and confused. They don't know why we don't like him here, and are confused as to why I dislike him. So, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of backstory to this, and why I dislike Lance from the Serfs, okay? A little bit of a drama segment. I don't know how long this is going to be, but, you know, it is also going to tie into some recent events that occurred as well. Anyway, so for those of you guys that don't know, for starters, like, I guess I should give you guys a little bit of background. If you aren't familiar with Thought Slime and Sophie from Mars, then I'm going to give you a little bit of lore. They're two prominent-ish progressive lefty figures who have both in the past, like, together, falsely accused me of having a sex cult where I supposedly groomed my fans into like a harem of like sex cult members, essentially.
So I mean, like, this is the original event, right? This is where it all starts, at least according to Xan. Like I said before, I think that maybe, just maybe, the beef with Lance might go back a little further than this, right? But he's basically guilting Lance by his association with Sophie from Mars and with Thought Slime, who he blames for having started a vicious, you know, campaign of dishonest lies about him, right? Now, it's complicated, right? You know, people ask me, like, what is my opinion on that? Did this guy have a sex cult? No, this guy did not have a sex cult. What he had was an inappropriate Discord server, right? What he had was some very bad practices as a content creator. Yeah, as a young content creator, I will give him that. And I will also say that it was several years ago. So I don't concentrate on that particular issue, right? I've had a chance to debate him on it. I didn't want to debate him on it. I didn't want to give him that sense of, like, I didn't want to be the you know, give him like a Trump moment, like, you know, Trump on CNN, having that CNN reporter to basically debate, like that helps Trump, right? So me going after Xanderhal over the inappropriateness of his Discord server or whatever was not anything that I was interested in doing. Plus, you put yourself in a prosecutor's role, you got to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. That is not a debate that I want to take with anybody, right? And like I said, I think it was a mistake. I think it was irresponsible. I think some people might have been hurt by that. But again, it was like 3 years ago, right? I'm not concerned with that anymore. Xanderhal is still concerned. Xanderhal is still on this stuff about Thought Slime and Sophie from Mars, and anybody that's associated with them is basically on blast, right? Is a target, is a legitimate target for Xanderhal. Peanut Butter Blondie says, I am new to your streams, but I've been following the blank orbiters for a long time. I've been a fan of Xan's, but more and more, this behavior that I'm finding is an issue. I don't like the grudge mentality. Yeah, I mean, that is that is something that you can't live with, right? I mean, I've got reasons to be mad at a lot of streamers. I've been done dirty by a lot of different people, but if I focused on that, I feel like my content would suffer, and I feel like I would suffer. So yeah, it's something that you gotta learn to move on from. I mean, Jules, I will say that he did have an inappropriate interaction through that Discord server, right? I'm going to be really careful about my language on that, though, when I say that. But I do share your concern, if that means. I hope that comes through. Yeah, whatever you call it was not good. I agree. NCC Ace Attorney. That's right. I gotta be a Phoenix Wright character. That was a masterful write there. Hate makes you age faster and worse. That's why. Oh, nice. Clarity Echoes. Yeah. Hate's not something you want to like sit and wallow in. Peanut Butter Blondie. I'm not sure what you were saying no about. Check over here on YouTube here. I guess for me, it's the taking sides aspects. Like somebody blocks you if you follow someone else, etc. I mean, that is kind of what Xanderhal's showing. And I try not to do that, right? There are streamers that I will never work with again, all right? And I'm not going to talk about them. I'm not going to wallow in the drama or anything like that, right? But they're people that through experience, I have learned not to trust, not to work with. However, if I see somebody following them or I see somebody, being friends with them, like, unless I feel like that person's in danger through their interaction with that person, I'm definitely not going to police anybody's follows or friendships or judge anybody by association, right? There's every chance that person might have had a different experience than I had with the person. And so, I don't, yeah. I agree. I said no when you asked if he had a harem. Oh my God, I should have been paying more attention to chat. I was just confused. Thank you for clearing that up though, Peter. But Peanut Butter Blondie, I can speak. I follow a few I don't like, but I'm just nosy. Like when I see their names in stream titles. Thought Slime's exact tweet didn't actually mention Xan. Oh yeah, that's right. It was a subtweet. I forgot about that. There's a very specific reason. I emphasize that YouTubers should not date their fans, but I do not think we would arrive at the sex cult portion of the danger quite so quickly. Yeah, I mean, if there was anything that Thought Slime was guilty of, it was like kind of like this was breaking news, right? And maybe that characterization of it was an overreach, but the first part of that tweet by Thought Slime is on point. Definitely emphasize that YouTubers should not date their fans, right? That's a huge, conflict of interest there. That's like a power differential. I mean, there's so many reasons like that should be kind of an obvious no-no, and it's not. It's not.
Like that was essentially the accusation, right? And
yeah, so Jules is pointing out that the Discord server was called the harem at some point, right?
Sophie from Mars and Thought Slime both claimed this, and they have to this day both doubled, tripled, and even quadrupled down on this, mass blocking anybody who asked them to take it back or apologize. So yeah, it's really It really is just
Is this live? Yes, because I'm reading your comment. So yes, it's live.
kind of disgusting behavior on their part. Lance is, of course, friends with both of these people. Pretty good friends, in fact. And not only that, another name that I'm sure plenty of you who've been watching me recently may be familiar with is iIluminaughtii. iIluminaughtii, the particular iIluminaughtii, the content creator who's currently gotten into a bunch of drama. Lance is good friends with her, and she recently did a not too dissimilar thing to what Thought Slime and Sophie from Mars did to me to another content creator called The Click. We actually covered this entire expansive drama involving iIluminaughtii. She is objectively at every point of this drama in the wrong. Like, she is just very evidently, like, going after people maliciously, lying, and it's very transparent. Oh, here we go, lol. Oh, no. Aiden, Blade. We've got either a Lance or an iIluminaughtii or both simp in the chat.
Now listen, if one of you in chat right now typed, "Here we go, lol," I wouldn't even make the assumption that you're like, "Oh my god, is she going after Xanderhal?" Like, I wouldn't notice. How does he know that "here we go, lol" is like, am I just imperceptive? Am I just overly literal in my comprehension of what people say in chat? What's up, Revolver Ostathot and Adadak, yes, and Sarah wants a cookie. Welcome, everybody. I didn't say hi. I usually say hi to everyone at the beginning of stream. Hi to everyone. Hi to everyone. There's a lot of you today, so I'm not going to edge you any longer with the content. But yeah, we're watching, if you're just joining us, we're watching Xanderhal go after Lance. And it seems like a grudge that he's been nursing for quite some time. He's never really been this out in the open with it, but he's chosen the occasion of Temple, and now he's talking about iIluminaughtii, right? So Lance is, I don't know how much Lance is like friends with the iIluminaughtii. Lance is on a podcast with the iIluminaughtii. I don't even know if iIluminaughtii is still on that podcast, though. She hasn't been on there for a few weeks. So, but like, you know, for somebody who doesn't want to be held to accountable, this guy sure has a lot of, you know, gall to like guilt people by association, right? Like what's the issue with Lance? He's friends with Thought Slime. He's friends with Sophie from Mars, right? These are bad people, and you should know not to be friends with them. Isn't this usually what the debate bros complain about? The cancel culture? I don't know how he's seeing this as different. No, he's just oversensitive and insecure and victim mindset. Oh, okay. Oh, Revolver also thought, thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's 2 months now for you. Enough foreplay. Let's go. Yeah, I know. You're right. You're right. iIluminaughtii is taking a break because of the click thing. Understandable. But I mean, like the point I'm making is that like all he's got so far for Lance is guilt by association. Now he's going to try to augment that shade by going after Lance for the Tim Pool thing. And, you know, you might think I'd be inclined to agree, given that I didn't think that Lance going on Tim Pool was a good idea. However, when I'm looking at this, I feel like I'm seeing a lot of motivated logic. I'm seeing Xanderhal criticize Lance for things that debate bozos do every day, all the time. Things that he's done, things that Vosh does, things that he's totally tolerant of when they come from somebody else. I think the real crime that Lance committed was like being friends with some people that Xanderhal does not like. Hopefully Blair does some self-reflection. Debate bros have many standards meant for people who aren't. Yeah, you're right, Phoenix Rising. You got it. You got it. That is a good meme, Taco Cat. Dominic, you're right. The Leftist Mafia is having a weekly guest. That's what I've been noticing. So, like, I mean, if I were to guess, I would say it seems like it's up in the air as far as where the Leftist Mafia will come down, whether it makes sense to include Blair, you know, going forward, and also don't necessarily assume if they don't that is like a you know, that's you know, them taking sides or disapproving. Like sometimes people just go in different directions, but the point is though that Xanderhal's making an argument for guilt by association, in a situation where I don't think the association is as strong as he seems to think it is. I mean, I guess Lance did do a video defending iIluminaughtii, but that was it. I could be wrong about this. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was before the Clicks video came out. So if that makes any sense. I've been wondering about how the leftist mafia handles this. Her absence is noticeable. Yeah, I mean, like, it's tough for them, and I don't want to put too much attention on them. I know it's a difficult decision, and, you know, I'll respect them either way. Do you hold grudges against transphobes? If so, would you criticize somebody for being friends with a transphobe? Wait, like a specific transphobes, or like, what do you mean?
Chat. Oof. Rough. It'll be fun to see you coping in the chat, though. Anyway, iIluminauttii's basically gotten blown the fuck out because the Click ended up responding to her video where she tried to deflect the drama she was going through for attacking Legal Eagle falsely onto the Click and accused the Click of a bunch of really bad shit. The Click responded, disproving all of this, and then actually proved that iIluminaughtii is literally Creepshow Art 2.0. She has like an alt account that she was using to like third person post about herself.
I feel like proof is overstating it. There was, you know, evidence, but it wasn't the evidence that I want to see as far as like I said, if I was to go after Xanderhal in that situation where I was offered, you know, to basically play prosecuting attorney and I turned it down, I would have to prove Xanderhal guilty beyond a shadow of a reasonable doubt, right? That was one argument I didn't want to take. Xanderhal, you're in the same boat when you're making these allegations against iIluminaughtii, right? The things that we'd want to see from a situation where the receipts are screenshots, I would like to see you roll those screenshots, right? It's very easy to do. Many people do this. Take video of yourself rolling through the screenshots so that we can know that, you know, they're for real and they're not photoshopped in any way. And also hover over the name. At the very least, you got to hover over the name of the person involved, right? Because otherwise you don't know, like, it right now. Oh God, I don't want to tell people this because then somebody will do it, right? But basically, you can put any avatar you want into Discord, and you can change your name to whatever you want. Now, Discord is changing this. They are eventually going to have unique names, unique usernames, maybe for this reason, maybe to solve this problem. But like, that's the thing, is that the slam dunk evidence, right? The 100% sure evidence was noticeably missing from the Click's video. There could be reasons for that. That doesn't mean that the Click is being dishonest. That doesn't mean that Oz Media is being dishonest. I'm agnostic about this stuff, right? As far as what's going on with the second half of that. And I've talked about the iIluminaughtii stuff enough already, so.
Talking about the drama.
Did I watch the I'm Wonder? Yeah, I watched Wonder's video too.
She had she was doing like stalking and paying people to like stalk his like social media and stuff. It was really
I get what you're saying, Lincoln, but there's various charges that were made against iIluminaughtii. Some of them I think are pretty obvious, like right the plagiarism thing, you know, was like she admitted, she apologized for that, and I would say that, you know, her own actions in terms of what H Bomber guy pointed out are problematic. And the whole situation with Wonder, you know, I have a huge problem with a boss having that much control over an employee's life, right? But there were more accusations than that, and the ones I'm talking about, and specifically, were the smearing, the alleged smearing that went on Reddit and Twitter, right? I would have liked to see a little bit stronger evidence for that.
Weird. She is a massive fucking weirdo, and the Serfs, Lance, made a video to defend her. And I believe the exact name of the video was iIluminaughtii makes her response, and her receipts are wild, or some shit like that. They do a podcast together, so Lance is basically blindly defending her on everything here, and has also continued his friendship with Sophie from Mars and Thought Slime. So I think it's I think it's understandable why I take issue on a more.
It's not. I swear to God, if somebody can find me this clip, I feel like I've heard I've heard Xan complain about guilt by association. That's what you got there. Continuing his friendship with Sophie from Mars. So what, he liked a Sophie from Mars tweet? He retweeted Thought Slime. What is your evidence? I don't think I've even seen Lance on Thought Slime for a hot minute. She messed up, but it's not she's not abusive. People are blowing this out of proportion. Yeah, I'm trying to take each of these charges, each of these accusations, like separately, and like you know, watch my video if you want to see it. I've covered both iIluminaughtii's response and Click's response to iIluminaughtii's response, and there was some stuff that I just could not make a call on. I was like, I don't know, looks bad if true, but like I need a little, because you all remember when Shark came in here and had that conflict with Bad Empanada, and people were showing screenshots that were faked. They were showing they were screenshots from Twitter, and it's like, oh my god, did so and so say that? And it turned out no, that was a fake screenshot that somebody doctored that, right? That's why we like to see the scroll, right? I know it's a lot to ask. I know that when you're keeping receipts, you don't always have time. That's why I'm saying I'm not saying this to say that anybody's been dishonest, right? Because I don't know that either. But I got to be agnostic about something like that, because I have seen people fake screenshots, like in the Shark Bad Empanada case, and I don't want to jump to conclusions based on that alone. But yeah, that being said, like Lincoln said, the testimony of others about a lot of different things, including the situation that Wonder was put in, you know, was concerning. But yeah, I mean, you see how easily people jump to like she's Creepshow Art 2.0. See how easily that happens? Would that happen if iIluminaughtii was a guy? I don't know. I think it's a legitimate question. I heard iIluminaughtii. What? Does anybody else have evidence on this? iIluminaughtii. God, can I say this on stream? I'm trying to be sponsor friendly. I'm trying to be family friendly. Not confirmed exactly, Lampha. Exactly. Not confirmed, but worth keeping in mind that X did something really bad. Yeah, I don't know about that, Steve. If anybody else has information about that, I haven't heard that one though. Like transphobia to drama are different things. There are instances when drama things probably should make you reconsider those friendships, but these are apples to wrenches. Oh yeah, true. Category error. Ha, nice. Bring in the philosophy tube. Like a transphobic YouTuber. So somebody who is friends with a transphobic YouTuber. And also, like, are we talking about somebody like Shoe on Head, right? That's one form of transphobia. Sargon of Akkad, that's another form of transphobia. I think I'd have to take it on a case-by-case basis, right? As far as guilt by association. And also you have to kind of like realize that not everybody knows everything about everybody else. And if there's something really concerning about somebody where you think like you shouldn't be friends with this person, maybe bring it up with them in private. iIluminaughtii unalive the dinosaurs. Yeah, there's some wild stuff. What is this clique mentality that people like Xan have? It's not just a clique mentality, okay? Understand. We're talking about there being kind of a business relationship underlying all this, right? I said this before, if you're just joining us, we're talking about Xan going after Lance. The notable thing about this is they are both clients of White Nervosa. They are both members of White Forest. Is that right, Lincoln? White Forest is what it's called. The network, right, of websites, of streamer websites that is serviced by Vosh's sysadmin, right? Now, as you can imagine, having a website administered by Vosh's sysadmin might put you in a little bit of a bind. Might put you might give you know, first of all, White Nervosa, since she's the, you know, sysadmin, and secondly Vosh, because of their, you know, sort of business relationship there, and there may be any sort of personal relationship that they have, might sort of put you in a bad spot as far as those people being able to have some sway over you based on being able to take away your website, which is very valuable. It can effectively double a streamer's income, right? So that website's really valuable. So it's not just a click, right? There is kind of a business relationship underlying it. That being said, we're talking about Xan and the Serfs, who both have these websites. It's a little bit weird to see these people going at each other like this. We usually don't see inter-Whiteleaf drama. In fact, I can't think of another time where this big of a disagreement, this big of a beef, this big of a drama has erupted by between two members of the network. So that's what's kind of weird about it. I think Polly said that Lance will probably leave White Forest, maybe RBJ too, since Riverboat Jack, since your discoverability goes way down and you can't use a VPN to hide your... Oh, right. I forgot about that. Yeah, I guess you... well, I mean, like, they probably do that to make sure that they're not getting, like, harassment and you know, like, bad people showing up on there. But, yeah, that also means that somebody that I said before is very... I regard as very erratic, very dangerous. Now has your IP if you go on any of those websites, right? Not to say that she'd do anything to like a chat or anything, but as a streamer, you know, you're a little bit more concerned. I watched Blair's videos for years. I have never heard of the click before. Why should I not believe Blair? I mean, I'm not asking you to believe anybody, Kirsa. White Forest is the website. I think you're right. They call themselves White Leaf. Yeah, there's something called White Leaf. I've never heard... Yeah, that's the thing, okay? I will say this about Lance. I know Lance. We're not, like, good friends or anything like that. But in general, he does not want drama. I've never seen him try to create drama. You know, to a fault, right? To a fault. I've seen times when maybe he could have jumped in. He could have helped somebody that was, you know, supposed to be his friend, and he didn't. But, you know, the takeaway being that if Lance errs on any side, it's on the side of not being part of drama. He is about the content. He is about the community. He is not so much about the drama. Xanderhal actually... actually used to be part of the alt-right when he was younger. Not exactly, but yeah, he was definitely a fan of like anti-SJW kind of videos, right? And he did a video about that, talking about getting pulled down the right-wing rabbit hole. But by his own, you know, words, he doesn't say he ever identified with any, you know, reactionary stuff. Just kind of like anti-feminist, anti-SJW, cringe, SJW cringe videos, that kind of thing. The Click is not a drama creator. True. Yeah, he used to be called Pig Puncher. True.
Personal level in that way.
Lance doesn't seem malicious, if that makes sense. Like, he seems more like he thought that Temple would open up more, as he does with right-wingers, and be more fun, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, like I said, my problem with Lance over the Temple thing is a question of strategy, not a question of intent. I don't doubt Lance's intent.
On top of that, from what I can tell, like, my understanding of why he said he doesn't like me, because way back in the day, people, like, brought me up in his chat or something like that, and he said, I don't like Xanderhal. And and that's how I learned that, like, Lance doesn't like me, because I assumed that he was chill with me up until then. But apparently, the reason he gave for why he didn't like me...
Okay, so this is interesting. This is new information. So, what Zan's talking about is kind of a common practice with Bosch fans, with Demon Mama fans, with Xan fans, with debate fans in general. They will go into other people's chats and, like, ask you how you feel about their favorite creator, right? And they're judging you. They're deciding, do they want to stay? Do they want to hang out? Is this a cool place, right? Because if the person says, I do not like Lance, or sorry, I do not like Xan, then, you know, Xan's fan that's asking is probably going to leave there, right? Or yeah, I mean, like, it could also be, I mean, it's not necessarily what's happening, But that does happen a lot. People felt me out for the Vosh network, right? People would come in here. How do you feel about Vosh? How do you feel about Demon Mama? At the time, like I said, I was handling streamers like this with kid gloves, right? I wasn't in agreement with a lot of what they said, with a lot of what they did, but I thought that it was more useful to be friendly with them and to be able to maybe talk them out of some of their worst viewpoints. Obviously, now I regard that as kind of a naive view of things. Like, people who hate each other, it's so many fabrications and exaggerations that you have to keep on shaking your head no.
Is he claimed that I dead named Blair White. And
calling himself Pig Puncher until he realized that it would make the cops think less of him. Yeah, he had to do the thing to call the local authorities to try to say that he might be swatted or something like that after some farmers went after him. And that was when he realized that the name Pig Puncher, because he had to tell the cops what his name was. And imagine telling cops that your name is Pig Puncher. They get weird. Now, his name didn't mean that, right? Like, my understanding of the meaning of Pig Puncher is that it is because he plays Minecraft. And in Minecraft, one of the things you can do is punch a pig, right? That's why he named himself Pig Puncher. It wasn't any sort of, like, it wasn't any kind of ACAB statement there. Their version of purity testing, they rail again, asking randos about, that they love to do this. I've seen it. I've had it happen to me, where they come in and they want to know what you think about so-and-so. They get weird anytime their streamer gets, even if you're like non-committal, they're a little sus of you. I hate when political YouTubers who criticize public figures 24/7, but when drama happens in their own circles, they choose to stay silent and get into the fray. Wait, like who, Steve?
And that just didn't happen.
Like Lance?
I don't even know what that's coming from. Like, I don't even know Blair White's dead name. I don't even know.
Oh, wait. Interesting.
Yeah,
interesting. Okay, so that's why that was the
because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Buck Smelanoma, thank you for invading my YouTube chat. Right, thank you. So this is interesting, right? We just got something that I did not know about. This is Xan saying that Lance was asked, and Lance said, I don't really like Xanderhal. What was the reason? The reason was about him saying Blair White's dead name on stream. Now, I know for a fact, in fact, I'm pretty sure, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that didn't happen, but it could have happened, right? Xanderhal was doing research on Blair White, and he came across a name, and he didn't know what it was, so he said it out loud. And I don't want to speak wrong, because like we're getting into the territory of legal culpability, and I don't want to defame anybody here, right? I'm not trying to do that. So I'm letting you know that I don't have 100% confidence. But my understanding is that he thought that this name, he had reason to believe that this name might be Blair's dead name, and he went ahead and said it. My understanding is that as it turned out, it wasn't actually Blair's dead name, right? It was something else. But you would want a creator who a big part of his platform is not claiming to be a trans ally, because as Xanderhal always reminds us, he doesn't consider himself an ally. He thinks allies are cringe, right? But somebody that does a lot of content on trans rights, you would expect maybe them to be a little bit better at that, and not run into that situation where you could unwittingly expose somebody's dead name, right? So there's reason to be upset with Xan over that, but it wasn't what Xan just said. Now, understand, right? Lance may not have said Xan said Blair's dead name. Lance may have understood the facts and just had a problem with the kind of irresponsible nature of that. This is why, in general, right? I'm not saying that you can't talk about these people, right? But if you are talking about like a pick-me, a right-winger from a marginalized group that criticizes their own group, right? And you're like, you know, like a cis person creating a trans creator, be careful. Be careful, because that is like that's a very common trap for you to do a transphobia yourself, and maybe even with good intent, maybe even in the course of going after this bad person, right? You end up saying something transphobic. I would stay away from it, right? I try to myself. The trans community can deal with Blair White, right? Why is being an ally crunch? He might talk about it here. He might actually talk. A pick-me is like somebody that is like, you know, if you're a trans person and you're like, I'm trans, but I don't think that I feel like you should be able to call me whatever pronouns you want to. If you call me he, him, that's your right to do. It's perfectly acceptable. That's perfectly fine. I don't like all the woke skill, right? It's like a trans person that's like very useful to transphobes, right? A trans person that's saying the same thing as transphobes, or substitute any marginalized identity. That's essentially what a pick-me is. Look at just Pearly Things, for instance, right? There's a great example. There's Blair White, just Pearly Things. I think you're right about those details, but there's no way Lance would hate someone over that. Lance doesn't generally hate people, right? He might work with somebody, he might not work with somebody, but I haven't seen a lot of hate from Lance. Did you get my comment about Lance and Kyle Kalinske? No, I didn't see that.
Happened. So like, I guess a made-up thing that he heard on Twitter about me?
Yeah, Ada Decay, or Adadak, I don't know, whichever you like being called. If you're researching someone on stream, then keep the screen out of public view. I think he had the screen out of public view. I think it's just that he said this name. And like to a lot of people, it might have sounded like, you know, you just dead named Blair White. And obviously Blair White's like not a good person. Blair White does a lot of harm. But, you know, if you care about trans rights, then dead naming a trans person, whether it be Blair White or Kelly Cadigan or anybody, is not a good thing, right?
That he believed, I suppose. But yeah, and apparently, when he really started speaking out against me was when I had my debate with Lauren Southern, which I admit I could have done better on, especially in the end half of the debate. Here's the thing, though. Lance shit-talked me really...
Can anybody confirm this? I've never seen this. Did Lance go after Xanderhal for Lauren Southern? Yeah, kind of like that. I'm eating noodles and broccoli and tofu.
Hardcore for my debate with Lauren Southern.
But it's kind of like lo mein.
But then months later, he ended up debating Lauren Southern. And the unambiguous unanimous consensus is that the Serfs did so much worse than I did.
Okay, I will disagree with that. That is not the consensus. Xan did phenomenally bad. Xan set himself up to lose, right? The conditions of Xanderhal's debate with Lauren Southern was going after a children's book that Lauren Southern had written. And yeah, you kind of know, like we all know, if Lauren Southern writes a children's book, it's going to be horrible. It's going to be her, like, you know, kind of, you know, grooming children towards racism, right? It's going to be bad, right? So no argument there, right? But this was a forthcoming book. She hadn't put it out. I think there might have been some pages or something like that. Lauren Southern was able to destroy Xanderhal in that debate by calling him bad faith for arguing with her about a book that hadn't come out, right? And as bad faith as Lauren Southern is, and as much as we all know that the book is going to be bad, right? That doesn't put you in a good place in a debate. Also, yeah, the problem, you know, that Lauren Southern wasn't doing anything at the time. Lauren Southern had been taking a huge break. She had a inertia, right? She wasn't going anywhere. Having a heel like Xanderhal, having this little, you know, like I'm sure the person that her audience regarded as a little punk come up and make criticisms of a book that hadn't even come out was great for her to be able to present herself fighting a heel. Oh my God, Peanut Butter Blondie, thank you for this tier 1 subscription. and just maybe just in time for the ad break. I don't even know when those are going on. Xan never read the book. Yeah, he never read the book. Anyway, there's not consensus that Lance did worse, right? I will give my opinion that I don't think either of those debates were well advised. I don't think that either of those streamers should have been debating Lauren Southern, right? But like, I also I massively disagree with what Xan just claimed there. Also, I really want to know, did Lance actually criticize Xanderhal for debating Lauren Southern? Because that does seem like a strange thing for Lance to do. It does seem like maybe there, would be a little hypocritical, but again, I can't speak to whether this happened or not. I don't know. I don't know if this is real. So Xan thinks Lance not liking his content means that Lance is mean and evil. That's why he doesn't like Lance. Xan just sounds like a jealous guy. Yeah, there's like a lot of this. There's like it's hard, right? Because on one level, he said Sophie from Mars and Thought Slime, you're friends with them, they're bad people. All right, boom, gone. Right, on another level, he just talked about like, Lance said he didn't like me because of almost saying Blair White's dead name. Right, and then we've got a third. Lance criticized me over the Lauren Southern debate, and then went on to debate Lauren Southern himself. Xan and the Serfs were both incompetent against Lauren Southern. Yeah, and it was just a bad idea to debate her, especially then, right? You're giving her something that's more valuable to her than it is to you. It's just a bad idea.
Like, Lance got fucking steamrolled in that debate, and it was a point of shame for him for a while. Like, it was bad, dude. And so I think he probably has a fair amount of resentment that, like, he like, jumped on me for doing, like, meh in my debate with Lauren Southern, but then did really bad in his debate with Lauren Southern himself right after. Anyway, now here's the thing. On top of that, I honestly...
But you're saying Dominic, you're saying he absolutely did, but I think he was right to do so. Wait, he did criticize Xanderhal for Xan's debate with Lauren Southern. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's not right. I'm just saying, like, that considering that he did something similar, it would have been a weird thing to criticize Xander for. But Dominic, you've seen that? We got that confirmed? Because I don't remember that. I guess I wasn't really paying much attention to Lance at the time. Ironic that Xan's video is being played on Mother's Day since... Oh no, oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Well, yeah, let's not talk about anybody's personal life. I don't remember anything about Lance's, but... Oh, you're right. Okay, so Elle's pointing out that in the debate with Lauren Southern, they did a little exchange, right, where Xan asked Lauren Southern to say trans rights, and Lauren said trans right, like mockingly said trans rights. And then what was it that? Yeah, Lauren Southern got Xan to say white rights in exchange. So
I honestly don't even think Lance
is
that good of an advocate for the ideas that he advocates for, right? Like, I think he's just kind of bad at debating. And
first he's saying it was months after, now he's saying it was right after.
He's bad at...
Definitely a small inconsistency there. Better to be forgettable than to be remembered for that. Oh my god,
Speaking about these issues, he's had some bangers, I'll admit. His Twitter posts from time to time can be bangers, but like, he can miss hard. Apparently he had a debate with Tim Pool on his show recently, which is just, why, Lance, would you ever do this? Why would you ever go on Tim Pool's show? I wouldn't even go on Tim Pool's show. I don't feel confident enough.
It was a few months after. Well, listen, Lance isn't here to speak on his behalf, so I'm not gonna touch that any further, right? I don't know. Chat says that there was some criticism of Xan, I guess, by Lance, but Lance might have a reason. Like, he might have a distinction between, like, he might not be mad at Xanderhal for debating Lauren Southern. He might have a specific criticism. So since he's not here to speak for himself, I'm not going to say any further. Lance, you're welcome to come on if you want to fill in that gap.
Have to be in the situation that Tim Pool puts his guests in for those debates, where he has like access to all of the resources he could need for bringing up anecdotes for his.
Xanderhal, have you ever criticized Vosh for this? Vosh has done several Tim Pool debates and also debated Charlie Kirk on Tim Pool, right? Like, the reason we know this, the reason we know what a bad situation a Tim Pool debate is to go into. Now, so if you don't know, there's a special, if you debate Tim Pool, and I don't know if this is like a recent practice or when he started this practice, but for a long time, if you debate Tim Pool, you're not going to Discord him. You're not going to Zoom him. You're not going to whereby him. You're not going to send your image over the country where you're sitting comfortably at home, able to, you know, get on your laptop or look at your, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to be in a situation where you are in Tim Pool's home, right? And he lords that over you. He, like, psychologically, like, gets you with the fact that you are a guest in his house. Not only are you a guest in his house, but the debate itself is set up with, like, 4 Tim Pool, I'd call them like an entourage, right? People that have done a lot of content with Tim Pool. It's Tim Pool and the gang. It's Tim Pool and the, you know, and his boys, right? And it's not a one-on-one fight. Now, they will, in the very beginning, be very careful not to dogpile you and be like, oh, I'm sorry, like, let's just, like, you'll have, like, one-on-one interactions with Tim Pool or with one of the guests, but generally the guests will not jump in. If there is ever a situation, especially where Tim Pool himself is in danger of looking bad in a debate against you, that's when the dogpile happens. If you ever start to make a good point, that's when the dogpile happens, right? So the dogpile is there. It's not constantly used, but it is, like, always there just in case just in case he needs it, right? So you can't win. That's the conditions, right? He won't necessarily dogpile you, but if he needs to dogpile you, he will. And yeah, it's you know, even psychologically being there in a room with 5 chuds who all disagree with you and nobody on your side, that's a pretty tough thing to do. James from the internet told us, if you make him mad, you'll be stuck in the middle of nowhere. Possibly, Gomez, possibly. Yeah, because he's paying for your hotel, you know, because you're having to travel across the country. I don't know if he pays for your plane ticket, maybe. But yeah, like, there's a lot that is, there's a lot that is, he has a lot of leverage over you, I think, is the point that Gomez is making. You have to go there. Yeah, you're right, Gomez. It's true that he'll stick you with no ride. I mean, he does give you a ride out to his place, and I assume that if you made him mad, maybe you wouldn't get a ride back. And you don't know that. You don't know that, right? It's who hates Lance? Xan hates Lance. Tim desperately reaching under the desk to hit the button, which makes... Oh, there is something like that. Yeah. There is something like... He does have a button. I think you're right, Private Huff. I've heard of this, right? Vosh and Charlie Kirk bonded over both not supporting reparations. Oh my god. The centrist squad. Vosh said he no longer thought Tim was a grifter after the first debate. Offing... Okay. Yeah. Lance shouldn't have done that debate, but it was about a current issue that Southern's stuff was getting traction on. Xan's was, yeah, just letting her get back on the circuit, letting her cut her teeth on him, as it were. Wait, Crowder? Oh, it's Crowder. Did I get that mixed up? That's not Tim. I'm sorry. When you said it, like, I remembered something. But yeah, Private Huff says that is Steven Crowder, not Tim Pool. I noticed that a lot in Bender's debate. You could see Bender's exasperation. It wears on you. I don't understand why libs or left people keep going to Tim Pool's compound to talk. Yeah, they all have guns. Yo, he was cleaning the gun, according to Matt Bender. All right, so allegedly, for any lawyers that might be watching the stream, Tim was cleaning his gun while Matt Bender was there, right? So I mean, like, that's a little bit just a little bit intimidating. James from the internet used to work with him a long time ago, so I believe James. Oh, maybe at Vice. Was it Vice that? Didn't he work at BuzzFeed or something? I know he worked at Vice.
Points and everything, and you don't have anything. You just have to, like, argue with what you got right there off the cuff, you know? Like, I'm not even confident enough in my skills as a debater to think I'm good enough to do that, you know? I feel like that would be presumptuous of me. But he recently debated Tim Pool, and apparently he did okay in some segments of it, and to be fair, I am going to show a clip of him doing okay. But first we're going to look at the clips that make up a large proportion of this debate. So Heem actually did a thread about, like, his live viewing of this debate, and I'm going to read it to you guys and show you the clips that he took out and showed. I don't know if this is relevant to your point, but Vosh said Lance did really well. Xan, personally, I didn't feel that way at all. I will say that Vosh seems to have a soft spot for Lance that's probably not going to last very long after this video probably stirs up drama, because, like, Lance is, like, very defensive and friends with people who, like, have actively gone after Vosh and I and a bunch of other of our friends.
So here's what he's saying. I'm going to turn Vosh against Lance. I'm better friends with Vosh, and I know some dirt on Lance, right? I know some stuff that I can tell Vosh about who Lance is friends with that's going to make Vosh change his mind. So this is like an announcement of, like, this is the funny thing about Xanderhal. Do you remember when he said he was going to infiltrate the drama community? There's this drama community out there, and I feel like a lot of them, they're not very political, but when they are political, they're kind of right-wing. And what I'm going to do, is that big brain here, I'm going to infiltrate them. I'm going to sneak into their midst and just be, like, all cool and be a drama streamer. And then I'm going to turn them all. I'm going to bread pill them all. And I'm going to turn them into leftists, right? And it's like, oh my God, dude, you don't, like, announce that, but he did. And the drama community just, like, used him and abused him, right? They like, cleaned the floor with him and threw him in the mop bucket. You know what I mean? They just, like, yeah, they had their, he gave the, like, this is what drama streamers do, right? You gave them something to use against you and they used it against you, right? So yeah, very, very smart strategy there from Xanderhal to announce that you're going to infiltrate the drama community. Like, give them a heads up ahead of, you know, like, right, that's what you're doing. But right here, it sounds like this is like, heads up, I am going to create drama between Lance and Vosh. All right, well, thanks for telling us, I guess. I don't know. Can somebody tell me who Lance is? Lance is the face, the online face of the Serfs, right? There's more people in the production of the Serfs, right? But Lance is the guy that you will see on stream most of the time, right? So, as he says, he is one half of the Serfs. Yeah, part of the leftist mafia. Good point, Peanut Butter Blondie. Hey, what's up, Coffin Punk? Good to see you.
In some of the most disgusting ways possible. So yeah, I have a feeling that won't last very long. Anyway,
I have a feeling.
Heem made
Xander's like, nice relationship with Vosh you have. Shame if anything were to happen to it.
This thread. I'm genuinely cheering for him tonight, but the New York subway guy is a tough topic. Good job of pivoting to gun ownership and overrepresentation of mass shootings in the US. Oh no.
Yeah, like, look, I used to know Heem. I have not talked to Heem in a long time, so I'm not going to talk about Heem that much. I'm just hearing this from Xanderhal. That's what Heem said. I'm a little bit like, that's a tough topic, right? If it was tough for Lance to deal with, it's only because it was, like, breaking news. And like I said, Tim has a lot better access to information there on his show than you do. But as far as it being a tough topic, as in, like, you know, you're in a bad place optically, that concerns me that anyone would say that, right?
Tim just trapped Lance into this weird...
Like, that's a bad argument to have to take up, that people shouldn't be, like, unalived on the subway for being, you know, homeless and in a bad place in public. Yeah.
Qualification between 13,000 late-term abortions versus 13,000 gun deaths. Oh, hell. Lance just said women should have full ability to abort a baby.
Lance has definitely got a heads up, yeah.
fully a healthy fetus at 9 months. Why bite this bullet? Tim's talking points are so fleshed out. Lance should have known. Holy shit, Lance just accidentally said he's not okay with a pregnant woman doing meth because she's intentionally killing the child. Tim's smirk says it all. Oh, Lance, no.
Moment after the child is outside of the birth canal,
Sure.
that they are now endowed with human rights.
Yes.
However, when they are inside of the mother, literally anything you do to them is acceptable because they're inside of the mother.
Oh, no, I don't think anything is acceptable, but I think the mother should still have the choice, ultimate authority over what happens to her body.
But there's a child inside of her body.
Hold on.
Not
What
her.
about
Yes.
meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, I've gone over Lance's debate with Tim Pool, and there were indeed some things wrong with it. And I had a problem with a few things, including this little bit here. Now, notice, right? Notice where Lance... My big problem is as far as terminology, as far as the language that Lance is accepting, right? And framing, the framing that follows from that language, right? You notice how Lance is... They're talking and they're saying the mother, and they're saying the baby, right? Now, this is Tim's framing. This is Tim's language. When you're talking about the fetus, you're going to say the baby. And when you're talking about the pregnant person, you're going to say the mother. And some people would say, okay, no comment, chick. Okay, we get it. You don't have to be a woman to have a baby, right? And like saying pregnant person is more inclusive. That granted. But you're talking to Tim Pool. He doesn't care about that. And if you're having a debate with him, go ahead and accept his terms. It doesn't matter. Wrong for two reasons, all right? It does matter. It does matter. And there's no reason you should be ceding ground to them. And as much as they're going to look at you funny, they are. When you say the pregnant person, oh, pregnant people. Yeah, let them fucking do that, right? You need to check in with yourself, right? When you're having these debates with them. Because Lance didn't just accept the terminology like mother over pregnant person, right? Lance also accepted the terminology of, you know, like we're talking about now, the mother and the baby, right? If you check in with yourself when he says the mother and you think to yourself, actually, we're talking about a pregnant person, not necessarily a mother here, right? And if you remember to do that, maybe you'll also remember that this debate in particular it's very important the language that you use. It's very important that you not accept Tim Pool's language on that discussion. And you can see kind of where it led, right? You can see how it changes even how you're thinking of the discussion, right? Let alone how anybody is, Anna Kasparian. I talked to Kid Bandit, that's true, yeah. I haven't seen that yet, Harley. I'll have to catch up with that. I've been a little busy. I got totally busy during the most busy wrestling month of the year. So unfortunately, didn't get to do a lot of that stuff, including put out that Kid Bandit interview as a standalone video.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like I don't know what the name of the service is in the United States.
Child services?
I guess
Child
DCFS
services?
would be...
Oh,
yeah.
it's her body, though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Okay, if I was in his position, the point I would make here is a mother who plans to carry a pregnancy all the way to term and actually give birth to their child who is actively using meth is, as we know, basically statistically guaranteed to have a child who is going to suffer from extreme, like, congenital issues due to, like, improper...
So you can see, even though Xan did indeed notice something problematic about Lance's debate, right? Where, you know, I do have an issue with this. I mean, this is part of the reason I'd say don't go on his show, though, right? Remember, Lance is in Tim's house. Lance has got so much to think about. And, like, I know that if I talked to Lance about this, he would say, I don't know why I said that. I wasn't thinking. Like, I'm pretty sure that's how it would go. This is not a great representation of what Lance believes. Oh my god, thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Gomez420, you just got a gift sub from Anon. nonetheless. So yeah, like, this was one part of the debate that I definitely was, face palming quite a bit through. But notice that Xan is also adopting Tim Pool's language. We're still talking about the mother when, supposedly this is a pro-trans show, Xanderhal, right? I'm not going to criticize you for this too hard, because you see Lance doing it too, and it is legitimately challenging, even if you know that that's wrong and you understand why that's wrong. In the moment when your opponent is utilizing that terminology, it is difficult to be like, I need to put this right. I need to. We're talking about the pregnant person. We're not necessarily talking about the mother. But like I said, there's multiple reasons that you want to check in with that, right? Even if you think that somehow giving in on, since this is not what we're talking about, we're not talking about, trans pregnancy or anything like that. It is important, I think, to check in with yourself and notice when Tim is using language which changes the framing and which you don't agree with, right? Check in with yourself, right? If you're going to do this, if this is a big, thing for you, if you feel like the Timcast IRL is a place that you should go and that you could do some good there, obviously Lance felt that way. Then, definitely you gotta stay conscious, right? Because losing track of things and just adopting whatever terminology they throw at you is a great way to fall into a trap. And I said it myself earlier. I think this was a trap. I think Tim Pool set up the situation, set it up to go this way, right? And that's the other reason maybe not to go on Tim Pool, right? He can lay all kinds of traps for you. He can plan ahead and set you up, and this is what happens. This is the result. Lance is probably in a more stressful position when he's a 3-on-1 debate. Yeah, wasn't it like a 4-on-1 with Beanie Man? And he's throwing the question, right-wing gotcha questions. Yeah, Lance's personality makes him easy for someone like Tim to take advantage of politically. Xan is right about that. Tim is not threatened by Lance like he is by Sam. Oh, that's right. He won't debate Sam Cedar. That's right. I forgot about that. Sam Cedar, what a nightmare. Do we know why Lance went on Tim? Yeah, Lance himself said that he thought that Tim Pool exists in a bubble, and he does, right? His audience does not hear a lot of opposing viewpoints, and certainly something like the left-handedness graph as an explanation for why social contagion, why the idea that the increasing frequency, the increasing rates of LGBT and trans people in younger generations is a thing, right? Tim would say that's because they're social contagion or whatever, right? If he's not saying George Soros, he'll be saying social contagion, right? And so Lance was like, I got this great left-handedness graph that I can use to push back with. And indeed, it did end up being a pretty popular TikTok, right? Lance, that moment where Lance pulls up the left-handedness graph became a TikTok. It had, a great amount of influence. So that's what Lance had in mind. That's why Lance wanted to go on Tim Pool's show. Unfortunately, he did also make all these clips in the meantime, right? What's up, River Rune?
Development, and that is not knowingly and maliciously killing a child.
It's Steven Crowder who doesn't want to. Well, Steven Crowder's the one that said Sam Cedar, what a nightmare, right? But Tim Pool, I have seen a clip of Tim Pool saying that Sam Cedar is bad faith, right? Like, I'm not going to debate Sam Cedar. He's bad. Yeah, Tim Pool also seems to be scared of Sam,
because that is. Like they can just bring, if you make that argument, they can bring that back to abortion being knowingly killing a child. It is knowingly condemning your child who will be born to live an entire life.
Oh my God.
That'll be of lower quality than the average person because you are so selfish that you want.
Okay, gotta work on the ableism somehow. God damn, Xan. Thank you, Non, once again for the anonymous gift to Campos. Saving another NCC chatter from the evil ad break. Sam Sam's like any debate pervert, can be bad faith depending on the day. I'd say Xanderhal fell off, but he was never on. Good point, Baduism. Temple is still crying about Sam Cedar, telling him he didn't care about his ridiculous MCU analogy. They did have one debate, right? They did have one debate a long time ago. Oh, that's right. Did Tim Pool bring out the Infinity Gauntlet? Is that what happened? Did Tim Pool like bring up the Infinity Gauntlet as a thought experiment, and Sam was like making fun of him for just being incredibly immature and unserious? I mean, you know, Sam is maybe from a different generation. I'd say, yeah, the way he's talking about disabilities. Yeah. Wait, what? Addiction is selfish. Well, yeah, and he's also saying that, like, let's rewind him. Let's let him say it in his own words, because I don't want to mischaracterize what he said here. If I'm going to criticize him, I don't want to mix up his words.
Who will be born to live an entire life that'll be of lower quality than the average person.
So some people might not catch what was wrong with what he just said, right? But looking at disabled lives as being lower qualities than the average person, you're swallowing brainworms that can be used to justify eugenics. You yourself are not doing that here and now, right? Granted. But that, like, really, really be careful about your framing. Be careful about your words. Think about this stuff, right? When you're talking about a marginalized group, especially one that you don't belong to, like, be careful not to justify, you know, arguments for eugenics against them. Yeah, there's different ways to say, like, I hope that what Xanderhal was saying was that, like, it's gonna give you challenges that, you know, or something like that. But like, a lot of ableism is justified under the assumption that disabled lives are somehow lesser forms of living. Like, the importance of disabled people's lives is denigrated by such justifications. What's up, Moni? Don't justify eugenics. Yeah, give people with disabilities the appropriate support. Yeah, okay, so what Adadak's kind of getting at there is the social model of disability versus the medical model of disability. The medical model looks at the disabled person and says, there's something wrong with you, right? There's something wrong with you, let's fix you. Or you know, or sometimes, like, that's the best case scenario. In the worst case scenario, it's more like, let's leave you behind, right? But then the social model of disability is a model that says, you know what, it's not that there's something wrong with you, it's something that there's something wrong with the world. Humanity is broad and it encompasses many people, and because you are unable to access these things that other people are, that's a problem with society, right? And that society should accommodate disabled people rather than disabled people constantly having to you know, accommodate abled society, right? That you know, if you really mean that you don't look, you know, at disabled people as being lower, then you need to create, you know, infrastructure and a society which is accessible to them as well. You need to have them in mind when you're creating these things. That's the social model versus the medical model. I wouldn't expect Xan to know that, though.
Because you are so selfish that you want to continue consuming addictive substances. It is not the same as choosing to terminate a pregnancy to get an abortion, because
it really sounds like he doesn't understand addiction either.
No further suffering can occur at that point. But in the meth analogy, where you carry a pregnancy to term, you are condemning said child to a lifetime of a lesser quality of life than you know, like a like non-drug baby, non-meth baby.
Hold on there a minute.
Meth doesn't always kill children. No, it doesn't always, but there's a very high chance that meth while pregnant will result in some pretty bad development issues.
Yeah, and I see where we're going.
I don't understand what you're saying.
But not death.
It's her
usually.
body.
It's her
If she
body.
wants-
It hurts to hear. There's so much that I feel I need to correct, and that if I sit here and correct everything about what he just said, we'll be here all day. But I feel like Chad understands, right? You get what's wrong with that, right?
to do meth, what's the problem?
Well, first off, doing meth is illegal, period. Doesn't matter if you're doing it.
You believe that the moment
Oh my god, did he just finish it off with saying doing meth is illegal? Is that the argument he just made? That doing meth is illegal and that's why it's wrong? Oh my god. Law? What are you, a fucking liberal? That clip is pretty funny. Alright, here we go. Trans issues time. A tip to anyone doing debates and trying to pull up studies. If you've done your homework, you should have the DOI tag ready, in hand so you can easily pull it up. Tim rejecting the concept of meta studies. Motherfucker said, give me one study. When discussing scientific studies, please don't bring up r/science. Crying emojis. This might be the most awkward podcast moment I've ever seen. Tim masterfully executes the trap. Oh no. Tim masterfully
Wait, what are they saying? Okay, so if you remember that correctly, Tim is like, give me one study. And Lance is like, you know what a meta study is? Tim didn't know what it was. The only thing that I could possibly fault Lance for was not like rubbing his face in it. Because I would have rubbed his face in that ignorance, right? Tim displayed, you know, he wants to talk about studies. He doesn't understand what they mean. He doesn't know what a meta study. He thinks a meta study is like a study that's just meta, self-referential or something like that, right? No, it's meta because it's an analysis of a meta-analysis, right? It's an analysis of multiple studies, right? They do a lot of work to decide what studies should be included and what studies should not be included. And then after that, they kind of standardize the studies and they say, okay, so like these studies seem equivalent, these studies seem equal, right? These studies had similar enough methods to be able to take the data from all the studies, and they all have N numbers. Those N numbers represent the number of participants in the study, right? So, you know, with a higher N number, you can have higher confidence usually in the accuracy of the statistics, right? If you have very few participants, you know, it depends on a bunch of stuff, right? But a big part of that is the N number. So with meta studies, we're increasing that N number. And if we have a situation where one study seems to say this and another study seems to say that, and you know, then we can take them all together and add those N numbers, add the participant number together, and maybe draw a little stronger conclusions. In fact, that is canonically a meta-analysis is on a higher order of evidence compared to you know, like most other kinds of studies. Now does he bring up randomized control trials here? I think he does, right? That's silly, right? Tim Pool brings up, well, you should have some randomized control trials. Now, are randomized control trials good? Yes, they're great. But you know what that means? That means that there is there's a well, I don't want to use the ableist terminology right in science for you. They call it like a blind group. They mean, you know, a group that's receiving a placebo treatment usually, rather than the actual treatment. And thereby they're analyzing, you know, whether part of the effect might be placebo or not. That, in this case, is unethical, right? In this case, right, that would be, it doesn't make sense to want a randomized control trial. And there's a lot of reasons why, in addition to being some really valuable studies, they are rare studies because it's, for a number of reasons, it's difficult to put them together, right? So yeah, Tim Pool was absolutely bad faith here.
executes the
I don't really have a problem. The only problem I have with Lance, you know, for the whole randomized or the whole meta-analysis part of the debate was that, like, Lance was right. He didn't rub Tim's face in it, but maybe you could make an argument that he couldn't rub Tim's face in it where there's 4 people there. And like I said, anytime you start to look good, anytime Tim Pool starts to look bad, that's when the dogpile starts. That's when the effect of having that entourage there, you know, rears its head, right? So I feel like Lance was kind of in a no-win situation, and that's part of why I would have I thought it was a bad idea for Lance to go on the Timcast, right? I don't think that Lance was bad, Lance had bad intentions in doing so, but I just don't think it was, the wisest thing to do. But like I said, that's a difference between Lance's strategy and a strategy that I would have agreed with, right? So that's different than Lance being like wrong on the issue. But yeah, the abortion thing obviously, did not go well, and accepting the language that is presented to you by Tim Pool is something that you need to check on. You need to be conscious of. And I think the problem there was that Lance had too many things going on, too much to pay attention to, and just kind of answered Tim Pool on his own terms. And that, you can't win a debate like that.
Crap.
You want to know what I think? I think there is a trans genocide.
Okay.
And I think it's you.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Because you're sterilizing a lot of these people.
How so?
I mean, they're literally sterilizing them.
Tarlarafar, thank you for the Prime sub. Like I said, those mean a lot to me, right? Because you've only got one Prime sub, and when you give it to me, that says something. Thank you so much. Wait, what did Dragon Princess say? They are definitely a convo starter. Dudes definitely are interested in them. Chicks tend to, oh my god, maybe I missed what this was about. Sorry. I think this was a conversation between chatters. Oh, scars, okay. Literally sterilizing them, huge buzzer goes off, yeah. Yeah, no, this is just exceptionally bad faith here. What's up, Vamps? They can keep their noses out of out of trans people's business. Yeah, so it's an exceptionally bad faith argument, right? You have to be half asleep to accept this argument, right? What are you saying? Like, so if you were sterilizing a group of people against their will, that is a form of genocide, right? But nothing's happening against anybody's will here. And trans people don't come from, like, being the child of trans people. Like, that's not how being trans works, right? But again, I guess if you're just half asleep, if you're looking to agree with Tim, if you're not too skeptical about this, I guess that flies. I don't remember how Lance went against this.
The surgery to remove the gonads, hysterectomies, and puberty and cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers have a high rate of sterilization. I mean, first of all,
why are they so concerned with? Yeah, exactly, Jules. Why are they concerned with trans people's fertility? Lance didn't even give pushback on that. Lance is really nice. I think he's too kind for these chuds. I don't think he agrees, but he's just really polite. Yeah, and like I said, I mean, he's in an inopportune situation here. So happy to be sterilized. My life is so much better. Yeah, I was gonna say that. It's not a heritable trait. Yeah, it's not a heritable trait. That's the word I was looking for. Medical treatments that may mess with your fertility are all bad. No more cancer treatments, right? Yeah. Yeah, so Peanut Butter Blondie's talking about some real situations where people were... I heard another right-winger talking about Jazz Jennings. Yeah, God, they gotta stop talking about Jazz Jennings. Being trans spreads with bites, and I was bitten 3 months ago. I've already started growing a cat ear. No, not a cat ear, cat ears. What use would be one cat ear? Oh my gosh. Is he conflating all transition? Yeah, true. Good point, Corn Pop for Press. He's conflating all transitioning with bottom surgery. There's so much wrong here. There's so much wrong with there. Matt Bender recently debated some guy from Sublation Media. Sublation? Well, that guy was a true Matt Taibbi believer, at least. It wasn't. You're not talking about Douglas Lane, are you? At least that guy debated Matt on more of an even playing field. Tim never plays fair. True. Tim's dad. We still haven't watched that. I still want to watch the Tim Pool's dad thing. People honestly need to let adults make decisions about their own friggin' fertility. Cat ears have 32 muscles. Yo, 32 muscles. Very, very adjustable, those cat ears. My favorite thing is, despite Jazz being an adult, people are still saying that her mom made her be trans. Yeah. They basically take away any volition from trans people, especially trans kids.
Removal of
It was Doug Lane.
gonads in the uterus is an absolute sterilization. And then puberty blockers have a very high rate, and cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual. So these...
Okay, immediately respond. Is giving a woman with cancer in her uterus a hysterectomy engaging in genocide or in a genocidal act towards her because you are sterilizing her, quote unquote? So this is stupid on several levels. For starters, being trans does not seem to be a genetic thing. Like, trans people... Like, if trans people don't have kids, that's not necessarily going to result in less trans people, because there's still a lot of cis people out there having kids that are going to be trans. And there's no, like, I have not seen any evidence that, like, there's a higher chance of a trans kid coming from a trans parent. Like, it doesn't seem to be, like, a genetic thing that's passed down by generation. But, like... there have been trans twins, though. That's the interesting thing. That's one of the things that makes me more inclined to believe there is a largely genetic psychological factor to gender dysphoria in some cases, is when you have...
Okay, this is definitely like a sunlock that they should have cut out of the video at the very least. Like, I don't know.
Have twins who both have gender dysphoria. Yeah,
like if you wanna go over like interesting little tidbits like this, I don't know if like this is the time to do
Matrix twins are a good example. Like twins who both have gender dysphoria, who are like especially identical twins, but it's like you developed in utero together. So like whatever it is that makes you trans happened to both.
Oh
of
my
you,
God.
probably. Like that's the
I don't think it's helpful to speculate on this stuff. I don't think it's helpful.
mindset that I have, right? But enough with that sunlock.
Yeah, really.
There is no evidence, as far as I have seen, that there is a higher likelihood of trans people having trans kids. So the idea that them getting elective surgeries that are being done by their choice in order to treat their mental anguish, the argument that that is sterilization, and thus that quote-unquote sterilization is connected to genocide, is nothing but a blatant attempt at a gotcha. That is how Lance should respond. But apparently he falls for the trap.
These people can no longer reproduce. That's genocide.
Is this the joke you're going to go for?
Joke? You are removing these people's ability to reproduce.
This is concern trolling, by the way. What he's doing, he knows what he's doing right now. He's concern trolling.
If they're a young age and they haven't had the ability, like for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual.
Probably part of your studies.
On top of that, the argument that trans people getting bottom surgery and whatnot, like actually like sterilizes them to the extent that like they can't have kids is actually not even true as well. You can freeze your eggs and your sperm before getting bottom surgery or a hysterectomy or whatever it may be. And you can still have a child that is genetically yours.
Why am I eating from a dog bowl? It's not. It's like a rice cooker. It does look like a dog bowl. Does this look like a dog bowl? I should have puppy ears, apparently. Yeah, it's the guy from Zero Books. That's Douglas Lane. Yeah. Yo, I didn't even realize. I didn't even make this connection. But like, yeah, holding up here, it looks exactly like a dog bowl. No, it's in reality. This is a rice cooker bowl that is steel rather than being, I don't know. What are the other ones? A cat bowl. There we go. No comment, right? Puppy girl. It's my puppy girl era, I guess. Oh my God. I didn't even think about that, but you're right. It look, especially on screen, it really does look like I am eating from a dog bowl. Now I'm just imagining a different stream where I've got a collar on and a little tag, and I'm like, you know, just like literally, like I put this up like higher, you know, and just like eat out of it. Yeah, I think that could be
And that is actually encouraged.
that could be a thing.
Like heavily encouraged for like trans.
This is so dishonest and manipulative. We aren't sterilizing anyone. People are making their own decisions about medical treatment with informed consent. Seeing the bottom of the bowl is helpful. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like yeah, so it just goes into a rice cooker, and I use it for everything, right? People use these usually for rice. It turns out you can make oatmeal in these, you can make noodles in these, you can make soup. I mean, obviously you don't want to like let the soup cook all the way down, because then all the juice cooks out and the noodles get overcooked and stuff. That would be bad, but well, I'm glad you asked about that. Yeah, I'm glad that people aren't. Some have a ceramic casing. Oh, I should look in that. I think I've heard of that. Are they a little bit more breakable though? It's a steamer, basically. Yeah, you could use it as a steamer. That's true. Yeah, you could put like a steam tray on top of this and steam a whole bunch of vegetables as well. All Lance did was yeah, chuckle and ask, are you going with that joke, right? So Lance wasn't taking what Tim said seriously, and he shouldn't. It you know, like, I don't know. With things that are said in bad faith, it's usually best not to engage them in good faith, right? That's the design of somebody making a bad faith argument, like, well, you're the one doing the, you know, trans genocide. If trans people can't reproduce, then how will there ever be any more trans people? It's not a serious argument. And I don't know what you can do for the people that think it is. Like, you know, like that's probably not the people that whose minds Lance came to convince.
People before they get
Whose minds Lance came to change. Lance was way too casual in an environment where major parts of the U.S. are taking away trans healthcare.
particulars,
Oh, you mean like as a comment on whole of the debate?
surgeries, and procedures. So like it's literally encouraged for them to preserve their eggs and sperm by doctors before getting those.
Oh, also YouTube, I'm supposed to remind you to hit that like button if you haven't done it already. It's amazing. It's super helpful. Like I said, one of our thumbs, our thumbs individually aren't all that powerful, right? You know, but if you put all our thumbs together, then we win the thumb wrestling match against the algorithm. So help me win that thumb wrestling match against the algorithm. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war. Let's go.
Procedures so that they can still have kids in the future if they decide to, even if they don't want to have kids. It's
Specifically his response right there. I mean, yeah, so your issue is like him laughing at it. I mean, I do like that he didn't go for the bait.
recommended that they do that just in case they change their mind.
Feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now? Like, why are you obsessing with a stranger's genital pleasure? That's so weird. That's so bizarre.
That was very weird yourself.
You guys are all...
No, the truth is that is really weird, right? And Tim Pool is obsessed with strangers' junk, and it's probably good to call that out, right? But then Tim tries to, you're the one who's weird. I'm not making it weird. You're the weird one. I'm not being weird. Is there anybody weird here? It's you. It's you for not letting me talk about strangers' genitals or saying that there's something weird about that. That's the real weirdness, isn't it? Thank you, anonymous gifter, for that gift sub to Death in a Lovely Italian. You're calling me weird? Even weirder. Yeah, exactly, Badoism. No you. Yeah, that's a no you. That's a no you.
Right.
No.
So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities.
Lance literally can't engage. Like he literally can't.
He shouldn't. You would have engaged in that. You would have engaged in a bad faith argument and taken it out. Do you under Xanderhal? You I'm so glad that you know you're not ready for a Tim Pool debate, because you're so right about that. Look, I'm agreeing. Xanderhal was right. Xanderhal's right about this, right? You're not ready. You're not ready, Xanderhal. Wow, are you ever not ready? You would have engaged with that? You would have gone through and justified and let yourself be put on the defensive like that? Do you not know how a debate with a right-winger works? You've had a lot of them. You should know. Maybe not as many as Vosh, but you've had debates with right-wingers. You should know how this works. Their audience is looking for postures. They are not looking for logic. They are not looking for consistency. They are not looking for, facts. They're looking for your posture, essentially, right? And when what you do is get on the back of your heels and be like, actually, being trans is an inheritable trait, and blah, 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 and blah, 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 and you do that stuff, right? You've lost. You've lost. You put yourself in a position where you look like you're on the defensive, when really you have nothing to be defensive about. They're the ones who should be embarrassed. Also, Amy B. the OG, thank you for the follow. Didn't even notice you slipping in there. Tim activated his no you. Yeah, in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap cards, exactly. Xan would go on Temple if... you might be right, Jules. You might be right. Xan has so many wrong takes, but at least he's believable when he's criticizing alt-right figures. I don't think Xan would agree to debate Tim Pool by himself. Well, he already said that. And good for him. Like I said, good for him that he knows that he's not ready to debate Tim Pool. I don't think it's necessarily a good idea for anybody to go on Tim Pool's show. Like I said, I don't think there's really a win condition for a lefty going on Tim Pool's show with 4 other people, not who are going to be constantly dogpiling you so that they'll look bad, so that they'll look like they're dogpiling you, but who will dogpile you in the right moment and who will not let Tim... it's like this. It's like, imagine you're up against... You're going into a gym for a gym battle, right? And you're up against the gym leader, okay? But standing behind the gym leader are 4 people. And if by chance your Pokemon defeat their Pokemon, there's another person there with a completely different set of Pokemon, right? So you came to fight fire types. They're gonna be a different type, right? They're gonna have, and there's you don't just have to defeat one person. You have to defeat 4 people, and as you go, your Pokemon don't get healed, right? So you gotta, that's not a fair fight. That's not a fair fight. You're not gonna get that gym badge. Only if you make him look like the clown he is. Yeah, and this is, this would be by overcoming 4 people in his entourage. I think it's set up so it's not possible. There's so many things in his favor. Like we said before, if you're debating him, you are flying across the country, staying in a hotel paid for by him, right? So he's already, you're his guest in his house. This is his house. This is his home, right? You're invited into his home as a guest. You're sitting across the table from him and 3 of his best friends. Right? And he's set up so everything's a trap. Not just that, but everything is a trap. Everything that you are likely to talk about is a plan by Tim Pool, which you would have to know and anticipate and prepare for. And if you fail to anticipate one line of logic that he's going to go down, he's got a clip. He's now got a clip of him going up against what seems like live resistance, right? Actual resistance, not feigned resistance, not just him, running through arguments, like him going through, a person that looks like they're on even terms with them. In the clip, it's gonna be you and him. It's gonna look like you're on even terms, even though there's 4 other people in the room with him, and you're gonna essentially prove his point by being insufficient in your pushback of 1 or more things that he traps you in. That's why I think the one thing that Xan got right is that neither he nor Lance should be debating Tim Pool. That being said, I think that Lance did it for a reason. I think that he explained his reason. I went over his debate. I told you the problems that I had with what happened, right? I told you why I didn't think it was a good idea in the first place. But we will be watching the second half of that. So I was made aware of the fact that not only did the first half of this debate, which everybody's seen, go on, but after that, they kept Lance on for a few more hours, gave him a beer, and had him continue. And according to him, and I think Bender backed him up on this, the second half went much better than the first half. So, I don't want to, I want to, if that's Lance's good side, I want to show you that too. So we'll watch that after the Xanderhal thing.
Engage with it. It's wild.
Which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not. Sex sells, they say. And when I say this person will never have this ability, you go, how weird is that?
Why can't Lance just go meta
Tim Pool is a Pim tool
with it? Like, point out why it's wrong, and then, like, say, I see what you're trying to do, though. It's a clever attempt at a gotcha.
How is that
it's
meta?
weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure.
Okay.
That's strange. That's
I mean, I guess because you're commenting about the debate in the midst of the debate, yeah.
so bizarre.
Well,
Like,
she's
why-
public about it.
But see,
why.
you're not making an argument right now, is my point.
I'm not. I'm saying it's weird. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
I'm just
that's
an observation.
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal to
No,
shame.
I'm just
No. There's an emotion caused by the weird shit that you're saying, Tim. And Lance is having a normal, understandable reaction that we all relate to. So even in the sense of optics, even judging this as a horse race, right? Even just going over, like, how is this playing as a debate? You look like a weirdo obsessed with people's genitals, and Lance is reacting like a human being. I don't know what to tell you. I think Lance would have been better off going on a podcast like Lex Friedman or something. Someone who has bad political views, but is more likely to be good faith than Tim.
I'm just giving you my genuine thought when you say something like that. Like,
well, it was a really fucking pathetic attempt at trying to make an argument.
Why should we talk about that? Why should we discuss whether or not she has genital feeling?
Yeah, he messed up Lance the criticism by making it about how well Lance did versus how well he did.
That's not important. It's not.
Oh, are you talking about in the Lauren Southern thing, Adadak?
It's not in
Yeah, Lance should have gone on the offensive, like, a minute ago.
my business.
So let's focus then on the sterilizing of the individual. Are you okay with that?
Who's sterilizing people?
Jazz Jennings is sterile.
Why are we going back to Jazz Jennings? I don't
Jennings
know
is
anything
famous.
about her.
Because Jazz is a famous individual on cable television.
So if she is,
Did Jazz Jennings voluntarily transition? Because voluntarily getting a procedure
Why doesn't he take off his beanie?
that you say sterilizes them.
I'm not trying to shame anyone.
Forced sterilization is genocidal. Voluntarily getting a procedure.
We all know that Tim doesn't take off his beanie because he's got a second mouth, like, on top of his head, right? It's like he's got, like, mouth, nose, eyes, and then it's another nose and another mouth, right? And that's kind of freaky to look at, and so that's why Tim Pool keeps the beanie on always, obviously.
Sure.
Amon confirmed.
That has the side effect of sterilizing.
Let me grab
you,
some.
is not
I gotta
genocidal.
grab some juice
because it's not forced on you.
sterile for whatever reason, what does that have to do with me?
Also, cis people sterilize themselves all the time to avoid children. Vasectomies, fucking birth control, for temporary sterilization. Like, we literally the argument that, like, this is the most blatant attempt at a gotcha, and there are a million ways Lance could have attacked it. That it's overwhelming and so frustrating that, like, I can't. Like, I wish I could, like, that episode of SpongeBob where, like, Patrick controls SpongeBob for his driver's test. You guys know that one? I feel like if I did that for Lance, this would have gone better. Unironically.
Why does that concern me?
Do
Why
you
should I pass
support
legislation
the sterilization of teenagers?
This is such a weird way to frame this. Like,
You are removing teenagers' ability to have children.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not a doctor, Tim.
You
I don't have the
support
ability
it,
to do this.
right?
I support people having access to health care. Of course. Why would I want to prevent that just because some
you
people have
agree-
bigotry towards them?
Let's try again. You seem scared of
I support this kind of decision being made between a doctor and patient, right? Rather than a know-nothing like Tim Pool. You're talking about Lance using, like, fear and aversion and non-arguments and appeals to emotion. That's what he just accused Lance of. Appeal to emotion. Tim, this whole thing is an appeal to emotion by you. My guess is that Xan's fourth time watching, possibly. He does seem to have done a little bit of research. What's up, Zara? Juice break indeed. Yeah. Oh my God, Buffy. Wait, Medusa petrified people for their eyes? Medusa really could have gotten a beanie for everything, and everything would have been fine.
Of this.
Oh, that's right, because the snakes is it the snakes that do the petrification? I'm a little unclear on that.
God, it's so easy to respond to as well. God, that is frustrating to watch.
This is like backseat driver times 1,000, right? It's easy for you to say, in the comfort of your own emo. I'm sorry, that's home backwards. He has his screen flipped.
Quote
You see when it says home? Like, I've always wondered, okay, maybe I'm the weird one here, right? Because this is not uncommon for somebody to have some kind of signage in their house that says home, but I've always found it weird, right? It's almost like you're labeling something. Like, do you have trouble remembering that this is your home? Or are you going to go into somebody else's house, like, accidentally and like, start to, like, lay down in their bed? And then you'll just notice, wait a minute, it doesn't say home. This is not my home. Oh, crap. Sorry about that. Here, let me grab my bag and leave and go to my home. Like, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. He's a bit of an armchair quarterback, to say the least. But what a weird, kitschy thing. I wonder if he's got a live, laugh, love sign somewhere, too. Seeing the face. Okay, it's the face of Medusa. I think Lance should debate Xan. That would be interesting. That would be very, very interesting. He needs the beanie to hide the spot where he dilates his brain. Yeah, Zara's right. Make sure to hit the like so we can get to our goal before the end of the hour. We have a goal. We have to hit it before the end of the hour. It's important.
What is a woman? An adult human female, he said confidently, not realizing the implication of his answer. Okay, is this a dub on...
Wait. No, I don't think that's... I think there's a... Lance had a twisty twist.
Do we actually get a dub on Lance's part here? I hope we actually get a dub on Lance's part here, because I can't... Listen, as much as I have some bad blood against Lance, mostly on part of stuff he's done, I still... I feel bad for him. I want him to pull one dub out of this.
1776's life says, what is a woman?
Would you like me to answer that?
Yeah.
A woman is an adult human female.
Easy enough?
I agree with that.
So trans women are not women?
Oh,
Also,
they absolutely
I
are.
would answer that.
They're
What is a
adult
woman?
human females.
A woman is hot.
Trans women aren't female, they're male.
No, they're female.
So they have female gametes and whatnot?
Oh, this is actually very interesting. Do you want to talk about gametes? So in embryonic development, when you have two gametes, obviously the sperm.
Okay, maybe he's going to make a good argument here. It seems like he actually knows what he's talking about on this. So what I assume he's going to talk about right now is the determining of sexual development within the womb.
Of the egg, they combine, right? Usually it's the 23rd chromosome, the XX or the XY, that is going to determine whether or not someone becomes a male or a female. But that's not always the case. There are exceptions to this, known as people with differences of sexual development, DSDs, or intersex people.
Like
there could be other...
There's a lot going on, right? And if you haven't taken embryology, you got no chance in understanding this. Listen, I looked at embryology on my schedule as like, okay, this will be the easy class. No, it's not. It's so complicated. Human development, which is, what we were learning about in embryology, how you go from a single cell to a mass of cells to a organized mass of cells that resembles that development that takes you that is basically the expression of your DNA. It's a complicated thing and it's not straightforward. And yeah, chromosomes do not necessarily equate to like the expression of primary and secondary sex characteristics. There's a lot that can go on. This is why they don't do karyotypy tests in the Olympics, right? There were sorry, no, I'm saying like in sports, right? There were some attempts to implement that, right? You know, both like on as a way to gatekeep, you know, trans people, and this is going like way back, right? You know, and in the sense that, like, you know, if somebody has the XY chromosomes, that it's unfair for them to compete or whatever. And then there were people that had lived their entire life as like one sex that were then told, actually, your chromosomes don't agree with that, so you can't compete. That's why they stopped doing it, right? You were telling, you know, you were telling women they couldn't compete in women's sports because of their chromosomes, which they weren't even aware of, right? So horns are like Moses. Wait, Romulans? Horns like Moses? Wait, does Moses have horns? Or are you talking about, is this a Star Trek thing? There are many ways to become infertile or sterile. Don't have to be. Yeah, exactly. It's the miracle of life. Exactly. And Tim doesn't understand it, right? He doesn't. Like, I'm sorry, but I gotta gatekeep you, Tim. And afterwards, I'm gonna girl boss you, and I'm gonna gaslight you. So I hope you're ready for that, Uwu.
1-7 or something.
It's
Okay. So Tim's trying to make the argument it's a very small portion of the population. You can attack this on 2 points. Not only does that percentage just sound small, but the total I believe the statistic was if you took all the people with DSDs in the world and put them into one country, it would be in the top 10 most populous countries in the world. So the sort of vague gesturing at, oh, but this is an insignificant quantity is bullshit. And then on top of that, the argument that there is only binary sex. And if you argue that there is only binary sex, that is all that there is, that is how it works, that is all that there is, period. And then I am able to bring up statistically existent examples of outliers from that supposed binary, those
And your binary doesn't accurately describe the human species, right?
examples immediately destroy the perception of that binary. There is no binary.
I mean, there's a major appeal to like normalcy in Tim's argument. And I mean, normalcy is what enables a lot of the soft discrimination that goes on. There's assumptions made about the default person, right? And society is like kind of meant for the default person rather than all of us. And so appealing to that normalcy is pretty obviously a mistake. Moses had horns in the sculpture by Michelangelo because of a biblical mistranslation. Really? Yo, I didn't know that. Thank you, Joint Specialist. Okay, Slenderlol's got a good point here. If there's any exception, yeah. So Xanderhal does have a good point here. He also has the benefit of hindsight and of, you know, like, I mean, understand how this went down, right? Somebody said, Xanderhal, Lance had a debate with Tim Pool and it didn't go well. And Xanderhal said, let's go. Okay, everybody get me everything that Lance messed up on. And the Discord sent him everything that Lance messed up on. And he workshopped it and he looked at it. Like, this is the one time I think I've seen Xan do any like preparation for a segment. There is a misreading of the episode of the time when Moses descends with the tablets, and it was translated in the Christian editions of the Jewish Bible as Moses having horns. And there was a statue of Moses in the Vatican that shows him with horns, but has been used as an anti-Semitic canard. That Jews have. I did not know that Jews had. That they were horns hidden under yarmulkes. I had not heard that. Moses did love to get horned up. In the Latin Bible, Moses had horns. Is Lance's partner in the field of biology? I don't actually know. I don't know anything about Lance's private life. I kind of make it a policy not to be too, you know, invested in the private lives of streamers, because you know that's not what's important. Horns as in two, yeah, like right, like because if it was one, yeah, it'd be like a unicorn. That would be difficult to deal. No, was it the curly horns? Is that what I feel? I feel like I've seen the statue. Now that you mention it, I feel like maybe I've seen the statue. Just read that in ancient Middle Eastern iconography. Horns are a common way of expressing strength and power of a god or king representing him. Thus, horns express an unequaled proximity to God by Moses.
Something other than
But people are saying it's a mistranslation of the Hebrew.
and those two options. A binary means one or the other. If any alternative exists, that binary doesn't exist anymore. That binary becomes what is called a bimodal distribution, which basically looks like two bell curves.
It's a weird way of thinking of it in a set of data that's not as quantitative, right? It's more qualitative. Yeah, when we're talking about the expression of primary and secondary sexual characteristics, we don't have like, you know, you got a 1 on the vagina scale and a, you know, and a 6 on the clitoris. Or like you know, it's not like it's I mean, they will sometimes like I guess there's like numbers involved in like development and stuff, but like in general there it's a weird way to think of it, right? I found a statue on Google that looked like Moses wearing cat ears. Really? Can't remember who, but I remember one lefty figure having a partner who is in the field of something related to biology or genetics. 40 likes. 40 likes. Let's go. Keep them coming in. Let's drive that number up. A debate between Lance and Xan would be more beneficial and more fair. Xan has a lot of wrong takes, but he's not Tim. Xan also has a history of getting roasted by older, more experienced lefties.
On a conservative estimate, 0.6% to 2% of the population, there is more intersex people in America than there are redheads. So there's a lot of intersex people, and
That's if you go with the 2%.
That's if you go. That's if you go with the 2%. Seamus is completely right, but I do.
Even if you go with the 1% estimate, the amount of DSD having people in the world combined in one country still in the top 10 most populous. That is not an insignificant amount of people.
I want to add one really interesting thing
But how
about
does that
this.
mean a female is a male?
So here's the neatest part. There are individuals who have XY chromosomes, which is normally what is going to be a male, right? You develop it. It's not the only factor, by the way. It's a push and pull with hormones and other stuff like that. But there are people who have XY chromosomes.
It's more than just a push and pull. Like, right, I don't expect Lance to know this or to get into this in a debate between him and Tim Pool, but it is more like a Rube Goldberg machine. The way that human development works, you could imagine that, how does that game, you know, the game that's like a Rube Goldberg machine? I think there's like a boot that's on a stick and it swings and it hits the bucket and starts the marble, you know, rolling down the ramp, and then the marble hits something, and you know, like, right. But you could imagine that shoe that starts it out as being the chromosomes, like as being the sex chromosomes, right? So they do play a big role. I won't deny that. But there's so many things that have to happen and that sometimes don't happen, and that's why, you know, you get a lot of different presentations in humanity. If you're really going to talk about humanity, you have to account for, like, they're arguing whether it's 1% or 2%, regardless of which it is, right? It's part of, you know, human sex expression, right? So if your theory has to ignore that and pretend it doesn't exist, you have a debunked theory is what you have, and you need something better, right? Your theory has not stood up to the test of matching what we see, right? So therefore, nice try, but no cigar. Very fitting image, a cigar, when we're talking about, you know, childbirth and stuff. Mousetrap. Yeah, it's called Mousetrap, isn't it? It's Mousetrap, the game. Yeah. It's chat knows. Chat knows what I'm talking about. And chat also knows that there's the top of the hour ad break coming up every top of the hour and the bottom of the hour ad break coming up every bottom of the hour. And if you want to get away from those, there's several ways that you could do that. One is to integrate your Amazon Prime with Twitch if you have an Amazon Prime. That means that you have a free Twitch sub that you may not be even aware of, right? All you have to do is hook up your Amazon Prime with your Twitch. Since it's the same company, they give you a free sub. You got a free sub. You can give it to any streamer you want. And if you give it to me, I will appreciate it greatly because I know that you only have one to give. And if you put it here, that means a lot to me. The second way is if you do have $5 that you can spare, that you do not need for your immediate needs or the needs of those around you, right? You can purchase from Twitch a sub and get out of the outbreak that way. The third way, because I know that not everybody has $5, sometimes you need to hold on to that $5, but fear not, right? Because there's still a way that you too can get out of the ad break, and that is by being an awesome chatter, contributing to the conversation, and getting noticed as being somebody in chat there without any sort of Persona 2 icon next to your name. Meaning that somebody that might be giving a gift sub out of the goodness of their own heart will possibly and likely choose you. The more you contribute to chat, the more likely you are to be the recipient of said gift sub. So that's my spiel on that.
So if you looked at their bones years into the future and you analyze them, they would be genetically male, but they have a specific condition that suppresses testosterone, which makes them develop 100% like women.
That's right.
You got noodles too, but are you eating them out of a dog dish like I do? I didn't even realize this does look like a dog dish.
Are all
It looks like a dog's water bowl.
templates. We are all templates, and based on hormones, the expression of gender, and different factors, we turn.
I mean, now this is a difficult. I don't know how much of this is actually translating to Temple's audience, right? Lance is right about this. I want more people to understand this. But to actually make it real for people, like, you're having to walk them through some, you know, pretty complex physiology, right? We're talking about where embryology, you could almost think of it as a field in which anatomy and physiology sort of meet, in that you're talking about physiology. Oh my God. Thank you, Mossburbs, for the elite donation there. And the excellent ASMR that happens every time anybody donates to me via Streamlabs. Much appreciated. At least it doesn't look like the human dog bowl for men. Wait, that's a real item? It always sounds so cool. Yeah, all my alerts are cool sounding.
Turn in one direction or the other towards more male.
I don't know like how much are they getting out of this, right?
Did you know that
female.
certain drugs don't affect men and women the same way?
He didn't care. He ignored what you said. What is his concern troll here, though? What do you think Tim Pool's concern troll is here? Did you know that certain medications affect... You know, Lance just explained to him that it's not actually as simple as a binary set of expressions, right? That saying, you know, even if you want to accept their framing of like biological males and biological females, right? That does not describe the totality of humanity. And Tim's answer is, did you know that sometimes that like different medications can affect you differently depending on... Well, and now what does he mean by that? Whether you're male or female, right? But I don't think that he knows enough to know, does it affect, or is he talking about medications that affect you differently depending on what your sex hormone dominance is? Are you, you know, estrogen dominant? Are you testosterone dominant? Is he talking about that? Is he talking about medications that affect you differently according to your chromosomes? Like, what exactly does he mean by that? What do you mean? I don't think that he knows what he means. I think he's just bringing something up to pivot, and that's Tim Pool's, one of the greatest tools in his one of the greatest like weapons in his utility belt is the pivot, right? And he'll use it whenever he needs to. Whenever he starts to look bad, whenever something doesn't make sense, whenever you catch him on something, right? Now, I don't know, did Lance catch him on something though? Because like I said, if you start to go into a long explanation, and it takes a bit of explanation to explain what Lance is explaining, how the actual sexual expression is in fact not binary, right? Their eyes glaze over and they will accuse you of rambling. Even though the truth of the matter is that you said something that went over their heads. The problem is not with you, the problem was with them. But it kind of doesn't matter. If what you're trying to do, and let's express this, is go in there and poke a hole in Tim's bubble and let a little bit of light in. Let a little bit of light express itself in the Tim Pool silo, right? And let people see opinions, ideas that they might not be familiar with, right? I don't know if that's how you do it. I think Tim just means like medicine that is marketed for men or something. I don't think Tim is thinking about, he's not thinking that deep, right?
Exactly. And that's the interesting thing. But we can hijack this entire process. If we take hormones, so if we take this.
How much you want to bet those drugs have a very good chance of affecting trans women who've transitioned?
Testosterone or estrogen.
I don't even know what Tim is talking about. So
we suddenly can have traits that are more
he could be talking about
feminine or masculine, the redistribution
but it doesn't
of
change.
fat.
I mean, he did a pretty good job there, I'd say. One thing you have to remember though is that Tim Pool is like very well versed in propaganda. His entire show is just like going over anecdotal examples of things that are meant to back up his worldview. So like he'll just
no wonder Tim Pool's dad said that they should have had a rematch. They should have a rematch on a more even playing field. Yeah.
Flood you with examples that you've never heard of that supposedly back up his story. And you may, go home and then research those examples and find out he was lying out his ass, but you didn't have the ability to research it there on the spot, so you lost the debate. Final thoughts from Heem. I'm seeing some people actually think Lance did well in this debate, and that tells you everything you need about internet fandoms and blindly being a partisan ideologue. Night, night. Oh, I'm liking and retweeting.
Oh, I love how above all kinds of partisanship you are, Heem. That's like, I said I wasn't going to say anything about Heem, but that was a centrist-ass take if I ever heard one.
That one. That is a good fucking tweet from Heem there. Yeah, that's a pretty good summary of it. Yeah, I've seen a few people in...
There's something to be said about people, like, their opinions matching up with their parasocial attachments to content creators, right? So did Heem have a point? Yeah. But it went in a weird fishhook direction in the very end there. And that's not surprising from somebody like Heem.
Chat tonight who have been coping about Lance's performance in that debate and just about Lance in general. And I get that, like, I get it. I get that maybe you like him or whatever, but he's kind of a shitter, He's kind of a shitter. At least he has been towards me. So, yeah, those are my reasons.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a good thumbnail, though. I will give it to Xan's thumbnail person. That's like a... Wait, is it a good thumbnail or is that just a meme? Am I giving Xan's thumbnail person credit for a meme that was made by somebody else? I probably am. That looks like a meme. You see, like it's like a turf looking underneath the stall to check what kind of junk you have. Because they wouldn't want you to make me feel uncomfortable. Yeah, above all partisan drama, Heem. Beyond ideology, just like the rest of Twitch poll. Like, they act like that's a flex, right? And really, that's just a cop-out. That tells you everything you need to know about radical centrists like that, right? His entire beef with Lance is that Lance said he didn't like him one time because he heard that he dead-named someone. Well, okay, so that the fact that Lance is friends with people that he doesn't like, that being Sophie and Thought Slime, and what else? Wait, was there one more thing? Dead name thing. And honestly, I think that debate that Lance hosted that was between Xanderhal and a trans creator, I think that was probably part of it too, right? And I don't think that Lance was necessarily unfair to him in that debate. I just think that it's he just admitted to being bitter and biased. Why should people trust his opinion? Who's him? Nobody. Like, I don't know. I don't know if he even streams regularly anymore. Used to be a streamer on Twitch, maybe comes back from time to time. I don't know what his current status is, but, you know, just basically a radical centrist, just basically a Twitch poll, you know, person. So, not anyone you should care about. Archie is sitting on your lap? Oh my god. Happy Mother's Day. I'm sorry you're having to deal with that, Phoenix. Yeah, we will. Like, I'm gonna try to make a point to actually get to Tim Pool's dad tonight, because we, So let's take a look here. This is Yonmi Park. Oh my god, I forgot to do something! Chat, if you haven't already, oh my god, I am so bad about this. So freaking bad about this. I've got a thread on Twitter. I would appreciate your help with this thread. Here it is. I'm gonna give it to you. Oh my god, Buffy, you already put it in the thank you. You already put it in the pinned chat. Yeah. It's already in the pinned chat thanks to Buffy. I'm gonna give it to you in YouTube too. If you want to help me out, if you're on Twitter, give this thread some love. Okay. I was like, wait. In North Korea, Miss Krabappel and the principal. Wait, Miss Krabappel, is that from The Simpsons? Honestly, I think Xana's just jealous of Lance. Lance liking people he doesn't help either. True, yeah. That's probably what's going on here. So this is Yonmi Park, and if you don't know, this person has been, this is like Twitter's favorite person for today. I'm gonna see if some of the stuff is still up, right? Because there were some memes. There were some memes going on earlier today. Under this hashtag. Oh my god, there's a thread! There's a thread! Okay, cool. So this is Yonmi Park. She's a defector from North Korea, and she's been making the rounds on podcasts, like the Joe Rogan podcast, like the Heavies, right? And no wonder, because she tells very interesting stories about North Korea. Very interesting stories indeed. Let's take a look here. Okay, so yeah, this is some person. This is a person catching Yonmi and some inconsistencies of her story about like how she escaped North Korea. Okay, so one of these lies is like that she saw a friend's mother unalived for watching a South Korean drama, and she said they were executed. It happened in a stadium, and she was 11. And then the second version of the story, it was a James Bond movie. It happened on the street, and she was 9. So there's discrepancies here, but some of the stories are like wild, right? Like, and they're wild to the point of not just like, it being difficult to believe. Let me see if I can find an example here. Okay, so here, this is the meme now, right? The meme is to show Joe Rogan and Yonmi Park, and to have Yonmi Park telling Joe Rogan some obvious untruths about North Korea, and Joe to just be like, wow. Okay, so Yonmi Park, in North Korea, soldiers will come up to you and get your nose. Joe Rogan, they got your nose? Yonmi, one time a soldier came up to me and said, got your nose, and just laughed at me. Joe Rogan, wow. Wait, what? Did she talk to RuPaul? Is that part real? RuPaul, let's welcome our extra special guest judge, my favorite North Korean defector, Yonmi Park. Yonmi, in North Korea, it's illegal to serve. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I can't even read that. Okay. Oh god, here's her with Bill Maher. Okay, when I was a little girl on planet Spaceball, breathing clean air was illegal. Okay, this is a Spaceballs joke, isn't it? But I would breathe it anyway. Then one day, President Scroob came by and unalived my father because of the missing clean air in the sector. And Bill Maher, just like the woke today in America. There's stories of pushing a train for 20 miles. Oh, this is my favorite. Okay. Yonmi Park, did you know they have a human centipede in North Korea? I brought a picture. Joe Rogan, Jamie, pull that up. Oh my god, that's disgusting. How many people is that? Park, that's actually my preschool class on a field trip. Our centipede was in a parade. I mean, like, that's okay. That's a little bit of an exaggeration.
Like adult baby.
Adult baby.
Yeah, like adult baby.
Adult baby.
Yeah, like adult baby.
Adult baby.
Yeah, like adult baby.
I have no idea what the context is for that. Oh yeah, Yonmi Park talking about the rat eating the dog who ate the kid who ate mud, right? So these are all things, okay, so now this one, it's still an exaggeration, it's still a meme, it's still a joke, right? But this one's closer to the truth, right? Because I think she did describe people, kids eating mud. I think she did describe dogs eating kids, and I think she might have said that there was a rat that was so big that it ate a dog. This is not, yeah. She seems like a shit poster, right? These would be some great YouTube. I can say that. I can say YouTube poop. I'm being so conscientious to not. To not do anything that's advertiser unfriendly or YouTube unfriendly. I'm trying to be good, right? Because like I have a very narrow window towards sustainability. I have a very narrow, margins at this point, and we're getting there. We're getting to where I can see the light at the end of the tunnel as far as my enterprise on being a streamer, being actually sustainable, right? But yeah, I can't afford any mess ups, right?
People. And this system is so evil because if there's two lovers meet each other, right? And they made North Koreans into 51 different classes among the same people. And this system is so evil because if there's two lovers meet each other, right? And you love this girl so much. But if your family status is higher than her, if you marry her, that means in North Korea you don't marry up, you only go down. That's how they prevent the mix of class. So if you ever take the chance of marrying somebody from lower class, not only you go down, but you are bringing down 3 generations of your family go down to the low class. So nobody insane in the family gonna support that marriage. They made North Koreans into 51 different classes.
Wait, is this?
Everyone has a secret, right? Of course, I have a secret. I think maybe you too. So, but I can't explain to you because if I told you, it's not a secret, you know? Everyone has a secret, right?
I don't know what this
Of
one
course,
is about.
I have a secret. I think maybe you too. So, but I can't explain.
So, okay, so Yonmi Park. So in my country, they spend all the money to place a silly hat on the great leader's head while we poor people are hungry and cold. And then if we go protest, they arrest us. Joe Rogan, wow. Wait, is that might not, that I don't even know if that's, oh no, this one's really good, right? Okay, so in North Korea, if they see you and your loved ones sitting under a tree, sitting in a tree, KISSING, they send your grandmother to a labor camp in the mountains. Joe Rogan, wow, that's crazy. Normal guy, hi, how are you? Some weather, Yonmi Park. Kim Jong-un killed unalived 1 million horses and burned them because he fell off a horse and everyone in North Korea was forced to burn a horse. I mean, I think as much as that's... It's not as much of an exaggeration as it should be. And what's interesting here, right? What's kind of new, because in general, if you tell an American anything about North Korea, and it sounds wild, and it sounds unbelievable, it sounds brutal, and it sounds horrible, like, Americans tend to believe it. Americans tend to believe some really wild things about North Korea. And that's not to say that, like, you know, that's not me approving of, you know, anything that North Korea does, right? But I'm just noting the fact that there's a reason why people take Park seriously when they shouldn't. And the fact that even normies are making these jokes now is wild, because for a long time, you know, you could get away with this kind of lie. This is what people are ready to hear. This is what people are ready to believe about North Korea. So when you lie like this, it's a lie that generally gets accepted. Oh, it looks like this is her talking about, like, comparing woke America to North Korea. Anyway, let's get into this, right? Because I've been meaning to cover this for a while. I never have. There's a lot of... Oh my god, Parallax! Wow. I've been seeing this person's... does anybody know Parallax? I don't know anything about this content creator, this YouTuber here. But I've been seeing more and more of their videos, and I'm impressed with what I've seen so far. Is she an android? Possibly. And if you question any of this tribe, people call you the naive one. Yeah. I heard that in North Korea, they make everyone have pineapple on their pizza. True, true. Anti-communism is strong for the last 100 years. Yeah. Everyone acts like the DPRK is Britain. DP RK as Britain and still in the 90s at the same time. Monarchy and starving arguments. She's giving DARPA Project Android. I don't know this Parallax, but I had a computer game called Parallax. Oh, well, maybe that's what the reference is to, right? So it seems like a lot of people are making videos. Hassan has... That might be the best place to get, like, a good... I generally don't like to get too meta. Let's take a look at this. This is the Joe Rogan clip. I prefer, like, right, because this is like the original source is the Joe Rogan clip. The nice thing about Hassan, though, is that, like, he will tend to aggregate the most outlandish stuff. Oh, God, this is... Yeah, so she went on Joe Rogan and she went on the heavies. Let's take a look at this.
But the thing is, how do you choose your ancestor? Right? Like,
Yeah.
you can never choose your parents.
And you had no idea that there was any other way to live when you're growing up like this.
Because I never seen the map of the world. I didn't even know, like, the Americans, how they looked like. Because we don't have internet, first of all. We have only one channel that government, you know.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that, Science Scientist. She's extremely anti-black, too. Wait, were the heavies making fun of her to her face? Is that what you're talking about, the heavies? I don't know anything about this creator.
Yonmi Park. You've probably seen it on Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz, and various other podcasts. She tells of her harrowing story of escaping North Korea, a tale of survival, perseverance, and hope. But what if there's more to her and that story than meets the eye? So, what is her story? Her story has been told numerous times on podcasts and at human rights events around the world. Yonmi's story is brutal. She talks about her childhood memories in North Korea. She tells shocking stories, like of how one of her neighbors reportedly had a copy of a Hollywood DVD.
Oh wait, she's been on Lex Friedman too.
And for that was publicly executed at a stadium in Haisan, her hometown.
In South Korea, they have enough defectors who get there and tell the truth to have a decent BS detector.
Place of terror. She talks of living under constant fear and oppression, of being so hungry she had to eat bugs and grass. She talks of a cold place, devoid of hope, how things in North Korea are so bleak there is no word for love. She discusses her heroic feat of how her and her family fled on foot across mountains, were forced to eat insects, buried their father in the cold hard soil, and how tragically her mother...
I feel like this video needs to have like a seizure warning, right? The flashing lights are a little...
was at the hands of human traffickers and guards. How they were chastised, persecuted, and starved. And even when she managed to escape, she was forced to strip every day in front of male guards at a processing center for refugees in Mongolia. It's a tragic and...
I just want to switch this to the smaller window just because, like, I know that I don't want to, like... The flashing lights are not great for some people, so... to be fair, why would you choose to be descended from landowners if they had a choice? From what I know, people in South Korea were like, "Oh, this is too." I mean, there's plenty wrong with North Korea, right? It's just to go to a country that is somewhat responsible for a lot of that stuff, right? That the you know our war, you know, kind of set up this dynamic. Our like it's just and also the fact that, there's just so many blatant and obvious lies being told, and it sort of exposes like maybe how much we've like, as bad as like North Korea may be, I don't really trust like common perceptions about it, just because it's so easy to get people to believe anything and everything about North Korea. And I feel like, the existence of Yonmi Park, this content creator is calling her a celebrity defector, right? That kind of dynamic of making her grift on telling Americans what they want to hear about North Korea, kind of exposes how willing we are to believe anything and everything. I'm no North Korea sympathizer, but she definitely sounds like, oh yeah, I mean, I don't know, I can't speak to that. In South Korea, I'm sure there's plenty of people that will pay her that are not the government. From what I know, people in South Korea were like, okay, this is obviously false and too obviously false to be believed. Thus she is here. And obviously false shit does damage. Yeah. North Korea is messed up by international sanction for a number of reasons. And, I'm including its government, but
Harrowing tale. Gut-wrenching.
I'd rather understand the problems with North Korea for what they are, rather than just like kind of allow people like Park to, convince me of all this wild shit. And I think luckily, like, she's kind of gone a bridge too far in terms of lying about it. If anything, Yonmi endangers North Korea people who just want to leave or have better relationships with the US and other countries. There's a lot of money to be made by the right. Yeah, exactly, Sarah. That's what I'm talking about. There's a lot of money to be made by the right-wing libertarian podcast circuit, which is exclusively where she made constant appearances. Yeah, she was going to get no pushback from them. But it sounds like was there one show that like did push back, did kind of like make fun of her for this?
Has been bravely told across the world, even making hardened journalists and world leaders sob when she spoke about it at the One Young World Summit in Dublin. But what if a story isn't that? What if a story is actually much bigger and all-encompassing of the current political climate? What if I said, probably controversially, that her story is one of a relentless hunger for fame, the pursuit of the grift, and to become quite willingly a pawn for conservative America to cement their base and vilify so-called woke institutions in their never-ending manufactured culture war?
I would say interesting angle, haiku. I think it's haiku. Is that how it's pronounced? Haikoup. I'm guessing that's haiku. Or haiku.
Yonmi Park delivered her gut-wrenching story all over the world.
Oh, Ben
but the
Carson.
more she told her story, the more inconsistencies were revealed. Inconsistencies that those on the right have conveniently chosen to ignore.
Yeah, exactly, Zara. All she does is say what racist right-wingers want to hear.
You see, we live in a very recordable world. Everything we say online is there forever. For the innumerable pitfalls this has, the one redeemable aspect is that lies should be harder to get away with. This is where we begin to see the holes in Yonmi's story. Back in South Korea, where she lived after escaping North Korea,
There's actually a show in South Korea that mocks grifting defectors by going through their background. I didn't know that. In North Korea, they use black paint to paint a tunnel on the side of the mountain and tell the North Koreans to run through the tunnel. Yes, true, Chat Alpha. What's up? Was that her on Larry Summers? Wait, Larry Summers. What is Larry Summers? Oh, wait, that's the... Is that a Bush administration? I'm trying to remember who Larry Summers is. That name sounds super familiar. Somebody in government, right?
Became a celebrity on a South Korean show called Now On My Way to Meet You, a panel-like show made up of primarily North Korean defectors. In the early 2010s, she was known as the Paris Hilton to North Korean defectors, as on this show, Yonmi...
Oh my god, Jules, you were asking the question there. Is she really from North Korea?
talked about how her mom had Chanel handbags.
I think maybe that part's maybe that part is confirmed, but just
imported from Japan whilst living in North Korea.
The point being, is there anything real about her?
One of the major glaring holes in her story concerns that execution I just spoke about. In her original account, Yonmi talks about how her best friend's mother was executed in a stadium in Haisan in 2002. But this is contested by many North Korean defectors. Public executions were almost unheard of after 2000. And even before that, most were carried out far away from the cities at places like airports. Even the crime that her best friend's mother was accused of changes from story to story. Andrei Lankov, a professor at Kookmin University in Seoul, has spent decades interviewing defectors from North Korea, and he said that I am very, very skeptical whether watching a Western movie would lead to an execution. An arrest for such action is possible indeed, but still not very likely. Other defectors in South Korea report the same thing.
And that was the one that they were talking about earlier on Twitter, where they said that it was her story changes as far as whether this is a South Korean movie, as far as this was it a James Bond movie. In different situations, what age was she? Where did it happen? Right? In different versions of the story, it happens differently.
An execution over a movie is ridiculous. Sure, they're banned, but Hollywood movies are more widespread than many in the West would like to believe. But the inconsistencies don't stop there. When a mother was asked about Yonmi eating grass and bugs and starving to death on the Now On My Way to Meet You show, her mother said the following.
먹고 살기 어려운 얘기하면 예주양 저런 거 없는데? 이런 경우가 좀 있었어요.
네.
왜 그랬죠, 예주양은 어렸을 때? 그런 걸 못 겪었나요?
근데 그 정도는 아니었고 굶지는 않았어요. 굶지는.
Okay, so the mother is saying it wasn't as harsh, referring to eating grass, and we did not starve.
않고.
But in the same interview, her mother goes on to say something even more damning on Yonmi's credibility.
더 잘 알게 된 계기라고 생각해요.
예주양은
She is learning about North Korea through this talk show? What?
여기 와서 배운 것 같아요. 그러니까
자기가
What?
어떤 때는 엄마한테 전화를 해요. 이 방송을 녹화를 하.
Sometimes she asks me, am I real North Korean? I do not understand at all what others said.
하고 엄마 내가 진짜 북한 아이가 얽힌 어른가 다른 언니들이 하는 말이 무슨 말인지 자기는 전혀 모르겠대요. 자꾸 거짓말을 한다는 거예요.
그러니까 처음에 와서 그러더라고요.
Her escape is also riddled with the same inconsistencies. Remember
And that's her mom.
the trek across the mountains?
Did she leave the country when she was very young? I mean, fairly young, I think. Her old mom called her out on lies. Yeah, that's wow.
To escape? Well, even that may not have happened. In The Diplomat, they report that
oh my god,
in
seriously?
telling of her escape from North Korea, Park often says she crossed 3 or even 4 mountains during the night to get to the border, and describes the pain she endured because her shoes had holes in them. However, Haisan, where Park was living, is right on the river that divides the two countries, and there are no mountains to cross. The death of her father is also in question. I mean, it's likely he died, but the circumstances of his death and his burial remain a mystery. This isn't helped by the inconsistencies in how his body was disposed of. In an interview with The Diplomat,
She was born in 1993 and left North Korea in 2009.
she claims that fearing being caught by Chinese authorities, she buried his body alone in the cold of the night. However, she has told other reporters that because they could not carry their father, they had to cremate him, and that all the family went to the mountain to scatter the ashes together. And finally, is her detention in a Mongolian refugee processing center. She has said that during her processing, she was stripped daily, humiliated and jeered by guards. This account has been directly challenged by South Korea professors, Professor Shi Un-yu and Professor.
I'm trying to understand the Mongolia thing. Now, I understand that some North Korean defectors, they go through China, rather than over the. But like, I'm trying to figure out how they. And I mean, I guess it's not far to Mongolia. Maybe China would repatriate them, but Mongolia won't.
Kim Hoi-an, both of whom worked as counselors at the South Korean processing center for North.
She was from a rich family in North Korea. Yeah, her mom's definitely denying her tales of hardship.
Korean refugees, Hanawan, for 2 and 5 years respectively. Professor Kim has stated that in the past, the South Korean government has sent counselors over to Mongolia to help North Korean defectors in detention. So how can defectors be stripped naked every day? It would cause them more psychological distress. It's not possible, she said. Kim said that compared to other countries like Thailand and Russia, Mongolia is very supportive towards North Korean defectors, and that it is highly unlikely that defectors would have been subjected to months of stripping. So in short, the daily stripping, she said, also appeared to be fabricated. The entirety of her escape.
The border between China and North Korea is less secure because they're friendly with each other, yeah.
The starving, her mountainous trek, her father's
Now that's the heavies, right? Who's that host again?
burial, and the daily strippings at the hands of Mongolian guards are all credibly contested. Now, for full transparency, Yonmi Park has herself commented on these holes in her stories and inconsistencies.
That's Andrew Schultz.
She has said that oftentimes these inconsistencies are a result of her limited English ability and that her memory is hazy due to the trauma. And whilst these are fair comments to make, there is a difference between a slight detail and a huge inconsistency. Many of these accounts were reported in Korean, her native language. Maybe some did get lost in translation, sure, but everyone knows certain things and they aren't just lost to memory. For instance, everyone knows if they grew up rich or poor. Everyone will know how they buried their father. Everyone would know if they did witness an execution in a stadium or not. Everyone would know if they stripped every day in front of guards. These aren't slight inconsistencies. They're huge events in someone's life, and the truth should be easy to tell for such momentous events in one's life. So now the question is, why lie? What is there to gain out of it? Well, for that, there's 3 very simple answers: fame, money, and propaganda. But what or who is supporting all of this?
God, I'm so tempted to comment on the, editing of this video essay.
Well, that's easy.
I won't. There's a lot that I like about it. There's some questionable choices, but this is a good video essay.
Libertarian think tanks, notably the Atlas Foundation, a group founded by British free market.
Anyway, I'm not dogging you, Haiku. If you end up watching this, thank you for putting this together. You've really, I'm digging your content.
Anthony Fisher.
Obviously, things like transitions, or everybody's got their opinions about those, but yeah, like as far as the content here and putting together the story from the very beginning, from her earliest appearances on South Korean television, I probably would not have found that elsewhere. So thank you for putting this together.
Inspired by Hayek's Road to Serfdom, he created a political lobbying think tank to bolster voices critical of government, welfare, socialism, and, well, any economically left-wing idea. So what's their interest in Yonmi Park? Well, Yonmi Park.
So this is what Zara was talking about.
Is an interesting 1 in a million find for a libertarian think tank. She's genuinely from one of the most oppressive, mysterious, and closed-off societies in the world. She definitely did escape, but yet she is willing to lie point blank to millions of people. She's interested in fame. In short, she's willing to be bought. She's faced objective adversity for the pursuit of pure self-interest. She's hot, she can weave a story, and when challenged, she can evoke sympathy easily. It's a win-win for a libertarian think tank to have such a vassal to promote their ideology. She can easily draw upon stories from a traumatic past and utilize them as a stark, fearful warning to America on the path they choose if they were to embrace even a modicum of slightly left-wing ideals. Now, America is about as far right economically as you can get in a developed world, and yet the fear that anyone were to challenge the free market hegemony of the economy is still a fear that right-wing libertarians have. So what's one surefire way to keep the masses on your side? By getting a hot, young North Korean defector to weave a narrative about how bad left-wing economies are, and how awfully close America is to becoming one. Not by critiquing even slightly left-wing economic proposals like free college tuition, free healthcare, etc. No, but by warning America how they should keep voting in neoconservatives and keeping the free market well and truly alive by not letting cancel culture and the woke left take over. Think I'm joking? Well, for that I think a video may do more justice than I will say. It was precisely this video that stirred me into making this video at all, as, well, you'll see. In this video by the Heartland Institute...
What is that? It looks like their trophy or something, but it fell apart.
Self-described free market think tank Yonmi Park issues a dire warning to America about how, if they let the woke mob have their way, then all hell will break loose, and the North Korean regime will soon be in America's front yard.
It gets really concerning right now, living in America. There's a huge force trying to control what we can say, what we cannot say. What word is allowed, what word is not allowed. Now, at Columbia, they say, I cannot say the word white. I couldn't believe, like, how can you be depressed if you're American? Like, you're free. And first, very orientation at Columbia University. The professor were telling me that all the problem that exists.
You can't say the word white. Well, we all know that's true. Cancel culture and political correctness, and no one says the word white. And oh wait, except that they do it all. What? Is North Korea left? It's like, listen. Like people have said before, it is a very closed down, very isolationist country. You know, there's reason for that. They're a very strange regime is in charge, almost like a dynastic regime that passes down the leadership through a family, and they have a strange, like, did they call it like Marxist Leninism? Do they call it communism? I guess they would call it communism for sure. But it's I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. Is it Juche or Juche? Guche. That is the ideology that the leadership, that the government in North Korea follows, and I don't understand it entirely, and there's a lot that's kind of iffy about, like, we don't know a lot about, there's a lot of things about North Korea that we do not exactly know, because the only information coming out of North Korea is sometimes coming from defectors, and like with Yonmi Park, you've got an unreliable narrator. You definitely have people that want to hear certain like depictions of what's going on. So like, I mean, I think that it is, there's a lot of messed up stuff about North Carolina. Wow. That's probably true too. Aren't they doing some messed up? It's Juche. Jucha. They don't even allow tourists to take videos. So yeah, and it's a situation where obviously they're a geostrategic enemy of the United States, and we're gonna hear certain versions of what's going on in North Korea that may not be true. That being said, I don't think that in reality it is a utopia of, like, you know what I mean. And obviously they have quite a bit of sanctions and very problematic place for a lot of reasons, but because of that, it's possible for somebody like Yonmi to embellish, let's just say, and get away with embellishing. It's not seen as Marxist-Leninist by most anti-revisionist communists, since a lot of the non-materialist, ideal, more of like an idealist, less material, more ideal. Juche, is that what it's called? Autarky? North Korea's political system is built upon the principle of centralization. The Constitution defines North Korea as a dictatorship of people's democracy under the leadership of the Workers' Party. of Korea, WPK, which gives it the legal supremacy over other political parties. Actually curious what she thinks about Trump attempting peace with... Oh, yeah, that's the kind of question I would love to hear her answer. Autarky means self-reliance. Okay, and so that has to do with the sort of isolationist nature of the regime? Gang indeed.
Because of white men.
They lived in Japan? Wait, who lived in the family?
Because of the capitalism. So that really made me think, like, somehow did I time travel back to North Korean classroom? Actually, there's a meme. They say actually Kim Jong-un attended Columbia and perfected his ideology on hating West, and taught us in North Korea exact same narrative. I believe that.
Is the joke supposed to be that like political correctness was so bad that's what?
There's another really same thing that I cannot believe was happening in America is my professors were telling me that math is a racist and math is a construct of white men. Exact same narratives happening in the heart of America, in Manhattan, in the one of the best academic institutions was happening. So
yeah, I remember being indoctrinated with anti-math, during my education.
That's when I realized I actually might.
I remember my math is racist 101 class fondly.
I lose this country again.
No professor ever said that to her. Well, she said there was like, doesn't she make some claim that they said something like that? There was some basic math question. And she was like, what is 1 plus 1? It's 2. And they were, I don't know which part is a meme and which part she actually said, but something about like Kim Un saying that 1 plus 1 is actually 1, because if you take a drop of water and add another drop of water to it, it's just like, it's still one drop, or it's still, one drop, it's just bigger.
As you can see, Yonmi Park participates
I wish my teachers were anti-math. No, do not make me learn math. Is this the North Korea? Yes, exactly. This is Yonmi Park, who makes stuff up and makes herself a token for the far right. You got it exactly, Red Bro. They just ripped off 1984. This sounds like it. Calculus 2 taught me integral sectionality. Oh, I love the memes. The best way to see inside of North Korea is documentaries that go there.
Yet more political theatre. She knows full well that a North Korean regime was born out of war, a long-gone historical and societal context, in a time when communism was actually big and growing, not when, as it is now, a shell of its former self, only working when it embraces the full extent of capitalism. No, Yonmi Park has become something quite common in the contemporary political space. She has become a grifter. Like Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, and well, the Daily Wire as a whole, they all exist primarily for the purpose of taking the biggest checks offered to them by neoconservative and libertarian think tanks to say whatever the payer wants to espouse, without any substance or without any thought at all. Yonmi and other grifters get their fame and wealth, and lobbying groups get their vassals to propagate their messages, is bought for, manufactured to, and churn out their propaganda of the week, be it trans teachers turning your children gay, or the left-wing mob who are cancelling free speech, when in reality none of it is true to the extent that is portrayed, a made-up phenomena that exists only in the online realm. All of it is orchestrated to keep you distracted and them and their economic ideologies intact. Ignore the rising cost of living, don't strike. That would make you an activist, and therefore a leftist, which in turn would also make you a North Korean enabler.
And worse yet,
you see, people like Yonmi Park only cement the fundamentalists of the far left and the economic right. They solidify the division and maintain the status quo of horseshoe theory discourse online, whereby we only see the extremities of either ideology, so that a middle ground becomes harder to reach. We have the economic right to point to Yonmi Park and say, hey, Look at this legitimate North Korean defector. She who lived in North Korea is saying America better be careful. Otherwise, we too will become oppressed if we let those college kids keep protesting. And then we have the tankies, as they're known as online,
Oh,
who
here
are
we
so
go.
anti-West,
Let's go.
for good reason at times, that they will take huge liberties in their critical thinking to justify and legitimize all adversaries of the West.
Like, listen, the only reason people are tankies is because the Soviet Union was objectively cool, right? Like, it's like the flag, the national anthem, the outfits, like everything about it was cool. The accent, like everything about the Soviet Union was objectively cool. That's what makes tankies, right? It's the aesthetics.
Like North Korea. They
had drip, they had Riz, yes.
her standing
yes,
up
you
there
got
comparing college campuses to
That's
North
why
Korea,
it was the Riz.
and it legitimately makes a mockery of all those who genuinely suffered, those who were actually poor in North Korea, those that genuinely died of starvation. And they pick apart the holes in her story and say, aha, I knew it was a lie. North Korea isn't that bad. It's all one big CIA.
I'm curious about that corn pop for Prez. I'm curious about, is he a real believer in horseshoe theory?
A psyop. Don't believe any defector. They're all.
I thought what he was saying was that she was that people like, you know, like this that are like that one of capitalism's tricks is to present horseshoe theory while saying that the middle, the center, you know, which is obviously malleable, is based, and then that the edges, they're basically equivalents, like, you know, far left really bad, autocratic, far right really bad, autocratic, better hang out in the center, it's way safer.
All CIA deep state shills. But this too is just a continuation of deluded confirmation bias. Just as
the USSR definitely had the best dancers. I mean, I don't know if there were any other immigrant BIPOC people here in chat, but there are very much people like Yonmi, perhaps not as big in English language media, but they also try to malign even mild social democratic leaders like AMLO in Mexico. The coolest thing about the USSR was the winters. Good point, Adadak. Good point. And the chess players. Yeah, don't forget the chess players. And Tetris. Tetris, for sure. I dropped out a bit. Oh, you came back. Well, welcome back. And if oh my god, I was trying to turn that into the promo. I'll have to try better.
Bad as the economic right, which Yonmi Park and her inconsistencies all feed into.
And if you don't want to have to be welcomed back after the ad break, then you can sign up for a sub. It is only $5, right? Now I say only $5, understanding that for many people, $5 is not only $5. $5 is $5 that you need for something important. If that's you, I totally understand. Do not feel obligated. Do not feel like you are, you know, any less for being here without that little Persona 2 icon by your name. But it will mean that you're subjected to ad breaks. Now, there are other ways to go about getting rid of the ad breaks. One is if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it into your Twitch. You can integrate it into your Twitch, and it'll give you a free gift sub. You can use it for any streamer you want. If you give it to me, I will feel greatly accomplished because I know that you only have one to give. So, you know, it means a lot if you're giving me your one free sub. If neither of those two options work for you, fear not, though. Just keep being an active, awesome chatter. The more your name appears in chat, the more likely somebody is to say, that person does not have a Persona 2 icon by their name, meaning that they themselves are subject to the ad break. I have it within my power to lift them out of that sad condition. And we'll actually give you a gift sub, which is really amazing and nice and saves you from having to listen to both of the ad breaks, the one at the top of the hour and the one at the bottom of the hour.
And so the more grifters and political
like
actors like Yonmi Park that fill our political spaces, the more theatrical it all becomes. The more of a farce of democracy we are making.
Our society's doomed. We've gone from one life to live to one sub to give.
The more divided we become, the more progress becomes stalled, and the more the need to blame the other side.
Okay, it does sound like some
into
horseshoe
effect.
theory. It does indeed.
Yonmi Park isn't herself someone to blame for the rot of democratic discourse. She is, though, a component of a much larger machine. Not just her, but the Tim Pools, Dave Rubins, Piers Morgans, the Fox News, the CNNs, the GB News, all of them are agents in the destruction of discourse. The only goal now is to keep everyone divided and to keep you and me from reconciling and saying, hey,
that's amazing.
You know what? Maybe it isn't the trans guy or girl down the road.
Speaking of using the Twitch Prime subs on yours truly, that's the second Twitch Prime sub that somebody's given to me today. That means a lot. That means a lot, right? That's a way that you can with the you know, for free, you can say a lot. I also want to remind people in YouTube chat that both liking my stream and subscribing to me is also free. Remember, you can always change it later if you want to, right? Subscribing is free, and it'll help you keep in contact with when I go live next.
Or the laid-off truck driver
Bubbles,
who thinks the
bubbles are
election's
amazing.
rigged, or the teacher or the anti-vax doctor. It isn't even people like Yonmi Park. No, the ones to blame for our defunct political institutions and non-existent discourse are the very people funding political actors like Yonmi Park. Those who use their wealth to keep their interests in power well and truly alive. In short, the financial elites who pour millions into these think tanks that operate from behind the curtain of power. Those very think tanks that prop up Yonmi Park are the very same people who then lobby governments to keep their taxes low and your wages from ever rising. And it works. That's what Yonmi Park proves. Masses in droves want confirmation bias. It plays into both sides.
Yeah, I guess as much as we're having a laugh at the ridiculousness of some of what she says, we got to keep in mind the purpose that she's saying it and the damage that that does, and the way that it, as like easy as this should be to see through, it took somebody as just brash and brazen as Yonmi Park to actually make people, you know, outside leftists really see this for what it is.
What she should serve to remind everyone is that the culture war is manufactured. It isn't based in reality. It's used to divide and funded heavily by political donors who all agree it is one big distraction whilst they pass what they want to pass. It exists online in algorithms that exist solely to keep you angry, engaged, clicking, and shelling out your data for free. In short, the problem with Yonmi Park is that she's everywhere. She encapsulates everything sick with our society today. The hunger for fame and money at any cost and the decline of healthy discourse. And above all else, she is symbolic of a bipartisan fairy tale, where anger creates clicks and clicks make up our distraction.
So when people say that the culture war isn't real and all this stuff, I never know, like, I'm always, right, this has not allayed my concern. My concern is that sometimes what they're saying is, like, let's just split the difference, right? Trans people, you get to, like Ben Glebe, you get to use the bathroom, right? You get to use the bathroom that you want to, but don't try to be in sports. You know, we got to throw the right wing or something too. I worry that they're just saying, like, yeah, just like cut the baby in half and be done with it, right? I don't get that that's what this person's saying, because they did seem to express like sympathy towards trans people and towards some of the victims of this like anti-woke crusade. But you got to say it. You got to say it explicitly. It's important.
Distractions that stop us ever focusing on those at the upper echelons of society, those that really pull the strings.
But yeah, I will say that this kind of fight, you know, for the basic human rights of marginalized people is something that keeps us focused on other things. You know what I mean? It's like they're throwing like rocks in our way. It's like they're Donkey Kong and they're throwing barrels that we have to jump over. And, you know, we would get to the top of the Donkey Kong tower sooner if we didn't have to worry about all the barrels, right? That being said, you can't ignore the barrels, and you cannot leave people behind. If you want a revolution, if you want liberation, It's got to be an all hands on deck. It's got to be all for one for all. And any sort of like throwing people under the bus because there's, you know, so few of them, or they don't matter, or you can't relate to them, or something like that, is a mistake and will not facilitate anything you know, approaching a successful revolution. It is both red meat to their base and a divide and conquer strategy. Yeah, because I do believe that there's some part of the wealthy that supports this stuff, even though they don't necessarily care about, you know, they don't necessarily want like anti-trans legislation, but they also don't care if it happens. And so they'll, you know, they'll use this stuff to basically keep interesting. Wait, a lot of people are putting the this is Parallax. Let's take a look at what Parallax has to say about her. Again, this is a this is a content creator that I just found a few of their videos. Don't really know much about them, but they seem cool so far.
Plenty of crucial details of his story.
America is on the clear track to become like North Korea. Our dear leader said that 1 + 1 is bigger 1. And I see that American government is almost becoming as powerful as North Korean government was when I was in North Korea.
So yeah, we're almost as bad as Kim Jong-un over here.
In November of 2014, the North Korean government published a video discrediting a prominent North Korean defector named Shin Dong-hyuk. Shin Dong-hyuk was an outspoken critic of North Korea's human rights record, drawing worldwide attention to the harsh realities of the North Korean regime with his 2012 book, Escape from Camp 14, and testifying before a United Nations Commission of Inquiry about his ordeal.
I hear all these right-wing white Mexicans who always talk negatively about AMLO, who passed the law of gender identity I mention often, because he raised the minimum wage by 20% in 1 year, or made all jobs in the country have to give workers 15 paid days off every year, in addition to the ones employers give as PTO, etc., etc. They even will say like Mexico should want the US to invade it, etc., etc. But they tend to only be in Spanish language social media. It's my favorite Yonmi take when she says, "It's like North Korea here in America." Yeah, right?
In this 18-minute video,
the pivot to like woke culture, the dangers of woke culture is kind of surreal.
Shin's father had publicly denounced his son, claiming that his son never lived in a political prison camp and that his testimony was false. The presence of his father alone had prompted Shin to come out 2 months later, responding to the video. Though it came as a shock to many of his supporters that he had admitted to changing plenty of crucial details of his story, thus rendering his original account unreliable. Other North Korean refugees then followed suit in taking him to task about the many discrepancies in his story, further delegitimizing his credibility. This incident was dubbed the Shin Dong-hyuk affair among the North Korean watchers. The aftermath of the affair had seen his activism slowly waning for the next 3 years, before he eventually decided to retreat into private life, never to be seen again. His pledge to not hold anything back and turn the North Korean regime upside down.
And if you don't want to hold anything back in YouTube chat, make sure not to hold back your like. Hit that like button to help the stream go places.
Never came to
help let YouTube know that you're enjoying the stream and that others would enjoy it as well, because that's literally what they use, right? We don't have a lot of choice. We don't have a lot of volition. We don't have a lot of ability to decide what gets shown to who, but your one little bit of self-determination in this case, in the case of how does my stream do, is hitting that like button.
Fruition. The sad part about this is that even if he were to come back today to continue advocating against the regime, he would forever be known as an unreliable narrator in the eyes of many, even within his closest circles. The story of Shin Dong-hyuk was a tragic one, but while he was one of the more high-profile examples of North Korean defectors who got caught exaggerating their stories, there's a silver lining to be had in this. At least he admitted to doing so. Besides, there's one other North Korean defector that I would argue had done a lot worse than him. This is the story of a North Korean defector who came into prominence for her public advocacy against the North Korean regime. As you delve deeper into her story, you will see many inconsistencies that are too glaring to ignore. She lied about parts of her story and failed to address its many contradictions, even when given multiple chances to do so. In turn, the discrepancies in her accounts gave the regime and its sympathizers plenty of ammunition to minimize or outright dismiss the atrocities within the country. Not only her lies had ultimately damaged the North Korean refugee cause, but she also propagated harmful rhetoric spewed out by many right-wing figureheads in the West, amplifying misinformation in its wake. This is the story of Yonmi Park.
But in my book, not even one single proof people accuse the book because I'm gonna sue them now if they do. Before their name major, they go talk about their pronouns. And then some of them are gender fluid, so they might feel like a boy in the morning and go like afternoon.
The left in America teaches you to blame others for your problems.
How they want to change the world is censoring individual liberty.
Wait, hold it just a second. Even North Korea was not as crazy as American wokeism? Is that what you just said?
Wokeism?
Yeah, here it would take like 1 hour to go to the other place.
Wait, but wouldn't you not want to be here? If you are a refugee from a place, right? Okay, so place A, you're a refugee because this place is bad, really, really bad. And you go to place B, right? Where it's not really, really bad anymore, okay? And then after that, you go to place C, the United States, and you find that place C is worse than place B and almost as bad, or like, didn't she say worse than place A? Even if it's not as bad, but it's close to as bad as place A, wouldn't the solution be to immediately go back to place B? Wouldn't you want to be in South Korea if that was the case? But my understanding is she got laughed out of South Korea. Like, people exposed her for what she was, and she became a joke, which she should be because she's lying.
Or it take a month at least to go.
She said woke culture is worse than North Korea.
Because there's no electricity, and sometimes people have to push the train. They do not accept the evolution. And anybody who has a different behavior and different history, they all call them, they need to be cancelled.
Oh wait, I keep forgetting. What did I come up here for? Okay. I am always afraid that music that somebody has on a video essay will somehow not be copyright free.
Yonmi Park was born in 1993 in the border city of Hyesan, North Korea. She was the second child of Park Jin-sik, her father, and Byun Kyum-suk, her mother, with Eunmi being her older sister. Yonmi was born roughly around the time when North Korea was facing its worst famine in history. Naturally, growing up in such circumstances posed an immense challenge for Yeonmi's family, besides living in a rather rickety one-story house with barely any running water, heating, or electricity. As the famine dragged on and more people were starving to their deaths, many North Koreans were forced to find creative ways to make ends meet. Luckily for Yeonmi's father, he had experience engaging in black markets in the past, buying and reselling Chinese cigarettes, clothes, dried sand, eels, and rice. Sometimes other family members helped out from time to time, easing his workload just a tad bit. As a result, he was able to keep his family somewhat fed, even when the regime eventually resorted to significant ration cuts midway through the famine. This measure devastated many North Koreans who were already struggling to keep themselves fed. The problem was further exacerbated by the regime's decision to divert most foreign food aid to the military instead of its people. The small fraction that do get food to local authorities for distribution quickly ended up being sold on the black market. North Koreans would soon realize that the only way to get food was by way of trade. As such, many would engage in markets out of necessity for survival. The regime, known for its
When I hear about North Korean repression, I think
heavily
woke. Yeah,
planned
exactly. They were
economic
too
policies,
woke.
initially frowned upon these informal markets, but their attitudes would eventually change to tolerance, either by deliberate relaxation to ease
Yeah,
economic
that's what
woes.
I've heard is the biggest thing in North Korea that you get thrown in the work gulag for is if you don't put your pronouns in your bio on North Korean Twitter, right? That's the big thing, right? No pronouns in bio. Sorry, off to the work camps.
Or simply a reflection of the government's inability to enforce old regulations. As more people
Regardless of what the many issues in North Korea are, they are exacerbated by the U.S. embargoes that make the other countries, it makes the other countries keep as well, just like Cuba, but different situations, obviously.
When Hye-sun participate and become more proficient in trading, there's growing pressure on Yonmi's father to keep up with the rest of the competition. Compounding his problems was that the regime was still actively cracking down on black markets, threatening his trade on his more illicit goods. As days went by, he earned less and less. It got to the point where he had to borrow money from several private lenders to sustain his business, which eventually got his family into serious trouble. As the harassment from these private lenders became unbearable for the family, Yonmi's father decided to use his connections over in Pyongyang to accrue some valuable metals: gold, silver, copper, nickel, and cobalt. The goal here was to sell these rare metals to the Chinese for a profit. Despite knowing that this would be an extremely dangerous endeavor, he saw no other option to keep his family afloat. Fortunately for him, it didn't take long for his business and family to be rewarded with prosperity. With the money accrued from his illegal rare metal trade, he was able to consistently provide food to his family. While many of their relatives succumbed to the famine, Yonmi's family survived. For a few years since the famine officially ended in North Korea, Yonmi Park had the privilege of living a relatively luxurious life compared to other families in North Korea. She can eat rice 3 times a day and can afford to buy new shoes and toiletries. She even had the opportunity to play Super Mario Bros. On the 1980s era Nintendo set. As things were looking up for Yonmi Park, her family's fortune would eventually come crashing down in 2002. Now, beyond this point of Yonmi's story, trying to ascertain truth from fiction becomes less clear. Between the years of her first public appearance on a South Korean TV show and the release of her autobiography in 2016, many aspects of her story had changed several times. As we'll see later in this video, you get to see her retelling several events of her story in different versions to different sets of audiences. These inconsistencies were highlighted by several journalists, most notably by Mary Ann Jolly in 2014, publishing an article entitled The Strange Tale of Yonmi Park in The Diplomat. We'll continue to stick to her story based on her autobiography here, but I'll also interject with varying interpretations of events she told in the past wherever appropriate. Before that fateful day, Yonmi Park already had doubts about her convictions about North Korea. Seeing the many starving vagrants in alleyways and lifeless bodies strewn in trash heaps didn't help solidify her beliefs that she's living in a worker's utopia. It did quite the opposite. One of the events that left a deep dent in their views was witnessing a public execution right behind the market in Hye-sun. Desperate for food, a starving man had his life cut short for ending a cow and eating beef without special permission. Indeed, during Yonmi's speech at the One Young World Summit in 2014, she told the audience that she did witness the tragic event.
When I was 9 years old, I saw my friend's mother publicly executed. Her crime watching a Hollywood movie.
There are also 3 key differences to note here. 1. The starving man was swapped with her mother's best friend. 2. Yonmi witnessed the entire thing in the stadium, not behind the market. Although, in other versions of her story, she said this all happened on the street. In 3, the crime that had led to her mother's best friend's demise had nothing to do with consuming beef. It had more to do with her watching a Hollywood film.
I mean, I knew her very personally. She was a very nice, gentle mother. And always I knew that North Korea, when they kill the people, they are saying they are justifying themselves. This criminal trying to destroy our socialist paradise. But I knew that lady, she was not that bad. She was not going to destroy our country. She just been killed because she watched the Hollywood movie, James Bond. And that's why she got killed.
It was a movie, it was a DVD from South Korea, wasn't it?
No, it's American Hollywood movie, James Bond movie.
Or a South Korean movie if we listen to her other interviews.
Even though I saw the public execution when I was 9 years old, and my friend's best friend mom being killed in front of me, but she saw the South Korean DVDs, and that was the reason for her to be killed. In the public, and nobody can complain about it. We have to accept it's our government to wear, and what can we do about it?
When Mary Angeli interviewed several North Korean refugees from Hyesan, they stated that public executions only occurred on the city's outskirts, never in the stadium or streets. Additionally, they recalled that this punishment was no longer meted out to other people after the year 2000. Mary's article had prompted Yonmi to make a
Yeah, so this is what people were talking about earlier, like the inconsistencies even with the accounts of other refugees from North Korea. Regardless of what many... Oh yeah, okay. This famine occurred in great part due to the fall of the Soviet Union and the loss of the grain shipments and subsidies that made North Korea industrialized and productive during the 60s to 80s era. Oh no, they're not annoying.
Response post on the Diplomat article addressing the many contradictions that were pointed out. In this particular case, she clarified that she never saw anyone getting executed in Hyesan. But then she proceeded to feature a different version of this anecdote in her autobiography 2 years later. Then there's the issue where she said that she did witness the event in the BBC radio interview.
Even though when I was young, I saw lots of dead bodies on the street, and like public execution was our routine life.
So you were taken to public executions at a very young age?
Yeah, even just I was 1 or 2, 3, 4, and just they were shooting and lots of people there. But for me, it was kind of very normal thing because nobody told me. It was kind of strange.
And is there a feeling that you have to attend this?
No, they are checked. And if I don't go there, it can cause a big problem. So there's no way I can skip it.
You have to celebrate.
I have to go there, yeah. I have to see that there.
Oh dear. But the impact that incident left on Yonmi pales in comparison to that when she first watched the movie Titanic. It was from this movie that she got a slight taste of freedom for the first time in her life. The movie taught her many important things. The idea that you can choose your own destiny, being able to love your significant other and not just for the regime, excited her terribly. That movie, or rather its message, will play a pivotal role in her eventual escape from North Korea. In October 2002, Yonmi's father finally got arrested by the police for his illegal trading business. He was sentenced to hard labor at a felony-level prison camp for 10 years. Having lost the family's breadwinner, both Yonmi and Eunmi dropped out of school and were forced to live in squalor once more.
You didn't like that movie? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I've seen it, but I don't really remember. Like, I must have been really young. I remember the song. And I remember the thing where she stands on the edge of the boat and he holds her. But that's all I know of Titanic. It was overly long. Remember arguing with Americans, damning Cuba's government for the poverty, but ignoring the embargo for the heavy-handed security forces while disregarding the numerous assassination attempts on Castro and the ongoing effort to incite revolution. The costumes were nice.
The situation was so dire for the family that
period
Yonmi was
costuming.
forced to eat insects, grasshoppers, dragonflies. If she can't find any of it, they'll eat grass or flowers, anything to keep her sustenance in check. Meanwhile, Yeonmi's mother had to carry the mantle left behind by her husband, having to leave months at a time to do her own set of trades. She left both of her daughters at home to fend for themselves before eventually moving them to her brother's house in Koan. Eventually, Yeonmi moved to her aunt's house one day while her sister remained at her uncle's house. This aunt in question was her mother's older sister, and her aunt decided to take Yeonmi in because she felt sympathy for her brother. He struggled to take care of his own family already. What more, taking care of 2 more kids that weren't even his. But even after moving into her aunt's house, Yeonmi's situation didn't change all that much. According to the BBC radio interview, she said she could only eat wild food, like the ones I mentioned earlier.
When I was really little, I felt like very secure because all my family was there. But after my father went to prison and my mom went to prison, 4 of us all like separated. So my sister went to my uncle's house and I went to my aunt's house and lived there for 3 years. And I went to live in the really countryside and eat lots of wild food like grass or sometimes dragonflies or just anything just I could eat, and I ate it that time.
However, in her autobiography, she stated that there were plenty of chickens and sweet potatoes at her aunt's house. In such a short amount of time, she regained the weight she initially lost. This is not possible if the only thing she had to eat at her aunt's house were insects and plants. Interestingly, Yeonmi makes no mention of her eating insects and plants in her video podcast, co-hosted alongside Casey Lartick Jr. However, she did mention that she could afford 2 meals a day, reiterating that her hardships were nothing compared to those living in the streets, eating everything.
Now, I think a lot of people, when they read about you, they read about the fact that you grew up for several years in Pyongyang, but I guess they don't know about the kind of tough life that you had there. So you did have like a different experience like in Haesan.
Yeah, of course I did experience that. I couldn't go to school because we couldn't afford it. So stay at home and helping my mom and go to just do the work and eat only 2 meals in a day. So I did experience it, but compared to other gotsabis, it was just nothing. And they were just literally sleeping on the streets. And during the winter time, it's really cold.
Oh my God, no!
And most of, they are just eating everything and just really, they eat everything and it doesn't matter. And
I was really worried about that. So if you don't know what Kirsa is talking about, there's a silly self-inflicted wound that the Democrats gave themselves a long time ago that they agreed to, basically to vote on paying the debt of the country every so often. And at every turn, this is a chance for Republicans to extract concessions, to hold the country hostage in order to extract concessions from Democrats, right? And the concessions that they've asked for this time are cutting back on like SNAP, are cutting back on food allowances for poor people and cutting back on Medicaid.
they just eat, and it's really just
it's my understanding about this that it's not even clear if it's actually constitutionally. I think Biden can executive order that shit, right? I mean, it may be a little bit up in the air, it may be a little bit uncertain, it may be something that could be taken to the courts, but I think that there's a case to be made for Biden that it's kind of in isn't it in the Constitution to pay the debts. Either you starve people or we starve the people. It's literally the demand and the threat. Good luck with the Supreme Court. Well, I mean, if it goes to the... so there's some things that even they will not, like...
Working to see them.
3 years later, the cops went looking for Yonmi's mother.
This is just not something that
she
Biden should be
subsequently
caving
turned
on.
herself in and was sentenced to a month of work in the Workers' Training Corps. Around the same time, Yonmi's father came back after having his sentence suspended due to illness. And when Yonmi's mother finished her sentence, as in bribing a police officer to let her go early, the entire family moved back to Hyesan, reunited once more. It was at Hyesan that the family planned their grand escape. Unfortunately, luck was not on Yonmi's side, as she was down with a bad case of high fever and inflamed intestines. She was hospitalized for days, all the while Eunmi had secretly made her way to China alone. When Yonmi recovered from her sickness, she and her mother decided to track down Eunmi, crossing the frozen Yalu River with the help of Chinese brokers. Her father was to be left behind. Eventually, as luck would have it, both Yonmi and her mother somehow managed to reunite with Yonmi's father in China. Unfortunately, he succumbed to cancer not long after that, and she had to bury him secretly in the mountain to avoid detection from the Chinese authorities. From then on, Yonmi and her mother would then trek across the treacherous terrain of the Gobi Desert to Mongolia, before flying to South Korea, and eventually to the United States. So, which family member did Yonmi cross the Yellow River with? In her autobiography, she said that she crossed the river with her mother using Chinese brokers. In other interviews, she said that she crossed the river with both her parents. Yeonmi's interview with Mary Angeli in particular had her saying that she escaped North Korea using cars belonging to the Chinese contacts established by her father. As if things couldn't get any more confusing than this, there's another version of the story, where Yeonmi and her parents bribed the border guards to enter China instead.
At just 16, Eunmi fled the country with a friend. Her family was devastated. Desperate to find her sister, Yeonmi and her parents walked across the mountains to the border, where they bribed guards to cross the Tumen River to China. But there was no sign of Eunmi.
Speaking of river names, there's also another issue about the river that she's crossing for her escape. Did she cross the Yellow River or the Tumen River? Both rivers are not connected, they're situated on the opposite sides of the northern border. Realistically speaking, crossing the Yellow River makes more sense as Hyesan was located right next to this river. But then, why is the Tumen River mentioned in this interview with the SBS Dateline? Do I expect Yeonmi to recall her stories perfectly, right down to its most minute detail? Of course not. But at the same time, the many contradictions found so far were major plot points of her story. You can't simply dismiss this as an inconsequential thing, because these mistakes would be used by the regime and its sympathizers to delegitimize her activism as well as the others. It's reasonable for anyone to think that Yeonmi's trauma from her childhood memories and her lack of proficiency in English back then played a part in these inconsistencies. But you'd be hard-pressed to give her the benefit of the doubt nowadays when she already has a track record of spouting nonsense years after her autobiography was published. And the reason why she can get away with it for so long is because there are people who enabled her behavior. Between 2014 and 2018, Yonmi Park was invited to a variety of speech events, documentaries, and TV shows. These include, but are not limited to, One Young World Summit, Google Zeitgeist, Comedy Central, Women in the World, Oslo
Comedy
Freedom
Central?
Forum, SBS Dateline, Gone with the
Really?
Wind, and On My Way to Meet You.
Wait, what?
Her popularity shot up as a result, and for every media appearance she had, more and more people supported her. She lived through hell and back in a repressive country like North Korea, defying all odds that were stacked against her. Now she lives in a free world to tell the tale. In the West, she became one of the beacons in championing human rights in North Korea. She shed light on the darkest place in the world and lent her voice to the many North Koreans that had their voices silenced by the regime. On the other hand, her critics were few and far between during this time. Even when plenty of inconsistencies in Yonmi's story were pointed out by the likes of John Power and Mary Ann Jolly, her supporters simply dismissed it. It's unfair, they say, to harshly judge Yonmi, who had to relive her trauma repeatedly every time she recounted her experiences. Trauma can lead one to have their memories distorted, and it could be argued that scrambling details and confusing time frames is actually a sign that the trauma survivor is being truthful. Additionally, the regime in North Korea is more than eager to punish traitors like Yonmi, so it's important for one to reserve their scathing judgment for another time and wait for her to tell the full story. There are two figures who are the most vocal supporters of Yonmi Park, Mary Ann Vollers and Casey Lorty Jr. Each of them had published articles in defense of Yonmi in The Guardian and the Korea Times, respectively. Now, there's a good reason why that was the case. Mary Ann is a co-author of Yeonmi's autobiography. Meanwhile, Casey worked with Yonmi on several of his projects after meeting each other in this non-profit organization he co-founded, Teach North Korean Refugees Global Education Center, or TNKR. For this chapter, I'll primarily focus on Casey's article, as Mary Ann's article would be best addressed intermittently throughout the rest of this video. You'll see why. Casey's article was published on December 16, 2014, written in direct response to Mary Ann Jolly's article. His entire article can be summarized into 3 points. 1, he viewed Yeonmi's critics as reckless, implying that they carelessly wanted defectors to reveal sensitive details that could put other North Korean refugees at risk. 2, he succinctly addressed Mary's article by calling it a hit piece and telling her that he knew Yeonmi's story better than she does. And 3, refusing to address the blatant inconsistencies in Yeonmi's story that were pointed out, opting instead to mislead the readers by providing disingenuous answers to a straightforward question. So, here's one example. Casey accused Mary Ann Jolly of acting in bad faith toward Yeonmi in his podcast by twisting Yeonmi's words to cast doubt on whether she had ever eaten grass or dragonflies because she didn't mention it then. He responded directly to this paragraph in Mary Ann Jolly's article here. The problem is that he didn't bother addressing the 6 paragraphs that preceded it to illustrate Yeonmi's contradiction. Specifically, she referred to what Yeonmi said in a South Korean TV show, On My Way to Meet You, under the pseudonym Park Ye-ju.
북에서 풀 뜯어먹던 얘기, 먹고 살기 어려운 얘기하면 예주양 저런 거 없는데? 이런 경우가 좀 있었어요.
네.
왜 그랬죠, 예주양은 어렸을 때?
Okay, so yeah, we saw this part in the previous video essay, and yeah, this is the South Korean talk show that she just gets like exposed in a pretty shocking way by her own mother as far as not having told the truth.
근데 그 정도는 아니었고 굶지는 않았어요. 굶지는 않고 이제와 같이 너네 무슨 밥을 먹니 하면 이 밥 먹는다, 옥수수 밥을 먹는다는 몰랐어요. 그저 쌀밥은 그저 당연히 밥이겠거니 하는 정도로는 살았어요. 예. 애 아빠가 엄청 열심히 살았어요. 엄청 열심히 살면서 자식을 먹여 살림에 남부럽지 않게 키우려고 하다 보니까 한 몸을 희생시켜서 많이 고생을 했어요. 근데 자식들은 잘 모르죠. 방송에 출연하면서 우리 예주가 북한의 실태를 더 잘 알게 된 계기라고 생각해요.
예주양은 여기 와서 배운 것 같아요.
네,
그러니까.
자기가 어떤 때는 엄마한테 전화를 해요. 이 방송을 녹화를 하고 엄마 내가 진짜 북한 아이가 옳긴 옳은가. 다른 언니들이 하는 말이 무슨 말인지 자기는 전혀 모르겠대요. 자꾸 거짓말을 한다는 거예요.
그러니까 처음에 와서 그러더라고요.
네. 그래 제가 방송을 후에 모니터를 해보면 다 진짜 말이 맞거든요.
네. 이게 그런 거잖아요. 그러니까 여러 가지 정치적 상황 때문에 북을 떠나신 분들도 있지만
자식을 먹여 살림에 남부럽지 않게 근데 그 정도는 아니었고 굶지는 않았어요.
So I wanted to make sure people could see everything. It wasn't that harsh, referring to eating grass. We did not starve.
않고 이제와 같이
For example, if someone was to ask what kind of rice we ate.
무슨 밥을 먹니 하면 이 밥 먹는다, 옥수수 밥을
We didn't
먹는다는 몰랐어요.
differentiate between white rice or corn rice as we did not know the difference.
그저 쌀밥은 그저 당연히
Neville is talking in his sleep. This is we're talking about a pig, everybody. Neville the pig, friend of the VOD, Neville. Neville is talking in his sleep, sighing, grunting, cooing, and making the softest little moo. The adorableness of the sound he's making is only matched by the adorableness of the streamer you're watching. Oh my god, that's so sweet of you to say. Even though I feel gross. I can't believe nobody in chat can tell that I'm like all sunburnt.
밥이겠거니 하는 정도로
I don't feel cute.
살았어요. 예. 애 아빠가 엄청 열심히 살았어요. 엄청 열심히 살면서 자식을 먹여 살림에 남부럽.
Okay, so Yiju's father strived extremely hard in life to make sure to provide for the children and raise them to live without shame to others.
않게 키우려고 하다 보니까 한 몸을 희생시켜서
Which is why he went through lots of hardship and toiled his body away.
많이 고생을 했어요. 근데 자식들은 잘 모르죠. 방송.
But of course the children were not aware of it. I think it was after appearing on this show, our Yeju began to understand more the realities of North Korea. Okay, so that's what we saw it translated before. Like, I don't think my daughter. Wait, is Yeju like daughter, or maybe just a nickname for Yonmi? Began to understand more of the realities of North Korea.
그래서 우리 예주가.
Wait, so like watching this show from home is where, because as far as I understand, for this TV show, like, right, having they talk to a lot of North Korean defectors, right? That this is kind of it's what the show's about. So I'm not sure if the mom's saying that they watched this show at home, and that was where Yonmi started to become aware of the situation in North Korea, that she just wasn't old enough to have remembered a lot, or what?
북한의 실태를 더 잘 알게 된 계기라고 생각해요.
예주양은 여기 와서 배운 것 같아요.
네,
그러니까
자기가 어떤 때는 엄마한테 전화를 해요. 이 방송을 녹화를 하고, 엄마 내가 진짜 북한 아이가 옳긴 옳은가. 다른 언니들이 하는 말이 무슨 말인지 자기는 전혀 모르겠대요. 자꾸 거짓말을 한다는 거예요.
그러니까 처음에 와서 그러더라고요.
네. 그래 제가 방송을 후에 모니터를 해보면 다 진짜 말이 맞거든요.
Wait, we would watch. Oh my god, I'm trying to get this all down. I almost like need the transcript here. They don't have this. They don't have the subtitles. Yeah, these subtitles are, I think, added by the show. They don't have the subtitles as part of this, but this is really interesting.
근데 자식들은 잘 모르죠. 방송에 출연하면서 우리 예주가 북한의
I think it was after appearing on this show.
실태를 더 잘 알게 된 계기.
She learned about the realities of North Korea through Now on My Way. So the show is called Now on My Way to Meet You.
라고 생각해요.
예주양은 여기 와서 배운 것 같아요.
네,
그러니까
자기가 어떤.
So so she's sitting there, maybe talking amongst other expatriates of North Korea.
그때는 엄마한테 전화를 해요. 이 방송을 녹화를 하고.
She called. Oh god damn it! They call to mom after the production of the show. The call. Okay, so she called.
엄마 내가 진짜 북한 아이가 옳긴 옳은가.
Oh yeah. So after the show, so she was on it before, I guess. Mom, am I really a child of North Korea? What the older sisters, the other participants of the show, are saying does not make any sense to me.
언니들이 하는 말이 무슨 말인지 자기는 전혀 모르겠대요. 자꾸 거짓말을 한다는.
She would keep saying that the older sisters, were keep on lying.
그러니까 처음에 와서 그러더라고요.
그래 제가.
Right, she would say that when she first came here.
방송을 후에 모니터를 해.
But when I would monitor the show afterwards, everything that was mentioned was true in regards to the harsh realities of North So mom's saying that the sisters weren't lying, that Yonmi used to say the sisters were lying, and it sounds like either like not remember, growing up in North Korea, or I'm not sure.
보면 다 진짜 말이 맞거든요.
이게
And of course, many different circumstances why people. There are many circumstances, of course, why people leave North Korea.
그런 거잖아요. 그러니까 여러 가지 정치적 상황 때문에 북을 떠나신 분들도 있지만 사실은 대부분
But in reality, usually leave because they want to eat rice. They're hungry, in other words.
그러니까 한국 오자도 아니고 일단 밥이나 좀 먹었으면 굶어 죽지나
So there are so many people who come over so they don't starve or die.
말아야지 하고 넘어온 분들 참 많잖아요.
저도 북한
So even I am very careful and watch what I say whenever I am surrounded by other defectors.
사람들 모인 데 가서는 말을 많이 조심을 해요. 예, 잘못 말하면
If I say something wrong, other North Koreans seem to become outraged.
북한 사람들이 많이 격분해 하더라고요. 제가 우리 딸 보고도 방송에 나가서
So I tell my daughter to watch what she says and to be silent when it's not appropriate to speak of things on the show.
내가 할 말이 아닐 땐 크게 말을 하지 말라고 해요.
말하지 못하게 해요, 아예.
Yeah, so Yeju is, I guess, a pet name or a nickname for Yonmi. She doesn't let me speak at all.
철없이 보인다고.
Because she said I would look immature and inadvertently cause others to despise me.
그러다 괜히 미움께 산다고 언니들 앞에서 이상한 소리 하지 말고.
So to not say anything strange to older sisters and just go along with it.
그냥 수긍만 해라 너는.
He clearly misled the readers by commenting on his podcast when he clearly knows that's not her point. While we're on the topic of On My Way to Meet You, there's also one other thing that Yonmi said which raises some serious eyebrows. In one of the show's episodes, Yonmi went on record saying that she had double eyelid surgery when she was 9, which was recommended by her mother. Furthermore, other participants in the show said that the plastic surgery is actually quite common in North Korea, which was either done legally or illegally. It's hard to determine which route Yonmi chose to do her double eyelid surgery, but knowing what we know about her past, it's safe to assume that she could afford to do this surgery. Remember, her father had a thriving smuggling business for a short while. She can easily pay off the surgeons with that wealth, whether with 10 kilograms of rice or something else.
Buffy Geek is letting me know we are at 50 likes now. Congratulations, everybody who liked the stream so far. And if you haven't hit that like button already, remember, we've got a record of 97, all right? I would always like to beat that, we always got to shoot for that. And B, the more likes that get hit, the more people YouTube will show it to, right? So even though your one thumb by itself, like I said, isn't much, your thumb's not very strong, but when we put all our thumbs together, we can win the 1, 2, 3, 4 thumb war against the algorithm and be successful, pin that algorithmic thumb down and make it give me lots of views. That's what we want.
The problem was that none of this was ever mentioned in her autobiography. And do you want to know what else that wasn't mentioned in her autobiography? The main reason why she initially declined to be in On My Way to Meet You.
So in 2012, when I was 17 or 18 years old, I was freshman in college, and there was a TV show called Now On My Way to Meet You in South Korea reached out to me, said, and they said, would you like to come to our show? And back then they somehow thought, I was pretty and I was afraid of Kim regime. So I was really afraid for my family who I left behind, and I couldn't risk my mother's, my life, and everyone that I loved. So I said no to them.
This is categorically false. While Yonmi initially resisted the offer, the reason for her decision is entirely different in her autobiography. She declined because she still hoped that her appearance in this one EBS program was enough to attract Eunmi's response, who was still at large at that point. What convinced her to change her mind was this epiphany that by appearing in On My Way to Meet You, which coincidentally accrued a considerable following in South Korea during this time,
a very popular TV show. Am I tripping, or do her dates literally make no sense? Because what the F? Yeah, our thumbs combine into one giant, like, yeah, it's like Power Rangers, or like, what is that kind of show called? What is the generic name for like all those shows where like there's a bunch of people, they get into robots, and then their robots like go together into one giant robot? Is there like that's not Super Sentai. Is it Sentai? Like, it's kind of, right?
She would have a better chance of reaching out to her older sister. So, could it be possible that she's...
It's called Voltron?
...actually referring to the offer made by the educational...
No, wasn't Voltron the guy, like the hologram guy was Voltron? Like, he'd be like, Power Rangers, you have to go defeat this... You know, like, right, that was like Voltron? It's like well, yeah, I mean, I guess what like a mecha could be like Evangelion, right? There's no, the Evas don't like all form into one giant Eva, do they? Right? So like, what's the one where they're like, where they form into a, like, cause it's always the thing where they go into their individual robots and they fight the baddie, and the baddie's like kicking their ass. Oh my God, I'm getting fucking owned. Oh my God. Okay, don't say the F word. I'm getting owned. And like, oh, losing power. Oh my God, there's nothing we could do. Oh wait, I know. Maybe we could form the Megazord. You know, like that thing that we used to form to beat literally every monster? Because if we don't form it, we get owned. You know that thing? We should form it. You know, like that thing that we form every single week. Because every single week we do this. And every single week we get our butts kicked. And every single week we form the Megazord, and that solves everything. Maybe, that's what I never could figure out. Why don't you just form the Megazord? Why don't you just realize your robots are cool, but they're not cool enough, all right? You need to just like form the Megazord and take that, but then I guess it would be under its runtime.
Broadcasting system.
I make it seem so cynical.
When she talks about her fear of reprisal from the North Korean regime.
Oh, I'm thinking Zordon?
No.
I was ready to forget my past and start fresh with a whole new identity as a South Korean college student. But then I got a call from the producer of a national cable TV show on EBS, the Educational Broadcasting System, towards the end of 2011. He wanted to interview a North Korean defector, and he had heard my name from someone connected with Hanawan. I agreed to meet with him, and I told him the story of my escape across the desert and my search for my sister.
Power Rangers ripped off Voltron, which probably ripped off something else.
Who had disappeared into China.
What's the
At the end of our conversation,
he
told me he was looking for an articulate and ambitious young defector to appear on a segment of his show. Would I be interested?
An exciting young defector.
I felt a panic rising in me, and I immediately answered, no, but it's an important show, and it will be seen everywhere, said the producer. He paused. And maybe it will help you find your sister. I hadn't thought of this possibility before. South Korean television was watched online all over China. If I were to tell Umi's story on TV, then maybe she would see it and find a way to contact us so we could help her escape. On the other hand, I would be taking a big risk going public. There were several women other than our friends now living in South Korea who knew me and what I had done to survive in China. My hopes for a career in law or criminal justice might be destroyed if they came forward to expose me. I discussed the offer with my mother, and we decided that it was worth taking the chance if it meant finding Umi. I spent a couple of days taping the segment. Mostly, they filmed me walking around beaches and amusement parks with an older defector while we talked about the generation gap between North Koreans my age, who had access to foreign DVDs, and his generation, who had a different mindset. At one point, they brought us to an accordion academy run by a couple of North Korean defectors, and they taped me while I listened to them playing accordions and singing songs from the old country. An enormous wave of grief rolled over me, and I couldn't stop myself from crying in front of the camera. I told them how Umi used to play the accordion when we were children in Haisan, and I hadn't seen her in 5 years and missed her so much. After the show aired in January 2012, I jumped every time my phone buzzed with a strange number, hoping it would be a message from Umi in China. But days went, and there was no word from my sister.
There's a show called Dawn Brothers where they don't do it all the time because they literally don't like each other and they didn't figure out their personal identities. Wait. Like a Power Ranger show? They don't do the Zorg. Oh, there's a reason. So it's like Goku and Vegeta. Like, right? So like Goku and Vegeta, if you don't know, in Dragon Ball, they're both strong. They're both very strong, but sometimes the enemy is like so strong that neither of them can beat the enemy. And when that happens and neither of them can beat the enemy, Goku is like, Vegeta, you know what that means. And Vegeta's like, no, Kakarot, I will never, right? And like they have to take these earrings, right? And one of them puts them on the left ear and the other one puts it on the right ear, and they fuse into one super dude. And that super dude kicks the monster's butt, like, right? Somehow, like, right? But they don't like to, or like, no. Vegeta doesn't like to do it. Vegeta really doesn't like Goku. Goku likes everyone. So Goku's like not nonplussed. Goku's completely nonplussed about fusing, right? But Vegeta is like, I do not want to be a part of the dude that I'm super jealous of. That sucks, right? But secretly, I think he likes it. I don't know, chat. It's Dragon Ball lore for you. I call those Transformers got modded when one word. Oh, it did? What? Oh, right. It's probably, wait, is that like a hate thing? Yeah, because we do have, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what that would be. Even though those are a specific thing.
Of course, being this self-proclaimed advocate for freedom as he is, Casey will always keep Yonmi's security and privacy issues in mind. So much so that he confided in one new piece of information that I find particularly interesting.
Jolie even questions the detail about the burial of Park's father, but I know the story better than she does. Out of money, options, and hope, with her father dying of cancer in China, Park and her mother agreed to be sold to a Chinese farmer. Park has mentioned such stories in speeches and interviews and sought to raise awareness without centralization being sold in China. Park hasn't discussed it publicly, so I'll only briefly mention the aunt who brokered the deal and the Chinese man who purchased Park as his daughter and her mom as his wife. He also agreed to dispose of the body of Park's father upon his death. Jolie didn't know about the purchase of Park and her mother and the other important details, which is why her 3,000 word attack wasn't anything but incomplete at best.
There are 17 instances in total where the word farmer is used in her autobiography, 15 of which explicitly refer to Chinese farmers. None of her previous speeches or interviews ever mentioned this mysterious Chinese farmer to anyone but Casey. The fact that Yonmi said it in her autobiography might mean that she's telling the true version of the story to him, right? Well, not exactly. See, there's a big difference between agreeing to be sold to a Chinese farmer and being threatened by her broker to be sold to a Chinese farmer. As you can clearly tell, these two scenarios were unlike one another, and not to mention that it poses another huge problem for us to ponder over. So now, we have 5 different versions of the story relating to Yonmi's father's burial. Version 1, she buried her father alone.
So life in China was very tough, and eventually, I think your father died.
Yeah.
Were you able to give him a burial and a funeral?
Oh, I mean, even he was sick, I couldn't even give any medicine, and he had to just die like that. And after he died, and I was just sitting next to him. I didn't know who should I call, and there was nobody actually I could call, and it wasn't allowed us to even cry. So I had to bury him at 3 a.m. in secret, and I was just by myself, and I just buried him in the mountain.
So you took his body to the mountains and buried him?
Yeah, in secret, and nobody knows he died.
Version 2, she buried her father with the Chinese locals.
한두 사람 이렇게 돈을 주고 우리가 샀어요. 그 사람들이 가서 멀리 올라가서 그 연미가 그때는 우리 큰 딸을 찾지 못했으니까 연미가 아버지에게 시신을 안고
And then like 3 a.m. we had to move his body. Everybody's sleeping, so and then I buried him like on the midnight by myself. And I was sitting there and it was so cold and there's nobody I can call. There's nobody come to my father's funeral, nobody knows it.
Version 3, she cremated her father's remains by bribing a local crematorium before burying his ashes with her mother.
I should watch this. Dawn Brothers? Each, even before that, you had Captain Planet and the Planeteers. Oh, they form into one? Yeah, that's right. Our powers combined is like the way that Captain Planet works. They put their rings together to do it. Okay. Should definitely watch it. It's so weird and out there. The Red Ranger dies from lying, and in the second to last episode he lies about the rest of the team becoming his friends because he can't admit it. The episode ends with him unaliving and they all cheer. What? Oh my god. That is incredibly wild. Irene is reading YouTube comments. That is true. There may be a delay. Is Irene reading YouTube comments? That is true. Irene is. Although you can tell me now exactly how much of delay that was. Megazord. It's not a Megazorg? I thought, oh, because of Zordon. It's a Zord. Okay, I thought it was a Zorg. Wait, what's a Zorg? Is a Zorg a thing? I feel like I remember there being a Zorg. Can anybody tell me what the Zorg is connected to? Is there some kind of Zorg? Or am I just misremembering? Did I just always think it was Megazorg when it's Megazord? I'm definitely bothering at least some subsection of chat by pronouncing it Zorg instead of Zord. But I guess it makes sense. Zordon would want it that way.
Version 4.
Not
The story which
Voltron.
was passed down to Casey. She and her mother agreed to be sold to a Chinese farmer, which said farmer then agreed to bury Yonmi's father. And lastly, in version 5, which is supposedly the
The
correct
Zords. They're called Zords? They're not Zorgs? It's a Zord. Okay. I'm still kind of shocked. All my life, I thought it was a Zorg. This is why I could never be a professional liar. I would always forget what lie I told before and then get found out easily.
one in
Yeah.
her autobiography. Her father's remains were cremated by Chinese brokers before having his ashes buried. Casey boasted about how he knew Yonmi's story better than anyone else, but clearly he was just as clueless and misinformed as the rest of us plebs. To be fair, Yonmi's language barrier most likely got in the way, and Casey probably assumed it must have been the truth based on the information available at that time. Though he could at least have some humility in owning up to his screw-up after her autobiography was published. Another thing that irked me the most while reading through Casey's article was his misplaced priorities. He worried more about the mounting skepticism surrounding Yonmi rather than understanding why her critics were so outspoken about her story's inconsistencies. There have been numerous incidents in the past where North Korean defectors like Lee Soon-ok and Kwon Hyuk were caught lying.
So
And
this
it
is
hardly
a little
makes a
bit
difference
of a
whether they
tradition.
do it to raise awareness of North Korea's human rights issues or for their own selfish monetary gain. These defectors ultimately distort our understanding of North Korea and its people while sabotaging, intentionally or otherwise, the North Korean refugee cause. Naturally, when Yonmi started mixing up important details of her story, people grew suspicious of her. And with that growing suspicion, the North Korean regime took this opportunity to release a documentary video under their state-controlled news website.
So wait, the North Koreans like weighed in on this. This is why, yeah. I hope so. Yeah, you hope so. Well, you hope right. I don't know how long the delay is getting back to you. Sometimes YouTube like plays me at a delay. I could probably fix that with the settings, but it would take some doing. I'm just realizing. I didn't realize how. Yeah, there is definitely a delay on YouTube. I can feel like it's palpable now.
Uri Minzokkiri to delegitimize
But that shouldn't stop you, even if you're listening to past Irene in the future. That shouldn't stop you from hitting the thumbs up button to like the stream and to bring more people into here. All our thumbs together are the Megazord of thumb wars, right? We can win the thumb wars against the algorithm if we all fight together by doing your part and pressing that thumbs up. It's only a couple of seconds behind.
Let's see one by one the ridiculous lies told by Park Yonmi. To begin with, her escape story itself is absolutely
So no, wait,
absurd.
this is the North Korean, like, documentary on her? Like, made in North Korea?
She said she climbed 3 or even 4 mountains during the night to get to the border from Haesan. But from Haesan in Gyeonggang province, where she was born and lived before fleeing the country, there is no mountain to climb in order to reach the border. All she needs is to cross a river which is so near from Haesan. Her inconsistencies in the testimony about her father enhanced the absurdity and poorness of Park Yonmi's script. She disclosed that Park Yonmi's account of the crimes of this woman changes constantly depending on her audience. While visiting Europe recently, Park said the woman was executed for watching a James Bond movie. But then in Hong Kong a few months ago, Park told the audience the woman was executed for watching a South Korean DVD.
Granted, there were glaring deficiencies in the documentary itself. The people in 우리 민족끼리 did an abysmal job presenting supplementary information on Yonmi and her family.
이게 말이라 하는 거 보면 어머니 나는 시집 못 가면 말하지 돈 많은 갑부한테만 시집 가겠습니다. 이렇게 말하고 그 나이 어린 게 말을 해도 엉뚱하게 그런 말 한단 말이에요.
금숙이가 화장을 너무 진하게 해서 옆집에 그 엄마가 군상 파면을 했다고요. 우리 아버지가 군상할에서 부기장할 때 그 여자를 파면을 해줬단 말입니다. 그러니까 그 엄마가 날 보고 말해주더라고. 야, 엄마 너무나도 화장을 진하게 해서 그래서 막 보는 사람이 막 창피할 정도야. 너희가 봤을 때 말 좀 해주라.
It's clear from these two snippets of the video here that 우리 민족끼리 were desperately trying to incriminate Yonmi further, only to come off as cheap and petty as a result. But don't let this distract you from the fact that they did utilize the contradictions of Yonmi's story against her to their fullest extent, something that should have raised alarm bells among these so-called advocates for freedom like Casey. Adding insult to injury, literally a month after Casey penned his piece defending Yonmi, the Shin Dong-hyuk affair became news. And in wake of such a scandal, people have understandably grown wary and distrustful of North Korean refugees sharing their experiences. Personally, I think it's unfair to automatically categorize all North Korean refugees as being untrustworthy just because of a few bad apples among them. But can you really blame the people for not wanting their trust to be abused again after defectors like Shin Dong-hyuk got outed for lying? The overarching point of Mary Ann Jolly's article wasn't to give Yonmi shit for getting her story wrong. Her point was to highlight the grave dangers of leaving behind many holes in the defector story unchallenged. So how did Casey manage to miss her point entirely? How could someone look at the article thoroughly and sincerely conclude it to be nothing more than a hit piece against Yonmi Park? Once again, this isn't about coercing defectors to reveal more about their embarrassing details, nor is it a case of disgruntled haters rushing to judgment on a defector. At the end of the day, it's Yeonmi's prerogative to reveal parts of her story that she feels comfortable telling. She had all the liberty in this world to leave some of it unsaid, leaving everyone else none the wiser. But when she does want to open up about her experiences in North Korea, she needs to be honest. There is no margin for error here, not after she based her activism on her personal life story. She simply cannot afford it. If she messed this up, her activism would be all for nothing. Now, to her credit, she tried to rectify this mistake by publishing her autobiography sometime in September 2015. Finally, an opportunity for her to tell the full story. Never mind the fact that she further distorted her autobiography by mixing in stories of her mother, sister, and the ladies who escaped alongside her. This will finally settle the doubts people had about her story. And it did. After her autobiography was published, she slowly regained her reputation and the audience's trust in her over the next few years. For a while, it seems like her troubles were slowly fading away, and she finally got to do her activism work unhindered for once. However, it only took 3 years before she messed up again. Only this time, She pushed her luck too far.
You were told what hairstyles to have, what clothes to wear.
Why?
I mean, you basically weren't allowed to think for yourselves. Is that right?
So, like, there's no word for love in North Korea. There's no word for liberty. There is no word for human rights. So if you don't know you have the right to have a free hairstyle, if you have the right to travel, how do you demand it? So simply just we don't know that human beings have rights and just what it means to be free. So the tragic thing about North Korea is not only just banning Shakespeare. Like, we don't even know what Romeo and Juliet is, right? Our movies is never about love stories. But then also they ban the love between mother and daughter, wife and husband. And, you know, and between your friends, they deny you being a human. So only love that I knew was when I described my feeling towards the leader and in a written form. That was the only love that people know in North Korea.
Wow, there's like a lot of music in this. I'm just not entirely confident that like I mean, like, nice interlude, I guess. I'm just like, I'm not sure if we can play music on. I have the rights to that music.
The year is 2018.
Yeah, I know. I would love to stop and listen to the music, but
It's been 4 years since Yonmi Park moved to the United States, and 2 years since the Orange Man got elected as president there. Her popularity as a North Korean defector and human rights activist peaked around this time. At one point, she had made an appearance in a video published on YouTube by the New York Times in June, and the video managed to gain 8 million views.
the other funny thing somebody brought up, right, is that, like, during this time where she's out there talking about, like, you know, massively exaggerating, like, the conditions in North Korea and, you know, what's going on there and everything, you've got Trump kind of, like, so for anybody who's forgotten, all right, Trump's engagement with North Korea and Kim Jong was started out with him making fun of the dude's junk, right? Calling him Little Rocket Man, are you gonna shoot a rocket at me, right? And like, you know, just taunting like a nuclear power, like a child would. And at some point, I guess he traveled to North Korea and said that he fell in love with the man. Now, I mean, like, I am not suggesting that the former president meant like amorous, you know, feelings. But I think that he meant that there was, they had a lot in common. I don't know. He related to him. They bonded. Something happened, right? And you know, that's like it's a strange time to be an American.
This would be the last time she would gain any significant attention from the mainstream audience, as from here on out, everything about her started to change for the worse. That same month, Yonmi established her YouTube channel and subsequently uploaded 2 videos.
Oh, she has
her YouTube channel introduction and a re-upload of her 2014 One Young World Summit speech. Her YouTube channel lay dormant shortly after, and it wasn't until August 2020 that she began using it again until today. The first 5 videos she uploaded were relatively innocuous, nothing to write home about. But the more she uploaded, the more you noticed the sheer amount of clickbait that had flooded her YouTube channel. Then, as you watched these new videos, it quickly became apparent that she's not the most astute political commentator out there. So, to illustrate my point, I've gone through the effort to pick 5 videos that represent the worst of Yonmi Park's YouTube videos. So, let's start with this one. This is her video titled "Shocking Reasons Why the Most Beautiful Women Work at Gas Stations in North Korea." This video is roughly 12 minutes in total, and the thumbnail features 2 pictures of eye-catching gas attendant ladies presumably taken in North Korea.
Today, I'm going to talk about something very interesting. So I hope you stay till the end of this video and find out why. So when I went to South Korea, or even in America, I was pretty shocked in a way how much, though in the modern world, they were obsessed with beauty. And in Korea, when it has different beauty standards, in Korea, they think men with big belly and gold hair is very attractive because most men who are thin, and if they have big belly and if they have gold, maybe they think that's better nutrition and that's why they're gold. So it's a symbol of status and power. So that's why somebody like Kim Jong-un in Korea, they're super attractive because we have to find fat people, unfortunately. But today in this video, I'm going to talk about where you can find most beautiful women in North Korea. And why this is important is because I think you can really learn a lot about how twisted, how corrupt, how unbelievable the country is, that even showing where the most beautiful women, you can learn so much about this hermit kingdom. So
right off the bat, we came to a realization that Yonmi is listing off 5 places where one could find beautiful women in North Korea, the gas station being one of them. Out of 12 minutes of the video's total runtime, it took her 1 minute and 50 seconds to go through the main topic featured in her video title. Additionally, she only started talking about it in the last 2 minutes of her video. The time it took for her to explain how one obtains a driving license in North Korea was excluded from the final count, as this is entirely irrelevant to the main topic. Not to mention, there are no credible sources proving one of the more extravagant claims she made here.
We're watching, welcome Iron, for those of you just joining us, we're watching Yonmi Park. This is a North Korean defector, and she's got some really interesting stories about North Korea. We've gotten into a few of those. The main thing that we're going through now is the claims that she made about North Korea, and then how they were debunked by, you know, her mom and other people. It's 31 likes. Wait. Sorry?
In our country, in North Korea, if you want to get a
Is that on Twitter?
driver license, very vigorous process. You have to go to basic driving school entire year. And the end of that school, you need to know how to
audience capture is probably part of it, Shadomir. I think you're probably right. Fascinating writer of alternate history. There are fake defectors. Well, I mean, like, so this is we're not really sure what the deal is with her.
Deassemble the car and then reassemble the whole thing back together. You really have to know the engine, assembly, entire mechanics of car. Then they're gonna give you the driver license. So only small percentage of people become the drivers in North Korea. So being a driver is a great job. It's like it's better job than being a doctor, being a medical doctor in North Korea. Actually, if this guy is a driver, he's like the most desired, the groom type for the women.
By the time she finally discusses the main topic at hand, you may begin to realize that something's different here.
And most of the drivers, like 90% of them are men. So for this competition to start, if the gas stations want to bring this men to them and get the gas in their gas station, they want using these beautiful women to attract the drivers. That's why the gas station ladies.
So this is like her explanation. Like so we're talking about her YouTube channel, and you know the kind of the click strategy, like the strategy to get you to click. Videos titled like why the most beautiful women in North Korea are working at gas stations, right? And you know, this is her explanation.
One of the highest paying job in the country. They get 250 yuan a month that can actually afford a 4-people family entire month. Therefore, this is highly competitive, and the most beautiful women competing to get working in the gas station and adding the gas and clean the car.
In the 2 pictures shown in Yeonmi's video, the gas attendants were wearing modest uniforms. I know, it didn't seem like a big deal at first glance, but in her video thumbnail, she showed off 2 ladies at their respective gas stations wearing a more liberal clothing. In a socially conservative country like North Korea, that doesn't sound right, is it? So I did a little digging, and lo and behold, I found out that these two pictures were, in fact, not taken in North Korea. The picture on the left was taken 2 years ago in China. There's been a week-long promotion at this one gas station in the city of Guiping to celebrate the start of China's Labor Day holidays. They hired several models like this lady as part of their marketing campaign to draw in more customers. This immediately went viral on Chinese social media, but the owner's plan to attract people to his establishment worked a little too well.
I thought it would be in Japan.
The local authorities swung by this gas station the very next day to issue a warning, citing that these models lacked professional training to handle gas pumps.
Oh no.
Also, the authorities deemed the choice of clothing for these models tasteless and not up to social ethical standards. So, yeah, this thumbnail here is already misleading. Meanwhile, the picture on the right was taken in South Korea. This lady in particular is a well-known fitness model and actress named Ye Jeong-hwa.
Oh my
Note
god,
the
so
differences
it's
between
like,
the gas pumps.
This is like easily, well, okay, I don't know. You could make an argument that it's a thumbnail, and in a thumbnail, you don't sell the steak, you sell the sizzle. And what she's trying to describe is sexy ladies at gas stations, and maybe she's augmenting the sizzle, you know, in that there's no, the outfits are not like the ones depicted it. What do you think, chat? Is this a scummy way to make thumbnails, or is this like par for the course on YouTube? New Jersey NJ makes the same argument about gas pumps. You need special training to handle gas. North Korean women being unbearably hot is mostly a fetish in Japan and China.
In the north and the south. The latter is much larger.
Yeah, kind of normal for YouTube, unfortunately.
And taller than the former. And look at this. The South Korean
Seems
gas
like
pump
it.
in this picture had this neat little text printed at the top saying, self-serve. Sure, you can make the case that Yonmi never claimed that these two pictures in her thumbnail were taken in North Korea, but one has to either be willfully ignorant or wholly disingenuous not to see the implication of what was being done here. She managed to attract plenty of viewers because of clickbait, but this comes at the cost of deceiving a lot of people. Most of them were fooled into believing that this is what North Korean gas attendants wore, when the truth is much more mundane. The misinformation was so widespread, in fact, that even people like Project Nightfall fell for it.
If you go to North Korea, you will notice that gas attendants will most likely be beautiful women. And there is a sad reason behind it. See, because there are very few cars in North Korea, only rich men are actually able to drive to those gas stations. So turns out,
wait, you probably didn't see this. Right? I wanted to show you this on Twitter. Right? There's a one of the memes going around on Twitter, because what they're doing right now, the meme is to quote Yonmi Park and then quote Joe Rogan. Like, but it's not really something they say. It's just kind of like something that they would say. And one of the things they said was that, like, in North Korea, like, only party members can have a car. You have to be a party member. My friend's dad is a driver for one of the party members, and he has to move his feet very fast. Like, they cut out the bottom of the car and they make him run very fast in order to push the car. Like, it's the Flintstones. It's literally, and Joe Rogan's just like, wow, really? That's, yeah, anyway.
Active North Korean women are guarding those stations in hopes they will attract a rich man and possibly have a better life with him. And when I think about this, we should all be truly grateful for the
in North Korea, car drives you.
Country we come from. Because for people in North Korea, life is very different than to us. We should all be grateful that we are not born in North Korea.
You want to know how much viewers
Da
does
Vinci.
this video in particular by Project
Da Vinci.
Nightfall received? 10
software bestie
million views. I have no idea why.
Look, chat.
I'm
He's just like me, FR.
going to give up at this point. Breaking, is North Korea collapsing? Pop quiz. What do you think she's going to discuss based on the title of this video? Will she talk about the cracks in the system against the Kim regime? Or will she tell us about an upcoming revolution or coup in North Korea that we haven't heard about? Nope. She talked about the importance of clocks and how North Koreans don't have the batteries to run them.
The pandemic and the lockdown have changed our lifestyle dramatically, even here in the West. However, you have no clue how it changed the North Korean people's lives. North Korean regime closed the border completely with China since last year. It's been over a year, nothing went inside the country. And while the regime is so busy developing missiles and submarine and war machineries, however,
we are at 51 likes on YouTube. Even Japan wouldn't allow that. And if you want to make that 52 likes, then you can hit that thumbs up. Wait, Kim Jong-un and Orange J-Man were in love? Were like two schoolgirls in love. Oh. That's an interesting way to think about it. Oh, okay. This is such a capitalist framework and anti-communist propaganda. Failures in a capitalist country, not capitalism's fault. One nail out of place in a communist country, the failure of communism as a, not just as a system, as an idea, right? Just forget about it. Forget about it.
Do not even produce anything for the people to.
Yeah, like that's right, Lara Farah. Likes, you're in North Korea, they have taken the like button off because Kim Jong-un put up a video on YouTube and didn't get enough likes, and so they got rid of the like button. So you can't like a stream in North Korea, right? You'd be sitting here and there'd be no way for you to press that like button. So just do that for all the unfortunate victims of communism.
Consume and the necessity.
You cheated and liked on YouTube. Nice.
Products that people need to survive. And today, I'm going to talk about.
You have a book on Jucheng, the ideology. Yeah. Well, I definitely do not understand the North Korean ideology.
Number one crisis that North Korean people are facing.
Yeah, you gotta risk defecting to get that stream a like.
Due to this pandemic and because of the regime. It is because.
Wait, why are we seeing. What? Is she just saying that these are the two reasons? Because, like, putting them together like that is making me think that secretly, like, Kim Jong-un is she saying Kim Jong-un is the virus? Like, that's what it looks like. It's like a werewolf or something. Like, you know, at night he becomes the virus. I don't know.
North Koreans' lives are going back to Middle Ages. They don't know what time it is. Can you imagine that? Literally, people do not have batteries because the regime can make
time
news.
Is banned.
Do not.
And just like woke culture and cultural relativism wants to cancel all units of measure because they're anti-math. Remember, like, you know, woke means anti-math. We won't have clocks either, and we won't know what time it is. We won't know. When Bernie Sanders and George Soros and all the evil communists take over.
It will make the batteries for people to look at the clock. So because this battery supply ended last year from China, people's clock.
As someone with time blindness, that sounds fine to me.
Stopped. And people do not know what.
People did not know what time it was in the Middle Ages, though.
Time it is.
Therefore, she concludes that
North Korea is our Florida.
It is freedom, American-style freedom, that enables the progress that we enjoy today.
It's shocking. I'm sitting here, coming from that country.
She knows there are mechanical clocks, right?
And so many days I'm thinking like,
was that some kind of dream, or like, is this some kind of dream? Like, am I ever
or sundials?
gonna wake up? And when I wake up, it's gonna be my room in North Korea, and every experience I had was some kind of dream. Like, a lot of North Koreans have this kind of fear. Especially when I escaped to South Korea, I pinched this myself like thousands of times during the day, because I thought I was dreaming. Like, I cannot be living in this amazing country where people have freedom,
That is an excellent stock photo. Sundials are also banned in North Korea. The sun is actually banned.
food. I mean,
no
they
sun
don't survive. They are actually living
is
life.
allowed.
And I still sometimes have this dream.
Right, because
like,
the whole self-reliance aspect of the philosophy means that, like, you can't, like, you're not allowed, the sun would not be like, if the sun is there, you have to make your own light in North Korea. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have to generate light because the sun is banned, just like it would be under wokeness and cancel culture. And if wokeness and cancel culture gets its way, then the sun will be banned here too. Woke sunshine. Yeah, the sunshine is woke.
Like, in my dreams, I'm in North Korea. Sometimes I'm confused. Am I, this is a dream or this is a reality? I think it's a really good reminder that how much we have here. Also, how hard it is to live under this authoritarian government that does not care about human lives at all.
Yeah, I'm not going to bother saying anything about this at all. I saved this one for last. This one is one masterpiece of a video, a gem of a collection, aptly titled, "Is Kim Jong-un Gay?"
Okay. Oh, there's like a North Korean underground zombie infestation in World War Z.
She truly delivers the most hard-hitting commentary on what really matters in North Korea, does she?
Anyway, the next
Yo, that is some excellent clickbait, though.
topic of this whole concert right now.
You gotta admire the hustle.
How North Korea is gonna go ahead. And also, I really want to add this part about why there's so much concert, right? The country is literally starving right now. People are starving and dying from lack of food. And the regime spending millions of dollars to produce this kind of concert and performances. Even just think about this year. At the end of December for Kim Jong-il, the mother of
I feel like I read most of World War Z, but I never saw the movie.
North Korea nation, her birthday concert, January 1st concert.
Yeah, don't mention sanctions, though. Maybe for your next title for my next stream should be, "Is Kim Jong-il Gay?"
The 8th Congress on the 8th concert.
I do not, in fact, respect the hustle.
And then
don't see the movie, it's bad.
3-day celebration after that. And there's some like founding party concert.
Yeah, time is racist according to the North Korean regime. Single Asian women looking for a single rich man to marry would never look for men at a gas station.
Then the Lunar New Year concert on the 13th of February. Then February 16th of concert for the Kim Jong-il's concert. So in like this 2-month period, they got like something more than 10 concerts has been going on.
So wait,
okay.
What are we gonna do? Okay, so music, show tunes, gay. Is that the idea? I don't know.
So why not make that topic the main focus of the video instead? How does Kim Jong-un's sexuality have anything to do with how wasteful his regime is in spending money on extravagant events? It would have been an okay video had she hadn't gone out of her way to clickbait.
Showbiz, camp, gay? Like, I don't get it.
And run with
the
that
argument?
worthless gossip for
What's
11
even the line of misappropriated logic? Showtunes thing was his dad's, not his.
minutes straight. A gossip which, mind you, is based on this poor attempt to interpret vague body language, which can mean different things to different people.
You know, gay dictatorships always spending money on gay art.
Concert on February 16th, where results appeared with Kim Jong-un finally, that There are so many moments. It was the completely showing that Kim Jong-un talking to Lee Seol-ju only. And Lee Seol-ju, I don't think even dare to talk to him first. All she can do is like just responding to him. Polite way she can do. So Kim Jong-un talking to her and the camera shows it to show that they're in good terms. And Lee Seol-ju looks absolutely nervous. Like she does not know and she's trying her best not to make any
Oh my god, I love
mistake or,
this.
like,
Wait, so we get a
irritate
little body language like interpretation.
And it's just so hilarious how they were just keep trying to show that they are in a good terms. So this is at the end of the concert on February 16th and like a few days ago.
So wait, is that the argument? They're trying too hard to show him being friendly with a woman and therefore it must be to cover up for the fact that he's gay?
And Lee Seol-ju, of course, like right next to Kim Jong-un. And after the concert, he's going down to congratulate
Oh, that's why they stopped the mass games? The son wasn't as into it as his daddy?
performers. Do you see like he's paying attention to this man? Like he's talking to him so long compared to every other performer.
I get it. So he's
touching his
gay.
cheeks. That's very unusual. And he's very casual with everybody else. Doesn't really spend time to talk to them at all, other than that guy. And then
He
this
just
is
wanted
it.
to
You
talk
guys
to the
see
guy. He just wanted to talk to the guy.
He
That must be that he's gay if he just wanted to talk to the guy.
He's holding his hands.
Wow. He's holding a
Like
guy's
the
hand. Wait. I don't even know. I would have to know so much culturally about North Korea to even know like what that could mean.
Lovers. And he's doing this like squeezing
The mass games?
squeezing it.
Wait, human LCD screens? She's not showing the part of the concert that had the male strippers, yeah.
Squeezing it.
She's under,
If you think that this
squeezing it.
is just a one
Wait a minute, isn't that like is that his kid? Wait, who's the other? Like, I mean, it could be a family member too. I don't know.
off oopsie for Yonmi, boy, do I have a lot more to show.
For instance, in North Korea, there is no word for love. That we don't know what romantic love is. The only love that North Korean people understand is love for the dear leader. And there are no words for human rights, liberty, and even gay. So when Kim Yo-jong were visiting South Korea, South Korea put her in this Walker Hill hotel in Seoul, and something so
South Korea has the largest has a large conservative Christian population. That plays into this.
so unbelievably shameful that Kim Yo-jong had to do. She had to bring her bedding,
Pyongyang.
everything that she drinks, touches, and even a single hair in her room had to be cleaned
Oh, the gay claim.
and taken
Yeah,
back to North Korea. But to the extent, not just the bedding or the cup or towel or anything like that, they even had to collect her bathroom business.
Wait a minute.
I think
Wait a
one
minute.
day
Wait, who is this? Wait, what? Do I need to roll that back? Wait, what is that? What? There's no word for love.
love for the dear leader. And there are no words for human rights, liberty, and even gay. So when Kim Yo-jong were visiting South Korea, South Korea put her in this Walker Hill hotel in Seoul, and
Wait,
something
who is this that's visiting?
so unbelievably shameful that Kim Yo-jong had to do. She had to bring her bedding, everything that she drinks, touches, and even a single hair in her room had to be cleaned and taken back to North Korea. But to the
Someone shared some of the awesome old clips of hers from several years ago. I can't find it now, but goddamn, I wish I'd saved it. Yeah, me too.
extent,
There's a lot of stuff that like her clips that are just like it's like comedy gold. It's just like there was a description, like somebody made fun of it by saying like she was always talking about like the rat who ate the dog, who ate the kid, who ate the mud. Like, right, that like there was all these stories about like giant rats and like dogs. Was there a story about a dog eating a kid or something? And yeah, kids not having anything to eat and so eating mud. They worked to get North Korean women to Mongolia to cross the border and get on a plane to South Korea, but they also culturally and socially shamed the North Korean women who come to them for help for being nothing, yeah, for being sex workers and for what they gone through to get to Mongolia. Well, before that, can you give me the title, Darn Small?
Just the bedding or the cup or towel or anything like that. They even had to collect her bathroom business, guys. I think one day.
Wait, okay. Now, like, first I want to say that sounds ridiculous, right? But then I remember that I've heard about people doing that for other world leaders. Is there something about that they maybe, I don't know, like, why do I think I remember something about like the top leading officials of countries like will have all of their, like, anything that might have their DNA, like, oh my god, I don't know, chat, I don't know. Is this even real? I don't remember where I heard this or what exactly it was, but that there was something where they didn't let the DNA of their like leadership falling into the hands of they are essentially stateless and have to go to South Korea too if they can. Need to secure the bathroom business so no one can use it to close. Well, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be that, but I don't know why. Maybe it's just some paranoid
Somebody in Europe
conspiracy stuff.
Gave to Kim Jong-il like 16 rabbits.
Yo, what? That's a big rabbit. That is a huge rabbit. God damn.
This big type of rabbits to North Korea because North Korea wanted to get this big rabbit type. And then they were so shockingly found out. And that shortly after, all those 16 rabbits were ended up in Kim Jong-il's like a dinner party. It did not go to people to spread and that breed. So however, they still require every student, every person to raise rabbit during the year. And then 4 or 5 skin pets called like skin, we have to submit it. The thing is, like, you cannot really like raise a 5 rabbit the size the government requires, and this creates so much corruption. And children who does not have enough money to buy this rabbit skin in the black market, they cannot go to school because teachers hit them and beat them and send them back until they bring this rabbit skin. And now it's a very known fact, I talked about in the previous videos, crystal meth is so widely used even among the public. When people don't have drugs, when children have a cold, parents give them crystal meth. Like, you take some, it's gonna make you feel better. Another law that exists in North Korea is if you speak in South Korean accent, you are going to be sent to prison for 5 years. This is almost a joke. Can you believe that?
And literally in that same article, Reuters had stated that they're unable to independently corroborate this story. At this point, it's clear that she loves parroting extravagant and oftentimes false stories within North Korea and passing them off as the truth. She cited no sources for her claims in the video description or in the comment section, making it harder for others to verify the information presented by Yonmi
Yes, I am muted.
for themselves. Despite my harsh criticism towards Yonmi's lack of consistency and accuracy in her story, I can somewhat understand why people like Marianne Vollers gave her the benefit.
So there is a word for love in North Korea, and Dragon Princess, saranghae?
The doubt. Trauma may have been the reason why Yonmi can't seem to keep her story straight. And besides, it's hard not to feel sympathetic to this emotionally broken girl who had endured and escaped hell after so many years. Marianne did what she thought was right back then, defending Yonmi from the naysayers, and I'm not holding that against her. But with the power of hindsight, the initial fears people had about Yonmi being a lying grifter turned out to be true today. Sure, her commentary on North Korea's contemporary issues is riddled with plenty of lazy analysis, but that's not the only issue people had with her. It's the many falsehoods, stereotypes, and caricatures she helped perpetuate, especially when she implicitly portrayed the average North Korean person as devoid of any human emotion or agency to think for themselves, like robots. While they do live under an authoritarian regime, they are no better or worse than the rest of us. And I think it's important to reaffirm the common humanity that we share. The problem with Yonmi is that she never did any of this. And, as we'll see later in this video, her actions will entail severe consequences on the people that she's supposedly trying to help. But for now, I think it's reasonable to conclude that the things she's spouting in these examples here are not a byproduct of her trauma. She knows what she's doing, and she doesn't care. If there's one thing we could learn from the Shin Dong-hyuk affair, it's that North Korea is a difficult country to report on. The country is widely known as an information black hole, where even simple facts can be hard to confirm. But even knowing this fact, it didn't stop some news outlets and celebrity defectors from pumping out more stories and news on North Korea as much as possible. In the case of news outlets, there's a strong incentive for them to continue feeding the beast because there's a lot of demand for these types of stories, and where there is high demand, there's a lot of money to be made. Money that can be used to counteract their shrinking newsroom budgets in recent years. But this shallow pursuit of being the first one to break the scoop always comes at the expense of accurate reporting. We see this happening all the time. In April 2020, the world was rocked by unprecedented news about Kim Jong-un's botched heart surgery. Daily NK, a North Korean defector-run news site, published an article that started the whole frenzy. They cited an anonymous source that was highly dubious in nature, not to mention that no other independent reports confirmed their story to be true. These red flags hardly make a difference for most news outlets at the time, including big names like CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News. It was when Kim was eventually seen visiting a fertilizer factory, fit as a fiddle, that the media frenzy ended for a bit. 4 months later, speculation about Kim Jong-un's health flared up again. This time, he's supposedly in a coma and, as a result, transferred his power over to his sister, Kim Yo-jong. Many took this as a sign that Kim was finally on his way out of this world. Yonmi also jumped on this bandwagon, covering this story.
Wait, what do they mean finally? How old is... like...
which later turned out to be false. Let me explain. The South Korean spy agency, the National Intelligence Service, held a closed-door briefing attended by members of the National Assembly. They've explained to the South Korean lawmakers that Kim Jong-un had delegated more authority to several of his top officials compared to the past, including his sister. The reason for this move was to, quote-unquote, relieve Kim's stress from his reign.
She's very, very unreliable. When she came to South Korea, she got a lot of geography questions wrong, which made her South Korean interrogators very suspicious that she was a fake defector. Finally means that there always a lot of talk about him disappearing or dying. Oh, okay, because I haven't seen photos of him in a long while. Interesting.
And avert culpability in the event of policy failure. Furthermore, the agency specifically mentioned that the delegation of authority seems not related at all to Kim Jong-un's health. So how did this simple briefing spiral into a huge media hysteria surrounding Kim Jong-un's health? It turns out that the rumor of Kim's failing health originated from Chung Sung-min, a former aide to former South Korean President Kim Dae-jung. Chang wrote on his Facebook page that no North Korean leader would entrust any of his authority to another person unless he was too sick to rule or was removed through a coup. He reiterated his earlier claim that Kim Jong-un was in a coma and was thus unable to rule. Claiming that he had secured the information from his source in China, he further asserted that all photographs of Kim released by North Korea in recent months were faked. Naturally, all major South Korean and foreign news outlets went utterly ballistic over the weekend with rumors of Kim Jong-un being in a
really? Okay, I get it.
critical state of health.
I got it.
None of them, however, bothered to even research Chang's background before reporting on the story. This is the same guy who reported that Kim Jong-un died earlier that year. Take one look at his past, and one may realize that he is not a credible source for news on North Korea, especially when he had a track record of pushing health-baked stories about the country and got reprimanded for it. Notably, in 2013, he featured a North Korean refugee on his show, Chang Sung-min's issue tank, who falsely claimed that the Gwangju uprising had been infiltrated by units of the North Korean military. 3 years later, Chang accused the Democratic Party of being aligned with North Korea and had been a vocal critic of Moon Jae-in for pursuing dovish policies on North Korea. Then there's also the issue of his less than stellar reputation in politics, as he was removed from the National Assembly in 2002 for violating election law. Why anyone would trust his wisdom on issues about North Korea after all of that is anyone's guess.
And I think the news just came out again about Kim Jong-un's coma and all of it. And the reason I think this kind of miscalculated or almost manipulated news, not intentionally. I think the Western medias are not intentionally to give us misinformation and confuse us. I think they are doing their job picking up anything that comes out of North Korea. Because North Korea is such a closed country, it's literally the hermit kingdom. There's no way, the New York Times journalists can go in and see, ask officials in the government and ask how Kim Jong-un is doing.
This response is such a complete cop-out. It ignores the core responsibility of the journalist and the organization they represent to get their news right. If they have to fill in the information vacuum on North Korea with falsehoods, stereotypes, caricatures, and lazy analysis, then frankly, they're not doing their job correctly. If we're serious about helping those who lived under the repressive regime and those who tried to flee, then nobody should excuse such ineptitude, as it doesn't help anyone to gain a complete and truthful picture of life in North Korea. This applies to celebrity defectors like her too. Feeding the public's growing demand for more news on North Korea with more dubious and over-dramatized stories contributes to the misrepresentation of an entire community and the experiences that define it. More importantly, it takes the agency away from genuine stories of immense suffering by North Koreans at the hands of their regime. These reasons should be enough to persuade these news outlets to be more tactful with what they do and what they say due to the precariousness of the subject itself. Such a lack of regard for accurate reporting in North Korea among news outlets, be it in Korean, English, Japanese, or Chinese, should have never been accepted as a norm in the first place. But unfortunately, with social media becoming more ubiquitous in our lives than ever before, outrageous stories will always receive more engagement for news outlets than measured ones. On the other hand, celebrity defectors like Yonmi Park helped exacerbate the problem. They became attractive sources for news, stories, and comments on North Korea by all manner of people curious about the country. Plenty of these celebrity defectors are well aware of what the news outlets and political pundits want to hear. Thus, they would happily regurgitate unverified rumors or exaggerate news from their former country for a handsome sum of cash. Even though there are ways to confirm information coming from celebrity defectors through cross-examination and by consulting multiple sources,
I'm getting the feeling that this is the first time I've ever heard the term celebrity defectors, but I'm getting the feeling that this has kind of become a thing. That this is like this is not just a Yonmi Park phenomenon, right? You can travel to get into North Korea, even if America it's a very safe place to travel. You do it as part of a group to see a bunch of stupid crap in a bad hotel where you are drunk all the time. Interesting.
News outlets find it too
Florida is
tedious,
dangerous
expensive,
enough.
and time-consuming to do. Much of the
Zara's confirming that celebrity defecting is a whole ass industry
information
now.
disclosed by celebrity defectors is simply unverifiable. And because many people have already accepted the notion that anything goes in this secretive country, it's no wonder why misinformation becomes a massive problem in this discussion. Nobody knows why executing a high-ranking official by feeding them to a pack of starving dogs sounded just believable enough when talking about North Korea. Nor does anyone know why news of a conductor executed by a firing squad should be uncritically accepted, even when there's no independent corroboration of the story thus far. Due to the public's apathy, many news outlets and celebrity defectors can get away with reporting incorrect or unverified information on this country without any repercussions whatsoever. This sea of misinformation would have been swiftly dealt with under normal circumstances, but the only reason why this was allowed to fester is because there are people who greatly benefit from this. Powerful people. When it comes to dealing with North Korea, there are two factions that exist: hawks and doves. Simply put, a hawk is a person who advocates a hardline or warlike policy, while a dove refers to a person who advocates negotiations and compromise as a means of terminating or preventing a military conflict. Far too often, discussions about North Korea and how the world should deal with this country are skewed in favor of hawkish policies, sanctions, foreign intervention, and military drills near the opposing state borders. These are all examples of hawkish policies supposedly done with the goal of bringing the Kim regime down by any means necessary. Conservatives in the United States and South Korea are huge enthusiasts of these policies, and celebrity defectors like Yonmi Park are no exception. While it does seem like being a hawk means that you're more proactive in fighting a good cause for the people of North Korea, many are unaware of the human cost of supporting such a destructive policy, which greatly affects the average North Koreans living within or beyond this country's borders a lot more than one might think. I know this is a very bold claim to make, which is why I've dedicated this chapter to explain why this is the case. So let's start off by watching this video clip here, showing Yonmi trying to convince the viewers in brief why economic sanctions on North Korea are a good idea.
I remember, I think you put out a video not that long ago, basically insinuating that without China propping up North Korea, then it would potentially collapse under that current regime. Is that true?
Oh yeah, I think China is responsible for North Korea's dictatorship for 100%. There's no question about that. I think what people don't get is often, oh, North Korean Kim Jong-un is bad. No, actually, Xi Jinping is worse. The Chinese Communist Party is worse because they enable this dictatorship. They are sponsoring it and they are maintaining it. We do because of sanctions, North Korea cannot have any trades with other nations. And the sanctions doesn't affect like those daily life things. They affect the luxury goods that are going to Kim Jong-un and affecting them to build more nukes. It's like really starving the regime. But China provides all of that in the side and maintaining this dictatorship for their sake.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that makes a whole lot of sense to me.
The logic behind this is simple. If the international community can starve the regime by imposing economic sanctions on North Korea, then eventually Kim Jong-un will relent.
Wait, so there's like some truth to the like North Korea makes incredibly. Wait, for real? Okay, you had me. You had me. I was like, oh, so Kim Jong-il is also Heisenberg, I guess. Did Trump say Kim Jong-un was... Yeah, I think so. It is a whole thing. It actually is a whole thing, or...
More amenable to reason.
Office 39?
He will come to realize that if he wants to see these sanctions go away, all he has to do is completely denuclearize the country of its nuclear weapons. Now on the surface, it seems like the Hawks have a point. The North Korean regime did go to the negotiating table with their mortal enemy in 2019 to try getting the sanctions lifted, willing to denuclearize their country in exchange for economic benefits and whatnot. But there's a huge problem. As I've said earlier, the Hawks prefer a hardline stance against their enemy. Reconciliation, compromise, and trust are not something the Hawks had an interest in entertaining because to them, doing so is a sign of weakness. The world is dealing with an obvious enemy constantly threatening to nuke the United States and its allies for meddling in their malicious affairs, and somehow we have to play nice while they don't? No, that's not happening. So the Hawks did what they do best and told Kim that he'll have to hand over the country's warheads in bulk to the United States if he wants sanctions to be lifted. Unsurprisingly, this ultimatum went nowhere and subsequently killed off the negotiation between the United States and North Korea,
That was
the
very
latter becoming more
dangerous.
belligerent to the former in recent years.
What's the big difference between an immediate deal and a step-by-step approach, you might wonder? Surely it produces the same end result. The DPRK should be happy anyway. It's simple. The issue is trust. With a step-by-step approach, both sides can build confidence in each other and see their agreements are being followed. One big deal straight away is filled with question marks for the DPRK. What if they handed over their bombs and the Americans chose to just not hold up their part of the bargain and kept the sanctions? The country would suddenly be decades behind in their defense program, much more vulnerable to attack in exchange for nothing in return. If the North Koreans didn't hold up their end, the Americans could reimpose the sanctions with the stroke of a pen. The consequences for the Americans not following through are far greater for the North.
The failure of this negotiation also had the unintended consequence of reminding the regime of several unpleasant events in the past that the United States had a hand in causing, ones that they wished to forget going to the negotiating table with their mortal enemy. They recalled what happened when Muammar Gaddafi gave up all of his nuclear weapons in exchange for promises of economic benefits, and how his life violently ended across a car hit years later when Libya's national unrest was in full swing. They also remembered what happened when Ukraine got rid of all of their nuclear weapons in exchange for assurances of their security and territorial integrity, none of which prevented an imperialist force from invading their land as we speak. Now, I don't claim to know exactly what's inside Kim's head. I'm obviously not a clairvoyant like Ryuho Okawa, but I do believe it makes a lot more sense for Kim to be using these two scenarios as a strong justification to keep his warheads by any means necessary. It might just be the exact reason why he did the things he did. The technological advancements the North Korean regime had achieved over the years, from its second strike capability to its development of intercontinental ballistic missiles, ensured they will never suffer the same fate that befell Libya and Ukraine. But more than anything, they did it for their own survival. The failure of this negotiation had only served to harden the regime's resolve to keep its nuclear warheads to protect the state's interests, as the United States had demonstrated their unwillingness to build mutual trust with the regime.
And so, North Korean leaders are determined to stick to their nuclear development and see nuclear weapons as a major guarantee of their security. There is no form of pressure that they convince them to budge on this, no promise that will seduce them into compliance. They believe that without nuclear weapons, they are as good as dead. That's a disaster for the region, but a perfectly logical choice by the Kim family.
Here's a million-dollar question. Is it true that economic sanctions only affect the ruling elites in Pyongyang, where it wouldn't incur any adverse humanitarian consequences for the civilian population of North Korea? The way Yonmi frames her original argument makes it seem like luxury goods and materials to make nuclear warheads are the only items that got barred from being traded with North Korea. However, this document here tells a different story. Here is the list of humanitarian sensitive items prohibited by the United Nations for use in North Korea. This 4-page annex is part of the 48-page long report published by Korea Peace Now, a global coalition of feminists campaigning for a peace agreement in the Korean peninsula. Reading through this list, you may realize that humanitarian aid groups in North Korea aren't the only ones who would use these banned items. Here are a few examples. Agricultural
You just said that North Korea has better childcare and maternity leave than we do.
machines and products, machines to process food and drinks, medical appliances, including appliances
Oh,
for
you're serious about that? So the meth is a thing in North Korea.
orthopedic care and carriers for disabled people, water pumps and filters, stoves, cookers, and barbecues, roofing siding, flooring, and roof drainage equipment, screws, bolts, nails, and staples, solar panels, and miscellaneous office equipment, so on and so forth. Now, to be clear, it is possible for humanitarian aid groups to bring these prohibited items to North Korea. They can send an application to the UN and have it processed for up to 10 months if the application isn't blocked outright. Once they secure approval from the UN, they only have 6 months to get these items into the country. To put things into perspective, it takes 9 to 12 months to secure resources, international procurement, production of the goods and medicines, quality testing, and transport and distribution for most program components. In other words, the allotted UN exemption
Chat, I
approval
hate to say it, but we
timeframe
gotta
is
raid.
too short, and the process
Oh my
of
God, we
obtaining
have
approval
few
from the UN
seconds
itself
left. Oh my
is
God, I gotta
too
make this
long.
happen. Get in the robot.
There is no rationale
Raid.
behind banning these
Raid out.
items.